Hey my lovely sporters! Tonight, we're about to take a journey that's equal parts time travel and sensory adventure. You're going to spend a day in Victorian London, not the sanitised version from costume dramas, but the real thing, complete with smells you can't ignore and sights that will surprise you. This is what it would actually feel like to wake up in 1880s London, and I promise to guide you through it gently, with just enough fascinating details to keep you engaged while your mind drifts towards sleep. So before we begin, as always, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe as it helps us, and let me know where you are tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, get comfortable, and prepare to relax as you stroll through the past. Your eyes open slowly, and the first thing you notice that is wrong is the light. It's not the clean, bright morning you're used to. Instead, a murky yellowish glow filters through a window that seems smaller than it should be. The glass is thick and slightly wavy, and condensation has gathered in the corners like tiny pools waiting to spill. You're lying on something that feels like a mattress but isn't quite right. It's firmer than you expect, and you can feel the individual ridges beneath the fabric, horsehair stuffing, though you don't know that yet. The sheets are rough against your skin, not the smooth cotton you remember going to sleep in. They're linen, and they've been washed so many times they've achieved a texture somewhere between sandpaper and burlap. Though they're surprisingly warm, the air tastes different. That's the strangest part actually, you can taste the air. It has a thickness to it, like breathing in soup. There's coal smoke, obviously, but also something organic and vaguely unpleasant that you'll later realise is the Thames at low tide mixed with a few 100,000 coal fires burning simultaneously. Victorian London doesn't just smell, it announces itself with every breath. As you sit up, your body feels the same, but the room is entirely foreign. The ceiling is high, much higher than modern rooms, but the space somehow feels cramped anyway. Dark wallpaper with an intricate pattern of flowers or vines covers the walls, and you realise with a start that there's no light switch. In fact, there are no electrical outlets at all. The room is lit by that strange window, and by the remnants of whatever coal fire burned in the small fireplace last night. You're wearing a nightshirt that feels like it's been cut from sail canvas. It's long, reaching past your knees, and there's absolutely nothing underneath it. The Victorians had very different ideas about sleepwear, and comfort wasn't high on their priority list. Modesty and practicality won that battle decisively. Standing up requires more effort than you expect. The floor is cold, proper cold that seeps through your bare feet like you're standing on a block of ice. The floorboards are bare wood, and you can feel every splinter and groove. There's a thin rug beside the bed, but it does little to combat the chill that seems to radiate from the very foundation of the building. The fog outside isn't like fog you've experienced before. This is the famous London pea super, a combination of natural mist and coal smoke that creates something almost supernatural. It presses against the windows like something alive, turning the street below into a series of shadows and suggestions rather than actual shapes. You can hear the city though, the clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones, the cry of a street vendor somewhere in the murk, and the perpetual background hum of a million people going about their morning routines. Your modern instincts kick in, and you look for your phone. Of course, there isn't one. No phone, no laptop, no tablet, no screen of any kind. The silence in the room is complete except for the sounds drifting up from the street and the occasional creak of the building settling. It's the kind of quiet that makes you realise how much ambient noise you're used to. No refrigerator hum, no HVAC system, no electronics of any kind emitting their barely perceptible frequencies. There's a washstand in the corner with a ceramic pitcher and basin. The water in the pitcher has a thin skin of ice on it. This is how you'll wash your face this morning, by breaking ice with your fingers and splashing freezing water on your skin. The Victorians were apparently made of sterner stuff than modern humans, or perhaps they just didn't have a choice in the matter. A looking glass hangs above the washstand, and when you peer into it you see yourself but different. Your face is the same, but there's something in your expression. Perhaps it's the early morning confusion, Or maybe it's the dawning realization that you're about to spend an entire day without any of the conveniences you've taken for granted your whole life. The room tells stories if you know how to read them. There's a chamber pot tucked discreetly under the bed, because bathrooms in the modern sense don't exist in most Victorian homes. There's a small coal scuttle by the fireplace with a few lumps of coal still in it. Your clothes for the day are laid out on a wooden chair that looks hand-carved and probably older than some modern countries. Getting dressed in Victorian clothing is going to be an adventure unto itself, but first, you need to face that icy water and prepare yourself for a day in a world where everything familiar has been replaced with historical authenticity. The fog continues to press against the windows, and somewhere in the distance you hear a church bell marking the hour. It's 7 in the morning, and London is already awake. Stepping out onto a Victorian London street is like walking onto a stage where every person is an actor, and the set design is both magnificent and slightly horrifying. The fog has lifted somewhat, revealing a world that's simultaneously more impressive and more disturbing than you imagined. The cobblestones beneath your feet are uneven, worn smooth in some places and jagged in others. You're wearing boots now, proper Victorian boots that button up the side and take approximately 10 minutes to put on correctly. They're stiff, uncomfortable, and will probably give you blisters by noon, but they're better than the alternative. The streets here collect things you don't want touching your bare feet. The buildings loom above you in a way that modern architecture rarely manages. Victorian London was built upward out of necessity, and the result is streets that feel like canyons with ornate facades. Every building is different, each one competing to be more elaborate than its neighbours. There's carved stonework, decorative brickwork, and architectural flourishes that serve no practical purpose except to demonstrate that the owner had money to spend on looking prosperous. But the real star of the show is the sensory overload that hits you from every direction. Let's start with the horses, because Victorian London ran on horsepower in the most literal sense possible. Everywhere you look, there are horses, pulling hansom cabs, hauling delivery wagons, carrying individual riders, and standing patiently while their owners conduct business. And horses, as you're rapidly discovering, produce waste at an impressive rate. The streets are covered in it. Not completely, because there's an entire economy built around collecting horse manure, but enough that watching your step becomes second nature within minutes. Crossing sweepers, usually children, wait at intersections with their brooms, ready to clear a path through the muck for a penny. It's clever, entrepreneurial, and deeply depressing all at once. The smell is democratic. It affects everyone equally, from the finest gentleman in his tailcoat to the poorest street vendor. Coal smoke, horse manure, unwashed humanity, rotting vegetables from the markets, and the peculiar tang of industrial chemicals all combine into a scent that you'll eventually stop noticing simply because your nose will give up in self-defense. The noise is extraordinary. Without modern sound insulation or noise pollution laws, Victorian London operates at a volume that would violate every noise ordinance in a contemporary city. Iron-shod wheels on cobblestones create a constant rumble like perpetual thunder. Street vendors call out their wares in practiced rhythms that cut through the other noise. Horses whinny, dogs bark, children shout, and everywhere there's the background percussion of a city made of metal and stone banging against itself. The people are the most fascinating part. Everyone is wearing layers upon layers of clothing because central heating doesn't exist, and Victorian morality demands that every inch of skin be covered. The men are in suits or work clothes, all of them wearing hats of some description. Top hats for the wealthy, cloth caps for workers, and bowlers for the middle class. Removing your hat indoors or when greeting a lady is mandatory. Social signalling was practically an Olympic sport in Victorian times. The women are engineering marvels, those dresses you've seen in movies. They're actually understating the complexity. Under those beautiful fabrics is a construction project involving corsets, petticoats, bustles, and enough fabric to upholster a small sofa. Women's fashion in the 1880s was designed to create a specific silhouette that required substantial architecture to achieve. The result is that women move differently. Smaller steps, careful postures, and an awareness of their clothing that modern fashion rarely demands. Social class is visible at a glance. The wealthy glide by in private carriages, their clothing pristine and elaborate. The middle class walks or takes omnibuses, their clothes respectable but practical. The working poor wear whatever holds together, often visibly patched and worn thin from years of use. Children from poor families often go barefoot even in cold weather, their faces smudged with the ever-present coal dust that settles on everything. The street vendors add a carnival atmosphere to the urban landscape. Pie sellers carry their wares in wooden trays hung from their necks, calling out, "Hot pies," "meat pies," in voices trained to carry half a block. Flower girls offer posies from baskets that look bigger than they are. Men sell everything from matches to bootlaces to mysterious items you can't quite identify. Each one has their own pitch, their own territory and their own regular customers who they know by sight. The omnibuses, horse-drawn precursors to public buses, lumber through the streets like mobile chaos. They're painted in bright colours advertising their routes, and they're always full. The driver sits up top, exposed to the weather, while passengers cram inside or climb the stairs to the open-air upper deck. It costs a few pence to ride, and the conductor moves through the crowd collecting fares with practised efficiency. Hansom cabs zip through the traffic with the agility of sports cars, their drivers shouting warnings to pedestrians who don't move fast enough. These are the taxis of Victorian London, and their drivers are legendary for knowing every street and shortcut in the city. They're also legendary for their colourful language when other traffic gets in their way, though you're not supposed to acknowledge hearing it. The architecture tells you where you are in London's complex social geography. The grand buildings of Westminster and the West End advertise imperial power and wealth. The commercial chaos of the city, London's financial district, bustles with clerks and businessmen. The residential squares of Bloomsbury and Belgravia hide elegant homes behind iron railings and private gardens. And everywhere else is the vast middle and working class London that houses the millions who make the city function. You notice the air quality improving as you walk. Well, improving is relative. It's still terrible by modern standards, but you've moved away from a particularly smoky area. The fog has reduced to a light haze, and you can actually see the sky, though it's a grey that suggests the sun is more theoretical than actual today. Public buildings provide punctuation in the urban landscape. Churches tower above surrounding structures, their spires reaching toward heaven in defiance of the earthly muck below. The new post offices, Victorian Britain was modernising its communications infrastructure, stand proud with their official architecture and busy traffic of people sending letters and telegrams. Banks look like temples, which is probably intentional, given that money was its own kind of religion in Victorian society. The parks are sanctuaries from the urban intensity. Even small squares of green space offer relief from the stone and brick that dominates everywhere else. The grass is real, the trees are mature, and for a few moments you can breathe air that hasn't been processed through coal fires and horse lungs. By mid-morning, Victorian London has fully awakened, and the city operates with a complexity that rivals any modern metropolis. The difference is that everything requires doing by hand, with animals, or through mechanical contraptions that would look steampunk if they weren't completely authentic. The shops are opening, and shopping in Victorian London is nothing like pushing a cart through a supermarket. Most shops are small, specialised affairs where the shopkeeper knows their inventory personally and keeps it behind the counter. You don't browse, you ask for what you want, and they fetch it. The relationship between customer and shopkeeper is formal and ritualised, with proper greetings and polite inquiries about health and weather before anyone mentions what you're actually there to purchase. The baker's shop smells of yeast and coal smoke. The bread is baked in coal-fired ovens, and the result is delicious but distinctly flavoured by its cooking method. The loaves are crusty, dense, and absolutely nothing like modern sliced bread. They're sold by weight, and the baker's apprentice wraps your purchase in paper that will disintegrate if it gets damp. The butcher's shop is an experience that requires a strong stomach. Whole animals hang in the window, and the butcher prepares your order while you wait, cutting and wrapping with practiced efficiency. Refrigeration doesn't exist, so meat is sold fresh and meant to be cooked soon. The smell is strong, and you try not to think too hard about hygiene standards that won't be formalised for another several decades. The greengrocer offers produce that's seasonal, local and muddy. No plastic wrap, no refrigeration, no produce that's travelled thousands of miles to reach London. What's available depends entirely on what's growing in England right now or what's just arrived from Europe. The variety is limited compared to modern supermarkets, but the flavour is often stronger. Vegetables that haven't been bred for transportability taste like themselves in ways that modern produce sometimes doesn't. The working day for most Londoners started at dawn and will continue until dusk or later. Factory workers have been at their machines for hours already, operating equipment that's dangerous, noisy and exhausting. Office workers, a growing class in Victorian London, are bent over desks, copying documents by hand or operating the new typewriters that are revolutionising paperwork. Shop assistants stand behind their counters for 12 or 14-hour stretches because sitting down while working is considered lazy. The pace of life is simultaneously slower and more exhausting than modern work. Everything takes longer. There are no computers, no phones, and no quick communication of any kind beyond sending a messenger boy. But the physical demands are relentless. Even supposedly genteel office work involves writing by hand for hours, which is more tiring than it sounds. Street life provides constant entertainment if you're observing rather than participating. The urchins running errands, the ladies doing their morning shopping with servants carrying their purchases, the businessmen hurrying to appointments, the police constables walking their beats in their distinctive uniforms and tall helmets. Everyone is part of an intricate social choreography that operates on rules you're only beginning to understand. The postal system is remarkably efficient. Letters posted in the morning will be delivered that same day in London, carried by postmen who walk their routes multiple times daily. The telegraph, Victorian London's fastest communication technology, can send messages across the country in minutes, though it's expensive and used primarily for important business or emergencies. The class system is visible in every interaction. The wealthy don't acknowledge the poor unless they're servants or tradespeople providing services. The middle class imitates the wealthy while trying to distance themselves from the workers. The poor navigate a world where their existence is often treated as a necessary evil or an unfortunate reality to be ignored. It's uncomfortable to watch, even more uncomfortable to participate in, and completely normal to everyone around you. The afternoon in Victorian London operates on different rhythms than the morning. By 2 o'clock, the city has shifted gears. The frantic morning energy has settled into something more sustained and purposeful, though no less busy. Lunch is a concept that varies wildly by class. The wealthy are sitting down to elaborate multi-course affairs in their dining rooms, served by staff who appear and disappear silently. The middle class might have a simple meal at home or in one of the new restaurants that are becoming fashionable. Workers grab whatever they can afford from street vendors, a pie, some bread and cheese, perhaps a cup of tea from a vendor with a portable urn. The tea itself deserves attention because Victorian Britain ran on tea the way modern society runs on coffee. Strong, black and sweetened with sugar that's still enough of a luxury that people measure it carefully. Milk is added if you can afford it, and the result is a drink that's more fortification than refreshment. Tea breaks punctuate the working day like markers on a timeline. Brief respites from labour that's often monotonous and always demanding. The streets have changed character since morning. The commercial deliveries that dominated early hours have given way to personal traffic. Ladies visiting for afternoon calls, gentlemen conducting business, and servants running errands for their employers. The traffic is still intense, but it's more varied, more social, and less about getting goods from one place to another. The public houses, pubs, are open, and they serve as social centres for working-class London. These aren't the charming establishments you might imagine from period dramas. They're often crowded, smoky, and filled with people seeking temporary escape from lives that are physically exhausting and financially precarious. The beer is warm, flat by modern standards, and considerably stronger than contemporary brews. For the middle and upper classes, afternoon visiting is serious business. Ladies call on each other's homes according to elaborate social protocols. You leave cards, and you sit in parlours drinking tea and engaging in conversation that's simultaneously gossip and intelligence gathering. Who's engaged? Who's in financial trouble? Who's been seen with whom? Information flows through these afternoon calls like data through modern social networks. The Victorian parlour is a stage set designed to display wealth and good taste. Every surface is covered with something. Doilies, decorative objects, photographs in elaborate frames, and books carefully chosen to suggest intellectual interests. The furniture is heavy, dark, and arranged to encourage formal conversation rather than relaxation. Comfort is less important than propriety. Children from wealthy families are supervised by nannies and governesses, learning the skills and knowledge appropriate to their class. Boys will eventually go to schools that prepare them for universities or business. Girls learn accomplishments like music, drawing, and languages that will make them attractive marriage prospects. Working class children are often working themselves, in factories, as servants, or helping their families with piecework done at home. The afternoon also brings educational and cultural opportunities for those with time and money. Museums are open, though many charge admission fees that limit access to the middle and upper classes. Libraries exist, but are primarily subscription services. You pay an annual fee for borrowing privileges. Public education is expanding but still limited, and literacy rates reflect this reality. Hyde Park and other green spaces fill with afternoon strollers, the wealthy parade in their finest clothing seeing and being seen. The middle class takes more modest walks, enjoying fresh air that's marginally less polluted than the streets. The very poor might pass through on their way to other destinations, because leisure time is a luxury they can't afford. The light begins to change as afternoon progresses toward evening. The sun, which has been filtering weakly through cloud and smoke all day, starts its decline. The shadows lengthen, and there's a subtle shift in the city's energy. The afternoon's purposeful activity begins transitioning toward the evening's different rhythms. Street vendors change their offerings. Fewer vegetables and flowers, more hot food and small comforts for people heading home from work. The pie sellers do brisk business, as do the chestnut roasters who appear with their portable braziers, filling corners with the smell of roasting nuts that provides temporary relief from less pleasant urban odours. Traffic intensifies as businesses begin closing and workers head home. The omnibuses become even more crowded, packed with people who can afford the fare. Those who can't walk, often considerable distances, to reach homes in neighbourhoods that are cheaper because they're farther from employment centres. The Thames, which has been a presence all day, you can smell it even when you can't see it, becomes more prominent as you move toward the river. The docks are busy with ships from around the world, loading and unloading cargo that will be distributed throughout Britain. The river itself is working infrastructure, crowded with boats of every size, all of them contributing to London's position as the world's largest port. Watching the Thames, you're reminded that Victorian London was the centre of a global empire. The goods moving through those docks come from India, Australia, Africa, and the Caribbean, everywhere that British power and trade have reached. It's impressive and troubling simultaneously. The foundation of prosperity built on colonialism that won't be questioned for decades yet. As twilight approaches, Victorian London transforms into something that's simultaneously magical and ominous. The lamplighters begin their rounds, men with long poles who walk through the streets igniting the gas lamps that provide nighttime illumination. It's a job that exists only in the brief window between the introduction of gaslighting and the arrival of electricity, and watching them work feels like observing a ritual from another world. The gas lamps create pools of yellowish light that push back the darkness without quite conquering it. The spaces between lamps remain murky, and the overall effect is less like illumination and more like punctuation marks of brightness in an otherwise dark text. The light itself is different from electric lighting, softer, warmer, and somehow less reliable, as if it might go out at any moment. The quality of the evening depends entirely on where you are in London's complex social geography. In the West End, theatres are preparing for their evening performances. The theatres themselves are architectural gems, built to impress audiences even before the curtain rises. Gaslighting illuminates elaborate interiors decorated with plush and gilt, creating an atmosphere of grandeur that's designed to make attendees feel special just for being there. The shows are varied. Shakespeare performed by celebrated actors, musical entertainments, melodramas that allow audiences to boo villains and cheer heroes, and pantomimes that combine fairy tales with contemporary satire. The theatres are social spaces where different classes mix but remain separate. The wealthy in their private boxes and premium seats, the middle class in the stalls, and the working class in the gallery, where tickets are cheap and behaviour is rowdy. Music halls offer different entertainment, variety shows featuring singers, dancers, comedians, and specialty acts. These are less respectable than theatres and more working class in their audience and content. The atmosphere is raucous, the humour is broad, and drinking is encouraged. The music hall is where you go to forget your troubles rather than be elevated by art, though the distinction between the two is often less clear than Victorian moral guardians would prefer. In residential areas, evening routines vary by class but share common rhythms. Families gather for dinner, the main meal of the day for those who can afford it. The wealthy eat elaborate affairs served in formal dining rooms. The middle class has simpler fare but still maintains proper table manners and conversation. The working class makes do with whatever they can afford, often eating in kitchens that also serve as living rooms because their homes are too small for separate spaces. After dinner, the evening stretches ahead with far fewer entertainment options than modern life provides. Without televisions, computers or phones, people read, engage in hobbies, or simply talk. Letter writing is a common evening activity. Maintaining correspondence with family and friends requires regular attention, and the well-educated are expected to be articulate writers. For the working class, evening might mean a few hours at the pub before exhausted sleep, or working on piecework projects at home to supplement inadequate wages. Children are put to bed early, partly because childhood is shorter in practical terms. They'll be working soon enough, so rest now is pragmatic rather than coddling. The streets take on a different character after dark. Respectable people don't linger outside once night falls, because Victorian London has a well-deserved reputation for crime that's not entirely exaggerated. The police, a relatively new institution still finding its footing, patrol in pairs, their presence designed to reassure law-abiding citizens and deter criminals. But the city doesn't sleep. Night workers are everywhere. Bakers starting their work for tomorrow's bread, night soil men collecting waste from cesspits and privies, and market workers preparing for the next day's business. London operates on overlapping schedules, with some people ending their day as others begin theirs. The fog, which cleared somewhat during the day, often returns at night, thicker and more oppressive. Combined with the darkness and the limited lighting, navigating Victorian London after dark requires local knowledge or considerable courage. Streets that were merely crowded during the day become maze-like and vaguely threatening. There's a romance to the evening gaslight that photographers and artists have captured, but the lived reality is less picturesque. The light is dim enough that reading strains your eyes, and many Victorians suffer from vision problems, partly because they spend their lives squinting at things in inadequate illumination. The gas flames consume oxygen, making rooms stuffy, and they produce their own smell that adds to the complex olfactory symphony of Victorian urban life. For those with evening social engagements, dinner parties, card games, social calls, elaborate preparations are required. Evening dress is formal and highly specific and takes substantial time to put on correctly. Women's evening gowns are even more complex than their day wear, with lower necklines that scandalise foreign visitors but are perfectly acceptable within the confines of private entertainment. The dinner party is a performance where multiple courses are served. Conversation follows strict guidelines about appropriate topics, and every gesture and word is evaluated according to social rules that have been refined over generations. Getting through an evening without committing some faux pas requires constant attention to etiquette that modern people would find exhausting. Deep night in Victorian London is when the city reveals its most honest face. The social pretences of daylight fade, and what remains is a complex ecosystem of people surviving, thriving, working, and sleeping in a metropolis that never completely stops moving. The darkness is profound in ways that modern urban dwellers rarely experience. Even with gas lamps, large portions of London remain pitch black after midnight. The moon and stars, when visible through the perpetual haze of coal smoke, provide supplemental light, but it's not enough to eliminate the shadows that dominate the urban landscape. In wealthier neighbourhoods, the houses are mostly dark by 11 or midnight, their inhabitants asleep behind heavy curtains that block both light and cold. The streets are quiet except for the occasional late cab returning someone from an evening engagement, the horses' hooves echoing off the buildings like a heartbeat in the darkness. But in working-class areas, night is when the city shows its desperation. Homeless people, and Victorian London has thousands of them, seek shelter in doorways, under bridges, and anywhere that provides minimal protection from the elements. The workhouses offer beds for those desperate enough to accept them, but they're so grim that many prefer the streets. The night soil men make their rounds, collecting human waste from cesspits and outdoor privies. It's disgusting work, but it pays relatively well because few people will do it. They work in the dark hours, partly for practical reasons. Waste is easier to transport when the streets are empty, and partly to spare Victorian sensibilities from confronting too directly where all that waste goes. The Thames at night is busy with different traffic. Coal barges move under cover of darkness, docking at industrial sites along the river. Passenger ferries continue operating until late, carrying people across and along the river because bridges are still limited and often congested. The water itself is largely invisible in the darkness, marked more by sound and smell than sight. Criminal activity, which exists at all hours, becomes more brazen after dark. Pickpockets work the theatre crowds and pub districts. Burglars prefer homes where the inhabitants are asleep. The police patrol with increased vigilance, but they're vastly outnumbered, and Victorian London has plenty of dark corners where criminal enterprise can operate relatively undisturbed. The sounds of night are different from day. Without the constant rumble of commercial traffic, individual sounds become more distinct. You can hear voices from open windows, the cry of babies, the arguments of couples who think the darkness provides privacy, the barking of dogs, the yowling of cats, and the scurrying of rats that are as much a part of Victorian London as the human inhabitants. Speaking of rats, Victorian London has millions of them. They live in the sewers, in the walls of buildings, and in warehouses and shops, feeding on the endless supply of waste and garbage that a city of several million people produces. At night, when humans are less active, rats become bold, venturing into streets and alleys in numbers that would horrify modern city dwellers. The night markets operate in certain areas, selling goods that might not stand up to daylight scrutiny. Used clothing, questionable food, items that might have fallen off the back of a cart. The informal economy thrives in the hours when official commerce is closed. These markets serve people who work odd hours, or who can only afford the cheapest possible goods regardless of their origin. Factory workers on night shifts experience a different London entirely. They enter their workplaces in darkness and emerge in darkness, seeing their homes and families primarily on their one day off per week. The factories themselves are lit by gas lamps that create their own hazards. The combination of open flames and industrial machinery has predictable results, and factory fires are a regular occurrence. The bakers start their work around 3 in the morning, firing up ovens and beginning the process of producing the bread that will be sold throughout the coming day. Walking past a bakery in the early morning darkness, the smell of baking bread provides a moment of pure sensory pleasure that cuts through the usual urban odours. The new technology of the telegraph operates 24 hours, with operators sitting in offices sending and receiving messages through the night. It's the beginning of the modern expectation that information should be available instantly rather than waiting for the next day's mail delivery. Some public houses stay open late, operating in a grey area of legal and illegal depending on their location and their relationship with local police. These late-night establishments serve people who work odd hours, people with nowhere else to go, and people who prefer the company of the pub to their own lodgings. The atmosphere is different from daytime drinking, quieter, more desperate, less social, and more about numbing whatever makes sleep difficult. Hospital wards operate through the night, staffed by overworked nurses who care for patients in conditions that are gradually improving but still shockingly inadequate by modern standards. Medical understanding is advancing rapidly in Victorian England, but practical application lags behind theoretical knowledge, and hospitals remain places where the poor go because they have no other option. The churches stand dark and locked, except for the very largest, which maintains small chapels open for prayer. Victorian religion is both intensely private and intensely public, and the after-hours availability of religious spaces reflects this complexity. Around 4 a.m, London begins its transition back toward day. The earliest workers start appearing on the streets, servants beginning their daily routines, delivery drivers preparing their wagons, and market vendors heading to wholesale markets to purchase their stock for the day. The darkness starts to feel temporary rather than permanent, and the city prepares for another cycle of its endless routine. As dawn approaches and the sky begins its slow transition from black to grey, you find yourself in a quiet square, sitting on a damp bench, watching Victorian London wake up for another day. The experience of the past 24 hours has been overwhelming, exhausting, fascinating, and occasionally disturbing. Everything that reality should be when you strip away the comfortable filtering that historical distance provides. The fog is returning, or perhaps it never really left. The coal fires are being lit in thousands of homes, and the smoke is already beginning to accumulate in the morning air. Soon the streets will fill again with horses, people, and the complex machinery of urban life that somehow functions despite operating on principles that seem impossibly antiquated from a modern perspective. You've learned things that no book or documentary could have taught you. You now know what coal smoke tastes like when it's everywhere, what genuine cold feels like without central heating, and what urban noise sounds like without sound insulation. You understand in your body, not just your mind, what it means to live without electricity, without instant communication, without any of the technologies that define modern existence. The social observations have been equally educational. You've seen how visible inequality is when everyone shares the same public spaces, but clearly belongs to different worlds. You've noticed how much energy Victorian society spent on maintaining social distinctions, on performing class identity, and on signalling status through clothes, speech and behaviour. You've been struck by the physicality of Victorian life. Everything requires more effort, getting dressed, staying warm, getting from place to place, obtaining food and staying clean. The simple acts of daily existence that modern people accomplish without thought required sustained attention and considerable labour in the Victorian era. But you've also noticed things that modern life has lost. The bread tastes better because it's made daily from flour that hasn't been processed into nutritional emptiness. The clothes, despite being uncomfortable, are made to last and often contain better craftsmanship than anything you own. The social interactions, while formal, involve actually looking at people and talking to them rather than staring at screens. The pace of life is paradoxical. Everything takes longer, yet people seem to accomplish enormous amounts. The Victorian era was one of incredible productivity, innovation, and expansion, all achieved without computers, without modern transportation, and without instant communication. It suggests that maybe modern efficiency isn't quite as efficient as we like to think, or perhaps that efficiency isn't the only measure of a society's success. The dangers of Victorian London have been real and present throughout your journey. Disease, accident, crime, and poverty, all of them are closer to the surface than in modern developed societies. The social safety net that modern people take for granted doesn't exist. If you're poor, sick or unlucky, your options range from limited to non-existent. The environmental conditions have been a revelation. Modern people think they understand historical pollution because they've seen photographs of smoggy cities. But photographs don't convey the taste of the air, the way smoke irritates your throat, the omnipresent coal dust that settles on everything, the smell of the Thames, or the sound of thousands of horses producing waste faster than it can be collected. Yet there's beauty here too. The architecture is genuinely impressive, built by craftsmen who took pride in their work. The gaslighting, however inadequate, creates atmospheric effects that electric lights can't match. The sense of community in working-class neighbourhoods, born of shared hardship and mutual dependence, represents something that modern suburban isolation often lacks. The people you've observed have been the most interesting part. They're not the simplified historical figures from textbooks or the romantic characters from period dramas. They're complex human beings dealing with the specific challenges of their time while experiencing the universal aspects of human existence. Love, ambition, fear, hope, boredom, and joy. The children you've seen will grow up to be Edwardians, to experience the First World War, and perhaps to live into the 1950s and wonder at television and jets. The young adults you've watched rushing to work will be the elderly of the 1920s and 30s, living bridges between the Victorian world and modernity. History isn't separate eras. It's continuous human experience flowing from one generation to the next. You realise that Victorian London isn't past, it's the foundation. These sewers being built right now will still be functioning in the 21st century. The buildings you've walked past will survive wars and urban renewal. The institutions being established, public libraries, museums, schools, hospitals, will evolve but persist. You're not visiting a dead world, you're observing the roots of the world you know. The experience has given you a different perspective on progress. Yes, modern life is more comfortable, safer, and healthier, and offers opportunities that Victorians couldn't imagine. But progress isn't linear improvement in every aspect. The Victorians built things to last, invested in beauty even in utilitarian projects, and maintained social connections that modern efficiency has sometimes eroded. The moral complexity is impossible to ignore. Victorian Britain ruled an empire that brought prosperity to some and exploitation to many. The wealth visible in London's grand buildings came partly from colonial extraction. The cheap goods in London shops were often produced by colonial labour under conditions that would be recognised as exploitative even by Victorian standards. There's no way to separate Victorian achievement from Victorian imperialism. Similarly, the period's social progress coexisted with shocking inequality. The same society that was expanding education and improving public health also allowed children to work in factories and mines. The era that produced great literature and scientific advances also maintained rigid class barriers and severely limited women's opportunities. These contradictions don't resolve neatly. The Victorians weren't villains or heroes. They were people working within their society's assumptions while gradually questioning and changing those assumptions. Progress happened because some Victorians recognised problems and worked to address them, not because history automatically moves toward justice. The gender dynamics have been particularly striking throughout your day. Women are everywhere, but their possibilities are constrained in ways that would be intolerable to modern women. Working-class women labour in factories, shops and homes. Middle-class women manage households and raise children within narrow social confines. Upper-class women perform elaborate social rituals that constitute their primary occupation. The legal status of women is somewhere between persons and property, depending on their marital status. Yet Victorian women are also pushing boundaries. Women writers are achieving success. Women activists are campaigning for education and suffrage, and women workers are organising for better conditions. The changes that will transform women's lives in the 20th century are beginning here, in small acts of resistance and assertion that will eventually remake society. The religious atmosphere has permeated everything you've experienced. Victorian Christianity isn't just Sunday worship, It's a framework that shapes social policy, personal behaviour and public discourse. Churches are everywhere. Religious language infuses ordinary conversation, and Christian morality, at least its public performance, is expected of everyone regardless of actual belief. But religious doubt is also present, growing among intellectuals and workers alike. Darwin's theories are being discussed and debated. Scientific thinking is challenging traditional religious explanations. The tension between faith and reason that characterises Victorian culture isn't resolved. It's actively being worked through by thoughtful people on all sides. As you sit in the gradually brightening square, the full cycle of the Victorian day becomes clear. It's not so different in structure from modern days. People wake, work, eat, rest, and sleep. The surface details have changed dramatically, but the underlying human rhythms remain constant. People in 1880 had the same basic needs and desires as people in the 21st century. They just fulfilled them with different technologies and within different social structures. The experience has also highlighted how recent modernity really is. Electric lights, automobiles, phones, computers, the internet. All of these arrived within roughly a century, a tiny sliver of human history. The Victorian world of gas lamps and horse transport is separated from the digital age by just 3 or 4 generations. Your own grandparents or great-grandparents might have been born into a world that more closely resembled Victorian London than contemporary life. This proximity is both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because it suggests humans are remarkably adaptable. Victorians coped with their challenges as effectively as moderns cope with theirs. Unsettling because it raises questions about what aspects of modern life will seem as antiquated to future generations as gaslighting seems to you. The technological changes are the most visible differences, but the social changes might be more profound. The rigid Victorian class system has softened in developed countries, though it has not disappeared. Gender roles have been dramatically reimagined. Racial attitudes have evolved, though imperfectly. Democratic participation has expanded. Individual freedom has increased in most areas, though surveillance capabilities have also grown. The Victorian world believed in hierarchy and tradition. The modern world celebrates equality and innovation, though both eras often fail to live up to their stated values. As the morning strengthens and the city fully awakens around you, you find yourself thinking about what this imaginary journey has offered beyond mere historical curiosity. What gifts does Victorian London give to a modern person willing to spend a day in its crowded, smoky, uncomfortable reality? First, there's the gift of proportion. Your own daily complaints. The Wi-Fi is slow, the coffee isn't quite right, the commute took an extra 10 minutes. Shrink when compared to Victorian challenges. This isn't to say modern problems aren't real, but perspective is valuable. The Victorians dealt with genuine hardship and found reasons to laugh, love, create, and persevere. Your own resilience is probably greater than you think. Second, there's appreciation for invisible infrastructure. You'll never take clean water, effective sewage, reliable electricity or modern medicine for granted again after experiencing their absence. The complex systems that support modern life are easy to ignore until you imagine life without them. Thousands of people work to build these systems, often in difficult conditions, and their legacy is the comfort you experience daily. Third, there's understanding of historical change. Victorian London seemed permanent to its inhabitants. The way things were seemed like the way things would always be. Yet within decades, much of that world had transformed. This suggests that your own world, which seems stable and permanent, is actually in constant flux. The changes might be gradual enough that you don't notice them day to day, but the cumulative effect over time can be revolutionary. Fourth, there's recognition of human constants. Despite all the differences, Victorians worried about their children's futures, worked to improve their circumstances, fell in love, experienced loss, found joy in small things, and struggled with meaning and purpose. The external circumstances change, but the internal human experience remains remarkably consistent across time and place. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship offers another lesson. In a world of mass-produced disposable goods, there's something appealing about objects made by skilled hands to last generations. The Victorian building you've been observing, with its careful stonework and decorative details, represents an investment of time and skill that modern construction often skips. Perhaps there's value in slowing down and doing some things well rather than doing everything quickly. The social interactions you've observed, while often rigid and formal, involve genuine attention to the people physically present. No one is checking their phone during conversations because phones don't exist. People look at each other, listen to each other, and engage directly. The Victorian social world, for all its flaws, required presence in ways that modern life sometimes doesn't. The experience has also highlighted the value of struggle in ways that comfortable modern life sometimes obscures. The Victorians who improved their circumstances, learned new skills, or contributed to social progress often did so against significant obstacles. Their achievements meant something, partly because they were difficult. Modern life's convenience is wonderful, but perhaps something is lost when everything becomes easy. There's also a lesson in Victorian London's combination of grandeur and squalor. The same society that built magnificent public buildings and expanded museums and libraries also tolerated horrific slums and child labour. This suggests that material progress doesn't automatically produce moral progress. Societies must consciously choose to extend opportunities and protections broadly, not just to privileged groups. The Victorian relationship with nature, which you've observed in the carefully maintained parks and the disregard for air and water quality, reveals a society still figuring out how to balance industrial progress with environmental health. They hadn't yet recognised that natural systems have limits. Modern society knows this, but struggles to act on that knowledge. The Victorian mistakes offer warnings, but modern people can't claim moral superiority while making similar mistakes with greater knowledge. The diversity of Victorian London, immigrants from across the empire, visitors from around the world, and people from every British region, reminds you that cities have always been meeting places of different cultures. The Victorian response was often to maintain strict social hierarchies, but the mere presence of diversity was slowly undermining those hierarchies. Cities change people by exposing them to difference, and Victorian London was doing this work even when Victorian ideology resisted it. The evening entertainment options you observed, theatres, music halls, pubs, social visits, suggest that humans need more than work and survival. Even in difficult circumstances, people sought beauty, laughter, connection and meaning. The Victorian investment in public culture, museums, libraries, parks, performance spaces, reflected a belief that culture matters, that people deserve access to beauty and knowledge regardless of their economic status. Victorian earnestness, which modern people often mock, actually reflects an admirable quality. The belief that individual actions matter, that moral behaviour makes a difference, and that trying to be better is worthwhile. The specific moral codes were flawed, but the underlying commitment to ethical living and social responsibility offers something valuable. The square where you've been sitting is now fully awake. The vendors have set up, the traffic is building, and the working day has begun. And somewhere in this moment, you feel the gentle pull backward, toward your own time, your own world, and your own comfortable bed with its modern mattress and central heating. The transition happens gradually, like waking from a particularly vivid dream. The sounds of Victorian London, the horses, the street vendors, the peculiar accent of Victorian speech begin to fade. The smells diminish. The taste of coal smoke leaves your mouth. The physical sensations of Victorian clothing, Victorian cold, and diminish, and Victorian stone beneath your feet all gently recede. You're aware of your body in your own bed, in your own time. The sheets are soft, the temperature is comfortable, and the air is clean. You can hear modern sounds, perhaps traffic that's motorised rather than horse-drawn, the hum of electronics, sounds that wouldn't make sense to a Victorian. But you bring something back with you from your Victorian day. Not physical objects, you can't bring Victorian coins or newspapers into your modern world. What you bring is understanding, the kind that only comes from imagined experience rather than abstract knowledge. You understand now why your great-grandparents or great-great-grandparents might have had certain habits that seemed odd to their grandchildren, why they saved string and washed plastic bags and treated bread with reverence. They grew up in or closer to a world where such things had real value, where wastefulness wasn't just inefficient but genuinely harmful to survival. You understand why Victorian literature often focuses on social class and reputation. When your social position determined your opportunities so completely, and when reputation was the primary form of social capital, of course people obsessed over these things. The Victorian emphasis on propriety wasn't just prudishness, it was a survival strategy. You understand why the transition to modern life was both eagerly embraced and sometimes mourned. The Victorians who lived into the 20th century experienced changes that must have felt like moving to another planet. Indoor plumbing, electricity, automobiles, movies and radio, each one represented a fundamental shift in how daily life functioned. The experience has made history feel more real, less like a series of dates and events, and more like the lived experience of actual humans dealing with their specific challenges. The Victorian era wasn't a unified period moving inexorably toward modernity. It was thousands of days like the one you just experienced, filled with ordinary people making ordinary decisions that cumulatively created change. You also understand better why certain problems persist. Inequality, environmental damage, exploitation, and discrimination. These existed in Victorian London and exist now. The specific manifestations change, but the underlying human tendencies towards selfishness, short-sightedness, and tribalism remain constant. Progress requires conscious effort, not just the passage of time. The technological optimism you might have felt before this journey is now tempered by recognition that technology solves some problems while creating others. The Victorians thought railways and telegraphs would revolutionise society and bring universal peace. They were partly right about the revolution, but completely wrong about the peace. Modern faith in technological solutions might be similarly naive. Yet there's also hope in the Victorian example. They made genuine progress on many fronts: public health, education, scientific understanding, and social reform. The changes were often gradual and incomplete, but they were real. If Victorians could improve their society despite greater obstacles, perhaps modern people can address their challenges too. As you lie in your comfortable bed, fully returned to your own time, the contrast between Victorian London and modern life feels almost absurd. You can reach over and turn on a light without leaving bed. You can adjust the temperature with a thermostat. You can check the weather, the news, and messages from friends using a device that would have seemed like magic to Victorians. The bathroom attached to your bedroom would have been a luxury beyond imagining for most Victorians. Hot water from a tap, a flush toilet, a shower, towels that you don't have to wash by hand. Each element represents decades of engineering innovation and infrastructure investment. The simple act of taking a morning shower involves systems that Victorians would have considered science fiction. Your breakfast options would amaze a Victorian. Fresh fruit from other hemispheres, coffee from distant continents, bread that stays fresh for days, refrigerated dairy products, and cereals invented after the Victorian era ended. The Victorian breakfast was porridge, bread, perhaps eggs if you could afford them. Foods that were locally produced because long-distance food transport was limited. Getting dressed takes minutes instead of the extended process Victorian clothing required. No corsets, no button hooks, no layers of undergarments. Modern clothing prioritises comfort and convenience over the elaborate social signalling that Victorian fashion performed. You can dress yourself without assistance, which was a privilege reserved for lower classes in Victorian times. The wealthy needed servants to manage their complex wardrobes. Your commute, however frustrating it might sometimes feel, would seem miraculous to Victorians. Whether you drive, take public transit or work from home, you're covering distances that would have required hours of travel in Victorian times. The modern city is physically larger than Victorian London because transportation technology allows people to live farther from their workplaces. Your workplace itself reflects changes the Victorians initiated but couldn't complete. The office workers you observed in Victorian London were pioneering a new kind of work, clerical labour that required literacy and numeracy but not physical strength. Modern knowledge work extends that Victorian innovation, though it's now mediated through computers rather than paper ledgers. The safety standards you take for granted would astound Victorians. Workplace regulations, food safety, building codes, traffic laws, all of these represent hard-won victories by reformers who recognised that industrialisation without regulation was killing people. Every modern safety feature exists because someone suffered its absence. Your access to information would seem godlike to Victorians. The accumulated knowledge of humanity is available instantly through your devices. The Victorian scholar who spent hours in libraries researching basic facts would be astonished that you can access the same information in seconds while lying in bed. Your medical care represents advances that would seem miraculous in Victorian times. Antibiotics alone have saved more lives than any other single invention. Add modern surgery, diagnostic imaging, vaccines, dental care, and treatments for conditions that were death sentences in Victorian times, and the improvement is staggering. The Victorian infant mortality rate was roughly 150 per 1,000 births. In developed countries today, it's under 5 per 1,000. Your life expectancy is dramatically longer than the Victorian average. A baby born in Victorian Britain could expect to live about 45 years. A baby born in a developed country today can expect to live past 80. Those additional decades represent millions of person-years of additional human experience, of knowledge gained, of relationships developed, and of contributions made. Yet with all these advantages, modern life brings challenges that Victorians never faced. The constant connectivity that puts the world at your fingertips also means you're never truly unreachable. The abundance of choices can become overwhelming rather than liberating. The rapid pace of change can create anxiety about keeping up. The decline of traditional communities can lead to isolation despite unprecedented communication capabilities. The environmental costs of modern life are also becoming unavoidable. The Victorians damaged their local environments. The Thames was essentially a toxic waste dump. But modern industrial society has scaled up those impacts to a global level. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and ocean acidification. These problems didn't exist in Victorian times because human industrial capacity was more limited. Progress in material comfort has come with ecological costs that future generations will bear. The social fragmentation that characterises modern life would puzzle Victorians. Their society was rigid and often cruel, but it was also coherent in ways modern society isn't. Most Victorians shared basic assumptions about religion, morality, and social organisation. Modern pluralism brings freedom but also uncertainty about shared values and common purpose. The comparison isn't meant to suggest Victorian life was better. It clearly wasn't by almost any measure. Rather, it's to recognise that progress in one dimension doesn't automatically mean progress in all dimensions. Modern life is more comfortable, safer, healthier, and offers more individual freedom than Victorian life. But it's also more complex, more fast-paced, and in some ways more isolating. As you start your modern day, going about routines that would seem fantastical to Victorians, you carry something valuable from your imaginary journey. It's not nostalgia for a past that was genuinely harder and often cruel. It's perspective, the ability to see your own life with fresh eyes by comparing it to a different way of living. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship might inspire you to value quality over convenience sometimes. Their investment in public institutions might encourage you to support libraries, museums and parks. Their social connections, however formal, might remind you to occasionally put down your devices and actually talk to the people physically present. The Victorian struggles for reform better working conditions, expanded education, improved public health remind you that progress requires effort. The improvements you enjoy weren't inevitable. They were achieved by people who recognise problems and work to solve them. Your generation faces different challenges, but the principle remains the same. Change requires intentional effort, not just complaints about current conditions. The Victorian mistakes, their environmental damage, their imperialism, their rigid social hierarchies, their limited opportunities for women and minorities serve as warnings. Having more knowledge than the Victorians doesn't make modern people morally superior unless that knowledge produces better actions. The test isn't what you know, but what you do with that knowledge. The sheer human resilience you observe throughout your Victorian day offers encouragement for handling modern challenges. If people could maintain hope, find joy, create beauty, and work for better futures while dealing with Victorian hardships, perhaps modern problems are also manageable despite their complexity. The Victorian day you've imagined has given you a gift that history always offers when approached with openness: context. Your own life exists within a specific historical moment, shaped by decisions made by previous generations and shaping the options available to future generations. Understanding this continuity can be both humbling and empowering. As you move through your modern day, driving cars that Victorians couldn't imagine, using technology that would seem like magic, solving problems that didn't exist in Victorian times, you might occasionally think about the Victorian day you experienced. Not to wish you were there, but to appreciate where you are. And maybe, just maybe, you'll wonder what someone from 2150 would think about your life in the early 21st century. What aspects of your daily routine would seem charmingly antiquated? What problems would they be amazed you tolerated? What technologies would they find amusingly primitive? What aspects of your life would they envy or want to preserve? History isn't just about the past. It's about understanding that the present is temporary, that change is constant, and that every generation faces its own challenges while benefiting from and dealing with the consequences of previous generations' choices. Victorian London is gone, transformed by more than a century of change. But it's not lost. It lives in the infrastructure it built, in the institutions it established, in the ideas it developed, in the problems it created, and in the solutions it pioneered. You walk on Victorian foundations every day, whether you realise it or not. And perhaps that's the most important lesson from your imaginary Victorian day. You too are building foundations for futures you'll never see. Your choices, your actions, and your society's decisions, all of these will influence the world that people experience generations from now. The Victorians couldn't have imagined your life, but they shaped it nonetheless. You can't imagine the world of 2150, but you're helping to create it with every choice you make. Sleep well tonight in your comfortable bed with its modern mattress and climate control. Dream perhaps of gas-lit streets and horse-drawn carriages, of a world that managed to function without any of the technologies you consider essential, and wake tomorrow with fresh appreciation for the complex, imperfect, remarkable world you inhabit. A world that's different from Victorian London, but connected to it by the continuous thread of human experience reaching back through centuries and forward into futures yet to be imagined. Imagine this. It's 1890 and you're walking through a Sicilian village. The first thing that hits you isn't the Mediterranean breeze or the smell of wild herbs. It's the fact that everyone within 3 miles knows exactly who you are, where you're going, and probably what you had for breakfast. In old Sicily, privacy was as rare as snow in August. You'd wake up in your stone house. When I say stone, I mean real rocks that the mason put together with anything he could find, like his grandmother's secret recipe that may or may not have had goat cheese in it. The walls were thick enough to stop a cannonball, which was good because your neighbour's rooster sounded like an opera singer having a terrible day. Today, your bed wasn't really what we'd call comfortable. Imagine sleeping on a mound of grain sacks filled with things like corn husks, wool that still smelled like a sheep, and sometimes even a few surprises that made you think the previous owner had been keeping his winter vegetables under there. But you know what? You could have slept standing up against a cactus after working for 14 hours straight. The morning ritual was simple and gorgeous. You would wander into the kitchen, which was also the living room, dining area and barn for the family goat on chilly nights. Your wife would have already started the fire, as people in the town believed that if you weren't married by the age of 25, it meant something was wrong with you. And by fire, I mean a real wood-burning stove that needed the talents of a NASA engineer and the patience of a saint to work right. There was bread for breakfast. Always bread. If the harvest was good and the saints were smiling, a tomato or cheese might be undiscovered. The bread was a wonder of medieval science. It was so dense that you could use it as a foundation stone, yet it was also the best thing you'd ever tasted. Your local baker, who undoubtedly learned his profession from someone who might have known Julius Caesar, had hands that could make bread and water do magic. You'd go outside after breakfast and breathe in air that was so clean it almost washed your lungs. Women beat laundry against rocks to the rhythm of ancient percussion. Children played games that always seemed to involve running at full volume. And somewhere in the distance, two men were having a philosophical argument about whether their grandfather's donkey was faster than their neighbour's grandfather's donkey. This argument had been going on for about 30 years. The roadways, if you could call them that, were more like suggestions scratched into rock by feet, hooves, and the odd cartwheel over the years. They walked around hills and olive trees like water flows downhill, which means they had no logic at all, but they always took you where you wanted to go. It was like trying to solve a three-dimensional puzzle made by someone with a sick sense of humour and a clear dislike for straight lines to go around the village. Your house was surrounded by other houses that appeared like they had sprouted out of the hillside itself. These winding paths made sure you would run into at least 17 individuals before you could buy a loaf of bread. This was on purpose. In Sicily, community wasn't simply a pleasant thought, it was a way to stay alive. When the next drought, invasion or locust plague struck, you and your neighbours would need each other. Now let's speak about your employment. In the past, work in Sicily wasn't so much about getting ahead in your profession as it was about getting Mother Nature to cooperate for one more season. If you were lucky enough to own property, by land, I mean a plot about the size of a modern parking space that was supposed to support a family of 8, you were basically a professional gambler playing against the weather, bugs, and the strange changes in soil chemistry. A modern gardener would cry for you if they saw your farming implements. Imagine a plough that looked like it had been made by someone who had only heard about ploughs and had never seen one in person. A donkey pulled it, and the only thing that seemed to qualify it for the task was its amazing ability to show existential misery through ear positioning. This donkey, let's call him Giuseppe, because they were all named Giuseppe, had something to say about every furrow and wasn't afraid to say it. People who understood that flat ground was meant for others in different regions transformed the fields into hillsides. You'd work on these terraced plots that stuck to the sides of hills, like a stone mason's fever dream. There were paths between each level that would make your calf muscles strong enough to break walnuts. Every morning, you would climb up and down these old steps with tools, seeds, hope, and occasionally Giuseppe's angry feelings when he thought the labour was too easy for him. But here's where it gets intriguing. Sicilians have turned making do into an art form that would make modern recyclers look like amateurs who waste things. Nothing, absolutely nothing, was ever thrown away. Did the broken pottery catch your eye? It was perfect for storing olive oil. Is that old shirt still in use? It can be used for cleaning purposes, as patches for a friend's old clothing, or even as a source of fire fuel. Giuseppe meticulously collected the items he added to the landscape every day, transforming them into treasures for the garden. Your wife, on the other hand, ran a household that worked like a small factory. She would get up before dawn to milk the goat, who had her own ideas about how to start the day, and made them known by moving her hooves in certain ways. Then came the bread making, which was more like conducting a symphony of yeast, timing and prayer than cooking. The dough would rise in wooden bowls that had been in the family for so long that they almost had family names. Lunch was a time when Sicilians showed that they knew something deep about life. You can't work well on an empty stomach, and you can't appreciate food well if you're in a hurry. Everyone in the hamlet would stop what they were doing for 2 hours and congregate around tables, rocks, or any other flat surface they could find. The food could have been modest, like bread, olives, and whatever veggies that the local animals hadn't devoured yet, but people ate it with such care and enjoyment that it became a celebration. The afternoon brought new problems. If you weren't tending to the crops, you might have been repairing something that was broken. In a world composed of stone, wood, and hope, This happened about every 15 minutes. Your concept on repairs was simple. If something is broken, use everything you have to fix it. If it breaks again, fix it again, but this time with more determination. If it breaks again, make it part of the design and act like it was always meant to work that way. The way people lived in your community was more complicated than a spiderweb made by an architect who couldn't make up his mind. Everyone knew everyone else, but more significantly, everyone knew everything about everyone else, even things that hadn't happened yet but surely would because, as your neighbour would remark, it runs in the family. The village well was the core of this communication network. It was the source of water, the news headquarters, and an unofficial courtroom where people could settle conflicts, from severe property problems to heated arguments about whose grandmother cooked better tomato sauce. You'd come with your water jug and leave with it, along with full reports on 3 pregnancies, 2 family fights, 1 iffy romance, and comprehensive weather forecasts from someone whose great-uncle was said to have been able to tell when it was going to rain by watching how his chickens walked. In this social order, the priest of the community had a special role. He was a spiritual guide, a mediator, an amateur meteorologist, and a secret keeper who would have made a government spy envious. He had somehow learned the fine art of knowing everything while seeming to know nothing. He could give a sermon that spoke directly to the moral shortcoming you had been struggling with all week, without ever looking you in the eye. Then there were the village elders. They were old enough to remember when things were different but not so ancient that people could comfortably dismiss what they thought. They would sit outside their houses like living libraries, giving counsel, criticism, and sometimes deep knowledge. But you had to be careful to tell the difference between the wisdom and the stories that had become better with each telling over the preceding 40 years. While everything was going on, your kids were getting an education that no school could equal. They'd learn useful things like how to get a chicken to lay eggs where you want them, how to read the weather in clouds, and how to cope with the complicated social dynamics of a place where your third cousin's choice to plant beans instead of wheat could change your family's winter food supply. But maybe most significantly, kids would learn how to tell stories. As the sun sank behind hills that had seen many families struggle and succeed, someone would start a story every night. It could have been the time great-grandfather outsmarted the tax collector, the winter when the whole village lived on nothing but olives and sheer stubbornness, or the strange merchant who came one day with spices that made everyone's food taste like it had been blessed by angels. These stories were more than just fun, they were guides for how to live. Every story had a lesson about bravery, intelligence, the value of community, and the fact that you should never ever trust someone who says they can make you rich quickly. The stories showed you that life would be hard but also beautiful, and that the hard and the beautiful were often the same thing, seen from various points of view. In your community, marriage was primarily focused on creating a partnership capable of handling any challenges life presented, rather than being centered around love, which was scarce. Courtship involved long negotiations between families, thorough background checks that would make modern security agencies look undesirable, and careful thought about practical matters like whose land bordered whose, who had the healthier goats, and whether the potential bride's mother knew any advantageous ways to treat common illnesses. People today have a hard time understanding how complicated your relationship with food was. You lived in a place where wealth and scarcity were like elderly lovers who had been battling for ages but couldn't bear to be apart. One season might yield crops so large you'd think you were in an agricultural paradise, while the next might be so lean you'd enjoy the subtle taste in bread made of hope and ground acorns. But what was wonderful was that Sicilians had come up with a way to convert any meal into a party. With just 3 ingredients, wild greens, a little olive oil and some garlic, your wife could create a dish that would delight your palate. It wasn't about using strange spices or complicated methods. It was about giving each ingredient the care and respect it needed. For example, look at your olive trees. These weren't simply plants. They were family members with their personalities, histories, and even mood disorders from time to time. Your great-grandfather learned to walk when certain trees were making oil. Those trees would keep making oil long after your great-grandchildren were old enough to grumble about the harvest. The trees were all different. This one made oil early, that one was stubborn but made the sweetest oil, and the old behemoth on the hill had weathered 3 droughts and a landslide, but still made enough olives to feed the family through the winter. During the harvest season, the hamlet transformed into a scene resembling ordered pandemonium. Everyone assisted each other, since olives don't wait for the right time, and a family that tried to pick them alone would still be picking when the next season's flowers came out. You'd work from dawn until your hands were purple from olive stains, and your back hurt like it had been redesigned by someone who hated how people stand. But the work paid off in ways that went beyond the oil's usefulness. The rhythm of the harvest was quite fulfilling. It was like reaching, picking and tossing the fruit into baskets that seemed to fill up with magic. The talks that took place throughout these lengthy days formed friendships that would last a lifetime. People worked out their problems, fell in love, and either settled old arguments or turned them into legendary feuds that would fascinate future generations. You produced wine using a similar method. The grapes grew on vines that ran down slopes in designs that made it look like the person who planted them either knew a lot about the land or had been sipping their wine while planning. Each family developed their unique methods, learning from both their mistakes and successes over the years. Some batches got so famous that they became local legends. Making wine was a mix of chemistry, art and religion. You would crush the grapes, sometimes with your foot and sometimes with a wooden press. You knew that the wine would taste like the fruit, the weather that year, the mood of the soil and your hopes for the months ahead when this purple liquid would warm winter evenings and make ordinary meals feel like celebrations. Another kind of art was preservation. Your lady knew how to preserve food in a way that would impress even the smartest food experts today. She dried, pickled, salted and stored vegetables with the meticulous care of someone who understood that the difference between having enough food and being hungry could hinge on accurately estimating how many tomatoes the family would need to last until spring. The pantry, which was really just a cool, dark part of your stone house, was set up like a military supply depot. Peppers dangled from the rafters like decorations that you could eat. There were clay containers with olive oil, preserved lemons, and strange mixtures that your wife swore could treat anything from a headache to a broken heart. They carefully stored sacks of grain, paying close attention to the moisture, temperature, and the continuing fight against rodents that thought your food storage was their buffet. Your daily life was shaped by rhythms that were older than written history, rhythms that linked you to every generation that had ever worked in this tough, magnificent country. You wouldn't wake up to alarms. Instead, you'd wake up to the sky getting lighter above mountains that had seen empires rise and fall, conquerors come and go, and people who just wanted to produce their food and raise their kids in peace. Weather wasn't simply something that occurred to you. It was your business partner, your enemy, and your unpredictable companion who might make or ruin your year depending on how it felt. You could discern signs that meteorologists would be jealous of, how the morning light hit the hills, how the wind changed between valleys, and how insects and birds acted as if they knew things that humans wouldn't understand for another 100 years. Your neighbour, the one with the philosophical donkey, possessed meteorological knowledge that was almost otherworldly. He could tell it would rain 3 days ahead of time by how his chickens organised themselves in the yard. He'd tell you when to plant by watching which wildflowers flowered first. His forecast was so good that people from nearby towns would come to him only to obtain his forecast. But knowing how the earth operated meant more than just being able to anticipate the weather. You lived in a place where cause and consequence were clear in ways that people who lived in cities would never see. If you plant at the wrong moment, your family will go hungry. If you don't pay attention to the indicators of plant disease, your neighbour's crops will suffer too. When you waste water during dry spells, everyone suffers. This person wasn't being politically aware of the environment. It was just a matter of life and death. Local craftsmen made your tools so that they fit your hands as well as your skin. For example, a man's plough or a woman's loom had to suit their hands properly. The blacksmith in the hamlet wasn't just a person who fixed things. He was an artist who could look at a piece of twisted metal and see what kind of tool it wanted to be. He would heat iron in forges that gleamed like parts of the sun that had been caught, and then he would shape the metal with hammers that made sounds that could be heard throughout the valley. The rhythm of seasonal work generated a calendar that was more reliable than anything written down. In the spring, it was time to prune, plant, and carefully encourage new growth while keeping it safe from late frosts that could ruin months of planning in a single night. During the summer, farmers were responsible for monitoring their crops, managing their water resources, and preparing for harvest. Harvesting and storing food and celebrating the year's success in the cellars and pantries took place in the fall. During winter, you had the opportunity to make repairs, strategize, and spend extended evenings sharing stories and transferring skills. The way you lived your holy life fit well with the way you farmed. You would pray for rain when your crops needed it, praise God for excellent harvests, and ask for protection when things were perilous and everything you had worked for was at stake. The village feast days were on important days for farming. Thus, the celebrations honoured both spiritual and practical customs. The church was the village's most beautiful building. It was made of the same local stone as your house, but centuries of craftsmen turned it into something that made you feel good every time you saw it. Saints peered down from paintings made by painters who knew that the faces of the saints needed to show the hopes and struggles of the people who would pray to them through years of joy and pain. Your priest had the hard job of finding a balance between long-term and short-term needs. He would deliver sermons on spiritual salvation while simultaneously monitoring families struggling to provide for their children and requiring the silent support of the community. He would marry people, baptize them and bury them, marking the end of their lives in the embrace of community, tradition, and the harsh beauty of the Sicilian environment. In your universe, family wasn't just a group of people who lived together. It was also a business, a support network, an entertainment committee, and a quality control department, all rolled into one complicated, caring, and often frustrating organisation that ran every area of everyday life. Your kids weren't just the next generation. They were your retirement plan, your insurance policy, and your way of living on in a world that judged performance in decades and centuries instead of quarterly reports. Your family's house undoubtedly sheltered 3 or 4 generations, each of whom made their own changes, repairs, and upgrades. Over time, the house became a physical record of your family's history. That corner where the wall was a different colour, great-grandfather added onto the kitchen there because great-grandmother's cooking was so outstanding that neighbours started coming over for supper without being invited. The floor in the main room isn't even. That was in the winter when Uncle Antonio put his wine barrels inside and forgot that wood expands when it gets wet. Your kids acquired responsibility not through instruction, but through practical experience. By the time they were 7, they would be in charge of critical tasks like feeding the chickens, retrieving eggs, and maintaining the fragile diplomatic ties that were needed to keep the family goats giving milk. By the time they were 10, they would know enough about farming to tell when plants were sick, guess what the weather would be like, and figure out exactly how much grain the family would need to get through till the next harvest. But being a kid wasn't all about work and duty. Kids in Sicily were great at finding fun things to do with items that adults left lying around. They would use stones, sticks, and their imaginations to play complicated games that might turn a hill into a war, a kingdom, or an ocean full of pirates. They would make toys out of scraps of fabric, build tiny communities out of pebbles and clay, and learn how to tell stories that would help them when they grew up and had to pass on traditions to the next generation. Unwritten rules, which were stronger than any written laws, dictated how neighbours treated one another. You would help with the harvest, lend tools, be there for people when they were sick or going through a hard time, and take part in the complicated social discussions that keep a small community running. However, rivalries, competitions and fights could last for decades and be enjoyable for everyone else who was not directly involved. Your town had its own court system that worked on its own, no matter who was in charge of the government at the time. Village elders settled disagreements because they knew that the purpose wasn't to figure out who was right and who was wrong, but to find solutions that let everyone keep living and working together. Most of the time, punishments were useful. For example, if you broke something, you would fix it, and then some to make up for the trouble you caused. If one were to disseminate harmful rumours, it may be necessary to engage in activities that would occupy one's time and prevent further gossip. The town also had its own economy centred on trade, mutual duty, and the idea that what goes around comes around, sometimes literally. You could swap olive oil for wheat, aid a neighbour with their harvest in exchange for help with your own building project, or give wine for a wedding celebration, knowing that when your daughter got married, the community would give generously to her celebration. Marriage wasn't just the joining of 2 people, it was the joining of 2 family businesses, complete with negotiations that would make current corporate lawyers proud. People discussed dowries, changed property lines, and planned for future generations like military leaders might. But beyond all the practical reasons was the understanding that successful marriages made partnerships strong enough to get through any problems that might come up in Sicily. Women in your village had a real but often hidden influence on the community. They oversaw the household budgets, made medical choices, set up marriages, and kept the social networks going that let people share information and solve problems. A woman who was known for being wise and making beneficial decisions might sway village decisions just as much as a male did. However, she might accomplish it by talking to people at the well instead of at official gatherings in the town square. As night falls over your village, the old stones turn gold, as they have seen many sunsets just like this one. You feel like you are part of something bigger than any one life or generation. The fire in your hearth burns wood from trees your grandfather planted. It warms a house that was built by hands that learned how to do things from craftsmen, whose names are no longer known but whose work is still strong and true. As the day comes to an end, your kids come together, their faces lit by the firelight that ties them to every child who has ever listened to stories in this room. The stories you tell them aren't just for fun. They're a legacy that passes on knowledge gained through generations of success and failure, happiness and sadness, and plenty and want. Each story teaches bravery, intelligence, determination, and community better than any school. The community relaxes into its nightly routines, which have been the same for hundreds of years, outside your massive stone walls. A woman sings while she spins wool. Her voice can be heard in the tiny alleys, which are full of children going home for dinner. The fragrance of bread baking in communal ovens mixes with the smell of wood smoke, and plants growing wild on slopes that seem to glow from inside. Your neighbours are doing their own nightly routines like taking care of animals, fixing tools, making plans for the next day's labour, and sharing meals that turn simple foods into celebrations of survival and community. The two old men are still arguing about their grandfather's donkeys, and their dispute has gotten more complicated to include extensive comparisons of the donkey's intelligence, endurance, and moral character that will make future generations laugh for decades. The priest of the hamlet makes his rounds at night, not as an official duty, but as a friend and neighbour who knows that spiritual care frequently means helping out in other ways. He might help someone make a tough choice, settle a small argument, or just have a glass of wine with someone who needs companionship. His presence is like thread through fabric, weaving through the community and making links that hold everyone together when their strength isn't enough. The stars shine above mountains that have protected your people from invasions, plagues, famines, and all the other things that test human strength. You remember that you are part of a chain that goes back to ancestors whose names you will never know, but whose blood runs through your veins. Their hardships made your life possible, just like your struggles are making life possible for kids who haven't been born yet. The knowledge of your world isn't in books, it's in how you read the weather, how you keep food fresh, the stories you tell, the songs you sing, and the people you meet. It's wisdom that comes from experience, is tested by need, and is confirmed by the fact that you're here, doing well in a location that asks a lot of its people and provides them beauty, community, and a deep sense of belonging. Your Sicily isn't just a place on a map. It's a way of living that knows how seasons and souls are connected, how individual effort can help a community survive, and how daily work is necessary but also spiritual when it's shared with others through meals, stories, and struggles that become victories. As you go off to sleep in your old house surrounded by the tranquil sounds of a community at rest, you feel positive about the work you've done, the connections you've taken care of, and the traditions you've kept alive. Tomorrow will bring new problems, new chances, and new stories to contribute to the collection that makes up your people. But tonight, you are surrounded by community, tradition, and the lasting beauty of a life lived in accordance with the rhythms of the soil, the seasons, and the human heart that finds its home in the endless dance between struggle and celebration that is the heart of the Sicilian character. The fire turns into brilliant embers, your kids' breathing slows as they fall asleep, and the old hills outside your window stand guard over dreams that tie you to every generation that has ever lived on this wild, beautiful island. Cyrus the Great came into a world teeming with mythic haze around 600 BCE, in a corner of southwestern Iran known as Anshan. Later ages wove legends of how his destiny was prophesied before birth. Tradition says his mother, Mandane, was the daughter of Astyages, the Median king. Alarmed by a dream suggesting her child would topple him, Astyages ordered the infant Cyrus's death. Yet the official tasked with murder found the baby too innocent to slaughter. He handed him to a shepherd's family instead, so the story goes, ensuring Cyrus survived in obscurity. Whether or not these details ring strictly true, they reveal how, from the start, storytellers recognized an extraordinary quality in him, someone rising from peril to shape an empire. In early boyhood, it's said Cyrus displayed remarkable empathy, bridging differences among local tribes. The southwestern fringe of the Zagros Mountains was no calm territory. Petty warlords vied over water sources, trade routes, and farmland. Yet Cyrus reputedly navigated these tensions with an uncanny mix of kindness and resolve, forging friendships among shepherds and minor chieftains. Over time, the local talk was less about a hidden child saved from a king's wrath, and more about a charismatic youth unafraid to challenge older men's assumptions. Elders, though wary, found him unexpectedly persuasive. When Cyrus reached adolescence, his lineage demanded he connect with the court in Anshan. He discovered that his father, Cambyses I, was a vassal to the Medes. The Median suzerainty overshadowed the region, with Astyages reigning in Ecbatana, an older metropolis perched among mountains. That overshadowing rankled. The once proud kings of Anshan had accepted vassal status for decades. Cyrus gleaned quickly that many in the southwestern region chafed under Median taxes and arbitrary demands. Observing resentments carefully, he concluded that if he ever rose to power, he might galvanize these frustrations into a cohesive front. Though overshadowed by the Medes, Anshan maintained a distinct cultural identity. The realm's traditions traced back to Elamite and Persian roots, forging a tapestry of customs. Cyrus, open to absorbing knowledge, studied the region's older languages, gleaning lore from wise men versed in archaic myths. One result, a worldview that placed bridging cultural divides at the center of leadership. He recognized that stable rule demanded acknowledging local traditions rather than imposing a single rigid system. This concept would later manifest in how he governed a sprawling empire with myriad peoples. As a young man, Cyrus served briefly in the Median army, perhaps under the watchful eye of Astyages. Accounts differ on how cordial that relationship was. Some sources claim the older king ironically found Cyrus appealing, only belatedly realizing the youth's growing ambition. Others propose that Astyages kept him close precisely to forestall rebellion. In either case, Cyrus saw the Medes' weaknesses from within. They boasted strong cavalry and fortress, but corruption and complacency riddled Astyages' bureaucracy. The king's courtiers squabbled, indulging in luxurious feasts. Meanwhile, lesser vassal states seethed under burdensome tribute. The stage was set for a revolt if sparked by the right figure. Upon Cambyses I's death, Cyrus became the nominal ruler of Anshan. He faced immediate tension with Ecbatana. Sometime around 550 BCE, Cyrus launched an uprising, unifying Persians under his banner. The old stories depict him proclaiming that the time had come to cast off Median overlordship, forging a new order that recognized Persian leadership. He marched north, leveraging alliances with other disaffected tribes. Astyages roused his forces but discovered many loyal officers had turned coat, enticed by Cyrus's promise of a fairer rule. In a surprising turn, Cyrus captured Ecbatana with minimal resistance. Cyrus seized Astyages, thereby ending his rule. With the Medes subdued, Cyrus did something unusual for a conqueror. He spared Astyages' life, absorbing the Median capital and aristocracy without mass slaughter. This approach hinted at the hallmark of his future empire, respect for local elites, provided they served under him. Some ancient kingdoms might have sacked Ecbatana to destroy it permanently. Cyrus recognized the value in co-opting the existing administration, forging a dual monarchy of sorts, Median and Persian. Already, onlookers noticed that Cyrus was no typical warlord driven solely by conquest. He had a cunning sense of policy. The newly minted king of the Persians and Medes reigned from Ecbatana, adopting Median structures while weaving in Persian influences. He reorganized the army, combining Median heavy cavalry with Persian infantry discipline. Within a few short years, news of a rising power in the Iranian plateau spread westward, reaching Lydia in Anatolia and the edges of Mesopotamia. Many scoffed that a newly minted Persian kingdom couldn't overshadow established powers like Lydia or Babylon. Cyrus, unperturbed, busied himself forging alliances, building supply lines and reinforcing frontiers. He sensed that other horizons beckoned, lands ruled by kings who viewed him as a mere upstart. The next chapters would prove them wrong, as Cyrus's unstoppable expansions would reshape the entire region's political map. Securing the Median throne was but a first step. Cyrus turned his gaze west toward Lydia, ruled by the wealthy king Croesus, famed for controlling vast gold reserves and forging alliances with Greek city-states. Croesus had observed the Persian takeover of Media with alarm. He reasoned that a swiftly rising Cyrus might threaten Lydia's eastern border. Some counsels suggested forging an alliance with the new Persian king, but Croesus, proud of Lydia's riches and alliances, opted for confrontation. The impetus came when Cyrus advanced from the Zagros region to the Halys River boundary. Croesus marched out, anticipating the swift campaign to impart a lesson to Persia. However, after some inconclusive battles, winter approached, and Croesus retreated. Believing warfare would pause, he sent mercenaries home, planning to resume hostilities in spring. Cyrus, defying typical seasonal norms, pursued the Lydians relentlessly during winter. This bold move caught Croesus unprepared. A swirl of smaller engagements left Lydia's outposts reeling. By the time Croesus scrambled his allies again, Cyrus was at Lydia's doorstep. The culminating siege of Sardis, Lydia's capital, became legendary. The city's walls perched on steep cliffs. Cyrus, scanning the fortress, found a seeming weakness, one cliff face that looked unclimbable to defenders, thus less guarded. Under cover of night, his men scaled that near-vertical slope, surprising the watch. They gained entry, opening the gates for the main Persian force. Sardis fell, and Croesus was captured. Tradition says that Cyrus initially planned to execute Croesus on a funeral pyre, but he changed his mind. Some say it was after hearing Croesus's lament about the cruelty of fortune. Alternatively, an oracle or a retainer's council might have spurred Cyrus's clemency. Croesus was spared, however, and given an honorary position in his new government. The gesture signalled a pattern. Cyrus subdued rivals yet frequently integrated them, preserving local structures if they accepted his authority. With Lydia subdued, Cyrus effectively inherited its Anatolian possessions, including Greek city-states along the Aegean coast. Those Ionian Greeks had treaties with Croesus, but were uncertain about Persian rule. Some tried resisting. Cyrus assigned local satraps governors who demanded tribute but otherwise left local customs intact. Over time, these Ionian city-states realized Persian governance could be quite hands-off if tributes were paid. The approach partially eased tensions, though pockets of revolt remained. The Persians recognized that shipping was crucial for Aegean commerce, so Cyrus refrained from heavy-handed oppression that might stifle trade. In effect, Ionian city-states found themselves overshadowed by a more tolerant conqueror than they might have feared. Then came the inevitable confrontation with Babylon, the famed empire controlling Mesopotamia. Babylon's king, Nabonidus, was known for eccentric religious policies, alienating certain factions within the city. Many priests of Marduk disliked Nabonidus's focus on the moon god Sin. Meanwhile, outlying provinces of Babylon grew restive. Cyrus aimed to exploit these rifts. He maintained correspondence with Babylonian dissidents, presenting himself as a liberator who would restore worship of Marduk and rectify neglect from the monarchy. Propaganda tablets found centuries later suggest that some Babylonian elites welcomed him. By 539 BCE, Cyrus marched to Babylon, defeating the main army at Opis with minimal trouble. Then, in an event overshadowed by myth, the gates of Babylon opened, letting him enter peacefully. The city's inhabitants, possibly fatigued by Nabonidus's misrule, found little cause to resist. With that, the storied metropolis fell quietly to a new empire. Cyrus formalized these conquests into what we know as the Achaemenid Empire. He proclaimed a policy of respecting local religions and traditions, seeing in this approach a key to stable governance across vast distances. The most famous artifact of this stance is the Cyrus cylinder, discovered millennia later. Inscribed in cuneiform, it praises Cyrus as chosen by Marduk to restore proper worship in Babylon. It also records how he repatriated displaced peoples, forging an image of a tolerant, almost benevolent conqueror. Historians debate the extent of tolerance, noting that tribute demands still weighed heavy on subject peoples. However, by the standards of the era, his approach was more lenient than typical. He rarely burned cities or enslaved entire populations. Rather, he integrated local elites, weaving them into satrapal structures. This policy extended to the Hebrews exiled in Babylon. Cyrus famously permitted them to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple. Hebrew scriptures laud him as an anointed figure, a foreign king recognized as an instrument of divine will. The uniqueness of a Mesopotamian empire that championed the restoration of a local temple abroad was not lost on contemporary observers. For Cyrus, this meant forging loyalty across a mosaic of cultures. He recognized that the empire's core lay not just in fear of Persian arms, but in a sense of prosperity and religious freedom under Persian oversight. By the mid-530s BCE, the empire sprawled from the fringes of Anatolia to the edge of the Iranian plateau, with Babylon as a second capital. Cyrus oversaw the creation of roads linking these domains, encouraging caravans to travel more securely. A new administrative pattern emerged. Each province, satrapy, had a satrap, typically local nobility loyal to the throne, balanced by roving inspectors and lines of communication direct to Cyrus. Freed from local wars, trade flourished. Western sources sometimes labelled him a lawgiver, though he never compiled a code akin to Hammurabi. Instead, he simply refrained from supplanting local codes unless necessary, letting them continue under a broader imperial canopy. In forging this empire, Cyrus overshadowed the older pattern of fractious city-kingdom. Now, a single rule united myriad tongues, from Ionian Greek to Aramaic, from Lydian to Elamite. For the moment, all seemed unstoppable. But an empire so vast inevitably brushed against fresh frontiers, beckoning the next wave of expansion. Or would caution counsel consolidation? The man who ascended from rumoured infancy in a shepherd's hut to commanding half the known region now faced the question: was the empire's thirst for growth ever sated, or did destiny push him onward, risking new hazards? With Babylon integrated into his empire, Cyrus contemplated the eastern frontier. The Iranian plateau merged into Central Asian steppes, home to nomadic or semi-nomadic tribes known for mobile warfare. Legends say that Cyrus's father, Cambyses I, once warned him that subduing such tribes required persistent vigilance, as they seldom recognized stable borders. But the new empire needed to anchor its eastern flank, especially if trade routes from the Indus Valley or Bactria, Bisabdir, were to channel goods across Persian heartlands. Cyrus recognized the dual impetus: secure those routes and ensure no flank vulnerability. He dispatched armies along the Oxus River, Amu Darya, forging alliances with local chieftains. Some steppe tribes, intrigued by the prospect of stable trade and potential gifts from the great king, cooperated. Others resisted, leading to skirmishes in desert canyons. Cyrus accompanied part of the campaign, employing the same tolerance approach. Tribes that submitted maintained local leadership, paying tribute but enjoying relative autonomy. That method overshadowed the old practice of forced relocations or decimation. Yet his men found the environment harsh, with punishing heat by day and frigid nights, complicated by elusive tribal raiders adept at ambushes. In Bactria, Cyrus encountered a settled civilization older than many realized, an area with fortresses, irrigation, and a lineage of trade connections with India. He found skillful artisans and wise men with knowledge of local religions, some worshipping Ahura Mazda under variants of Zoroastrian practice. This encounter possibly reaffirmed his approach of letting each region keep its faith. Indeed, coins from that era show local imagery mixed with Persian inscriptions, reflecting a synergy rather than forced uniformity. Historians see in this pattern the seeds of an empire tolerant enough to last for centuries, overshadowing the ephemeral expansions of earlier conquerors who imposed uniform codes. Yet the East never fully bowed. Cyrus soon realized that beyond Bactria lay more formidable tribes. Surviving inscriptions mention a feared group referred to as the Massageti, dwelling across the Jaxartes River. They were skilled horse archers, famously led by a warrior queen named Tamiris. The problem was that direct conflict with them meant venturing into semi-desert lands where supply lines collapsed. But Cyrus's ambition, or necessity, drove him to attempt an incursion around 530 BCE. Some sources suggest he built a bridging strategy, possibly bridging the Jaxartes, or else luring the Massagetae into friendlier terrain. The outcome was tragic for him. Herodotus claims a pitched battle saw the Persian forces eventually outmaneuvered. Cyrus himself, refusing retreat, was either captured or killed in the melee. Legend has it Queen Tomyris dipped his severed head in a bag of blood, cursing him for devouring her people. We cannot confirm the dramatic details with absolute certainty. Ancient accounts vary. Some say Cyrus died from wounds, others claim an accident in the swirling desert. However, all accounts agree that his demise occurred on the eastern frontier. This abrupt end overshadowed the notion that he'd have consolidated further expansions. Without him, the empire defaulted to his son Cambyses II, who turned attention to Egyptian campaigns. If not for that fatal eastern gamble, Cyrus might have had decades to refine governance, bridging Asia Minor to the Indus under a carefully balanced rule. Fate intervened, bequeathing us only partial glimpses of what might have been. Back in the heartlands, news of Cyrus's death unleashed grief. He had reigned for around 3 decades, forging the largest empire the region had witnessed. Even many respondents felt sorrow. In Babylon, priests who previously lauded him as Marduk's chosen recognized that a new chapter approached under Cambyses' shadow. In southwestern Persia, folktales circulated praising Father Cyrus, who delivered them from Median oppression. Ionian Greeks, though not always content with Persian rule, ironically expressed more respect for Cyrus than for subsequent kings, praising his measured approach. Cyrus's body, presumably recovered from the battlefield, was laid in a tomb in Pasargadae, a site he had chosen earlier. Ancient travellers described it as a simple, yet dignified, structure with a gabled roof, overshadowed by no elaborate temple but set amid a garden. In subsequent eras, every Persian king revered that tomb, ensuring none defiled it. Alexander the Great, centuries later, visited and reportedly found the tomb with a simple inscription praising Cyrus as the founder of an empire, summoning the reflection that every conqueror, no matter how grand, meets mortality. That tomb, though occasionally looted or neglected, endures in partial ruins, a quiet testament to a man's ephemeral hold on a vast territory. His death unsettled the monarchy's immediate stability. Cambyses II embarked on expansions into Egypt, overshadowing local satrap tensions. The memory of Cyrus, however, never dissipated. Each subsequent Persian ruler, from Cambyses to Darius, traced legitimacy to Cyrus's lineage. They credited him with forging a national identity that encompassed diverse languages, faiths, and social customs under a unified administrative framework. In every corner of the empire, from the Ionian shore to the Indus Valley, the idea of the King of Kings who protected local traditions while demanding loyalty remained a cornerstone of imperial ideology. Cyrus, even in absentia, overshadowed the realm with his moral-laced approach to rulership. The Achaemenid dynasty that Cyrus initiated endured for 2 centuries, overshadowed eventually by Alexander's conquest in the 4th century BCE. Yet even as Alexander marched across the Persian Empire, local memory of Cyrus spurred a measure of pride and unity. Some communities, upon Alexander's arrival, recounted how Cyrus had first liberated them from oppressive rule. Alexander, intrigued by these accounts, visited Cyrus's tomb at Pasargadae in 330 BCE. An eyewitness described the tomb as humble yet dignified, with a stone chamber and the remains resting on a golden bier. Alexander allegedly ordered repairs after discovering the tomb rifled by unscrupulous soldiers. This gesture signified how deeply Cyrus's reputation for magnanimous leadership struck even his empire's eventual conqueror. Greek sources, like Xenophon's Cyropaedia, further amplified Cyrus's legacy. Xenophon depicted him as an exemplary ruler, wise, just, and beloved by soldier and subject alike. Scholars debate how factual Xenophon's portrayal is. Some see it as half moral treatise, half historical novelle, but the Cyropaedia shaped Western ideas of kingship, overshadowing alternative narratives. Roman thinkers like Cicero or Machiavelli cited Cyrus as a model for wise monarchy. Indeed, the phrase benevolent conqueror found perhaps its earliest champion in how Greeks recast him. The reality of his campaigns, like forcibly subduing Lydia or merciless battles in the east, fell into the background in these moral sketches. Meanwhile, in later Persian tradition, Cyrus emerged almost as a cultural hero, overshadowing even Darius in terms of moral reverence. Some medieval Islamic scholars wrote of him as Du al-Qarnayn, the two-horned one, in certain interpretive traditions, linking him to a figure in the Quran who travelled widely and overcame great challenges. Though not universally accepted, that association underscored how widely his image ranged in cultural memory. People in West Asia recognised him as a champion of religious tolerance, referencing the famed cylinder in which he declared Marduk's blessing. Others found in him an early blueprint for empire building balanced by moral codes. During the Renaissance in Europe, renewed interest in classical text revived Cyrus's story again, overshadowed though it was by more immediate local concerns. Princes might glance at Xenophon's treatise as an allegory for how to rule with both justice and might. In the 18th century, Enlightenment and thinkers, too, referenced him while discussing universal monarchy or the philosophy of tolerance. Voltaire, for instance, occasionally invoked Cyrus as an example of a more enlightened conqueror compared to the brutal expansions of certain European empires. Yet ironically, the earliest archaeological revelations about Cyrus, such as the unearthing of the Cyrus cylinder in 1879, reaffirmed that the Persian king's claims of tolerance weren't purely myth. That artifact, discovered in the ruins of Babylon, inscribed in Akkadian cuneiform, outlines how Cyrus restored shrines and returned displaced peoples to their homelands. The cylinder stands as one of history's earliest known declarations of religious freedom, overshadowing older examples that typically validated conquests with deities, but rarely promised oppressed peoples new liberties. Historians debate the precise context. Maybe it was partly propaganda to legitimize his new rule, but it remains a striking departure from the standard forced assimilation typical of the era. Modern Iranians view Cyrus with a blend of national pride and fascination. Some see him as a unifying father figure of the Iranian identity, overshadowing the fractiousness of medieval and modern periods. Even secular nationalists in the 20th century embraced him as a symbol of a culturally rich, tolerant heritage. For instance, the Shah of Iran in 1971 staged a massive ceremonial event at Persepolis, referencing Cyrus as the empire's founder. This extravaganza, ironically overshadowed by a modern discontent, showed how deeply his memory resonated. Revolutionaries later disdained the monarchy's appropriation of ancient glories, but not necessarily disclaiming Cyrus's historical significance. One underexplored angle is the possibility that Cyrus's style of leadership strongly influenced how subsequent Middle Eastern powers approached empire. The notion that subjugated peoples might keep their local laws, worship, and aristocracies in exchange for paying tribute and remaining loyal established a precedent. The Ottoman Empire, centuries later, had a millet system that rang with echoes of Cyrus's approach. This overshadowing legacy remains subtle yet persistent. Thus, Cyrus's story flows across epochs, from a child rumoured to have escaped an execution order, to a cunning statesman uniting Persians and Medes, to a conqueror forging an empire that overshadowed old regional polities, culminating in a cultural hero for multiple civilizations. Each era reinterprets him, some extolling him as the ultimate wise king, others cautioning that the realities of conquest always bear a darker side. But no matter how the narrative shifts, the essential thread is that of a man forging a novel empire with broad tolerance, overshadowing the archaic tyranny or petty squabbling that preceded him, and leaving a blueprint that outlived the ephemeral politics of the day. When we examine how Cyrus governed, the structure of his empire stands out. Instead of imposing Persian officials everywhere, he created satrapies, granting local elites some autonomy so long as they pledged allegiance and taxes to the great king. Each satrap managed daily affairs, overshadowed only by the king's authority and roving inspectors called the eyes and ears of the king. This system reduced rebellion likelihood, as local customs largely stayed intact. The difference from older empires, like the Assyrians, who often deported populations or used terror tactics, was striking. People recognized a new brand of rule, where assimilation demanded fewer forced migrations and more recognition of local identity. Cyrus's approach to water management tells a compelling story. In certain arid provinces, older feuds erupted over irrigation ditches. The Persian administration introduced consistent oversight, ensuring farmland disputes were arbitrated by official judges. This reduced local clan violence, boosting agricultural output. Some speculate that the reason the empire thrived economically was precisely these micro-level reforms, overshadowing the simpler, older pattern of a warlord, merely collecting tribute through intimidation. Diplomatically, Cyrus engaged in inter-empire marriages. The melding of Persian and Median lines was the earliest example. But he also welcomed Lydian aristocrats into his court, forging alliances with families once loyal to Croesus. In rare cases, a princess or daughter from a subdued region might join the Persian court. These events overshadowed the typical scenario of forcibly taking hostages. Instead, Cyrus wanted them to partake in the empire's splendour, weaving them into a social fabric that dissuaded rebellion. The old hostage system became more subtle, shading into an inclusive aristocracy where local leaders found new status as part of the Achaemenid nobility. Spiritually, Cyrus's personal faith remains debated. Some modern Iranians claim him as a Zoroastrian, but direct evidence is scarce. The extant sources suggest he revered Ahura Mazda, reflecting Zoroastrian influence, but never forced that worship on diverse realms. The Cyrus cylinder emphasizes Marduk's acceptance into Babylon, while Greek accounts mention that among Persian elites, certain rights to the elements, like the sky and fire, were honoured. He overshadowed earlier warlords by not imposing a single religious identity. Indeed, many credit him with forging an empire that for centuries maintained a measure of tolerance for local temples, overshadowing the simpler approach of idol smashing or forced conversions. Cyrus's persona in the eyes of Greek contemporaries varied. Some depicted him as a gentle father figure, others found him cunning, exploiting tolerance only to keep rebellious hearts subdued. In Ionian Greek city-states, certain segments admired him for toppling Lydia's Croesus, who had overshadowed them, ironically forging a liberator narrative. But Ionian elites soon realised Persian suzerainty had its demands: tribute, garrisons, and complicated negotiations if they wanted to maintain local autonomy. Despite celebrating their commercial expansions under Persian rule, the Ionian elites were vigilant for potential changes in the imperial stance. Perhaps the most surprising dimension is how Cyrus never crowned himself with an elaborate new regal title akin to Emperor of all lands. Instead, he used older traditions like King of Anshan, King of the Medes and Persians, or King of Babylon in official inscriptions, linking them in a chain that overshadowed old rivalries. Each region saw him as successor to its last legitimate monarchy. This acceptance across diverse lands is a reason the empire stabilized swiftly, overshadowing typical post-conquest chaos. The synergy of recognized kingship and practical policies prevented many local revolts. Even in the eastern frontiers, only the fiercely independent steppe tribes remained wholly beyond easy assimilation. Modern archaeologists rummaging through sites like Pasargadae or Ecbatana unearth inscriptions attributing grand titles and praising Cyrus's benevolence. However, they also find glimpses of forced tribute or conscript labour, reminding us that no empire extends without cost. The difference is that Cyrus balanced typical harshness with broader leniency. Instead of mass enslavement or forced relocations, he practiced strategic generosity. A city that surrendered might keep its local council, paying only partial tributes for a time. A rebellious region, once subdued, found him open to restitution if they accepted imperial suzerainty. This pattern repeated across Anatolia, Mesopotamia and beyond, forging an empire that outlived him by centuries. One wonders how the world might have changed had Cyrus not died in that eastern campaign. Perhaps he'd have established a definitive capital bridging Persian and Mesopotamian aesthetics. He might have expanded further into the Indus region, overshadowing future expansions by Darius. The abruptness of his death left many of those what-ifs unresolved. Yet his blueprint was so robust that successors like Cambyses II or Darius I built upon it seamlessly, rarely discarding the system of satrapies or the approach to local autonomy. This continuity underscores how deeply Cyrus's approach was woven into the empire's bedrock. His policies, akin to the reformed water channels, permeated the imperial veins, surpassing the fleeting preferences of subsequent kings. In the centuries following Cyrus's empire, wave after wave of conquest battered West Asia: Alexander's invasion, the Seleucid Empire, the Parthians, and the Sasanian dynasty. Each new regime staked claims over the old heartlands. Yet repeated references to the old ways of Cyrus appear in local legends, overshadowing short-term rule. Cyrus's system became a benchmark for managing a multi-ethnic domain. Even the storied House of Sasan, centuries later, argued they recaptured the spirit of a Achaemenid monarchy. Their coinage or rock reliefs sometimes invoked motifs reminiscent of Cyrus's era, overshadowed by a new version of Persian identity. That cyclical pattern of referencing Cyrus indicates he was not just a fleeting conqueror, but a permanent archetype. Outside the Middle East, Greek authors transmitted an idealized account, culminating in Xenophon's Chiropedia, which painted Cyrus as a paragon of kingly virtue. Over the next 2 millennia, that text influenced statesmen from Machiavelli to the founding fathers of the United States. They gleaned from it lessons on balancing fear and love, forging alliances, and uniting diverse peoples. Ironically, the real Cyrus might have been more pragmatic and occasionally ruthless than Xenophon's moral hero, but the overshadowing effect of the text shaped Western political thought. Early modern Europe's fascination with enlightened absolutism found in Cyrus a distant model, someone who overcame fractious petty lords by imposing a central authority tempered by tolerance. Back in his homeland, the tomb at Pasargadae endured storms and conquests, overshadowing ephemeral shrines. When Alexander visited, he left it intact. Later Parthian or Sasanian kings, though not worshippers of Cyrus, recognized the tomb's significance as a link to an illustrious Iranian heritage. Under the Muslim conquest, centuries later, legends persisted around the tomb, some calling it Kaaba-e-Madar-e-Suleiman, tomb of Solomon's mother, though the local population likely kept the memory that it was Cyrus's final resting place. Rare travellers, from Venetian merchants to Ottoman envoys, occasionally documented a solitary, tower-like structure in the Iranian plateau, overshadowed by no massive city. Inside lay inscriptions or faint carvings referencing a king who once bestrode the region like a colossus. In the 20th century, as modern Iranian nationalism stirred, Cyrus's memory was rehabilitated as an emblem of national unity and historical grandeur. Reza Shah Pahlavi visited Pasargadae, staging ceremonies that overshadowed the site's archaeological hush. The monarchy sought symbolic links to an ancient lineage, championing Cyrus's cylinder as an early human rights charter. This overshadowed complexities like the imperial nature of his conquests, but offered a rallying point for Iranian identity. Even post-revolutionary Iran, while reinterpreting pre-Islamic glories, cannot fully disregard Cyrus's significance. Pilgrims still come, some quietly leaving flowers by the tomb to honour the father of the Persian realm, overshadowing theological differences. In the global sphere, the Cyrus Cylinder tours museums, sparking discussions on religious tolerance, good governance, and the narrative of enlightened empire. Some critics caution that while the cylinder reveals a progressive tone for its era, we shouldn't anachronistically label Cyrus a modern democrat. He was, after all, an absolute monarch. Nonetheless, the overshadowing message of leniency and returning exiles stands out in a time when many ancient conquerors pillaged and enslaved. Indeed, the notion of a state respecting local gods and temples was radical for the period. Yet it's not as if Cyrus overcame all cruelty. In certain provinces that resisted, the Persian armies could be ruthless, using siege tactics to starve city populations. But once victory was secured, the mercy or acceptance of local practices overshadowed total subjugation. Scholars highlight that such a measured approach likely prevented constant revolts. People under Persian rule might pay taxes and serve in the army, but they kept shrines, local councils, and a measure of cultural autonomy. This delicate interplay formed the empire's core strength, overshadowing older Mesopotamian or Neo-Assyrian methods reliant on sheer terror. As we revisit Cyrus's life in total, we see an interplay of epic achievements and ephemeral mortality. He rose from a rumoured near infanticide to forging a realm from the Aegean to eastern Iran, overshadowing kings who once boasted unassailable might. Yet he too succumbed to the hazards of frontier warfare. The Grand Empire remained, shaped by his administrative blueprint, overshadowing the ephemeral nature of any single mortal. Even in death, he overshadowed the typical memory of warlords by becoming a cherished legend in multiple cultures. The cyclical references to Cyrus over millennia, by Greeks, Romans, Iranians, and modern statesmen, affirm that the imprint he left on governance and tolerance was never fully erased, overshadowing the typical ephemeral conquests that vanish into dust. Reflecting on Cyrus the Great's journey, a picture emerges of a ruler who both embodies the archetype of ancient conqueror and subverts it. His life, bridging the mid-6th century BCE, shaped an enduring empire that overshadowed ephemeral local kingdoms. He fused compassion aid with power, forging a blueprint of rule that soared beyond typical tyranny. He used violence to conquer and wove a multi-ethnic fabric under the Achaemenid banner. In the swirl of centuries, intangible threads of his approach, satrapies, cultural respect, and integrated administration surface repeatedly in later states' governance. Take, for instance, the phenomenon of repatriating exiled peoples. The Hebrew text describing Cyrus's decree for the Judeans to rebuild their temple highlight a radical departure from norms. Empires often exiled populations to quell rebellion. Cyrus reversed that policy, overshadowing earlier cruelty with a stance that returning exiled groups might yield loyal gratitude. This perspective resonates in modern dialogues about religious freedom. Indeed, some interpret the cylinder's references to various shrines as an early charter of rights. Though historians caution about overstating it as a universal human rights document, the overshadowing principle remains. For the 6th century BCE, it was remarkably forward-thinking. Consider also the architecture of Pasargadae, Cyrus's capital. Known for its symmetrical gardens and a design-mixing median, Elamite, and local Persian styles, it overshadowed simplistic fortress cities of older times. Greek visitors centuries later found it distinctively airy and open, as if the city layout reflected Cyrus's inclusive policies. The tomb there, so unpretentious yet dignified, speaks volumes about how he conceptualized rulership, not as an aloof god-king, but as a caretaker bridging lands. While subsequent palaces like Persepolis overshadowed Pasargadae's scale, the latter's multi-ethnic decorative elements reveal a microcosm of the entire empire's synergy. A final puzzle is whether we can glean Cyrus's personal temperament behind the annals and legends. Greek sources paint him as kindly, though they were motivated to highlight the good Oriental king. The Babylonian Chronicle calls him the chosen of Marduk, overshadowing older conquerors who defiled the city. Persian lore emphasizes his cunning rise from near-death infancy. Different perspectives idealize him. Likely, the real Cyrus was at times ruthless, at times merciful, and always pragmatic. He overrode petty local customs when they hindered stable rule, but mostly let communities maintain their identity. He believed that an empire spanning from Lydia to Gandhara needed cohesive laws but flexible local governance. That strategic approach overshadowed simpler warlord tyranny. In subsequent Iranian national consciousness, he emerges as the father of the country, overshadowing the ephemeral wars that battered the region. The cyclical invocation of his name in times of crisis or reform underscores how deeply he impacted the Iranian sense of historical continuity. Even diaspora communities scattered by centuries of migrations might refer to him as an emblem of tolerant monarchy, rare in an age typically remembered for despots. Meanwhile, as the West rediscovered antiquity outside the region, Cyrus eclipsed many lesser-known figures, emerging in classical references as a conqueror who maintained his moral integrity. From a modern viewpoint, we might weigh whether his expansions cause moral dissonance. Can one hail a conqueror as great who still inflicted bloodshed on resistors? The question spiraled the ancient world's norms. Where might typically equaled right? The hallmark of Cyrus was a partial departure from that norm, applying might but overlaying it with a veneer of diplomacy and local respect. That bridging stance singled him out among his peers, unlike the more brutal expansions of the Assyrians or the narrower religious zeal of some later rulers. Perhaps the abiding lesson is that leadership emerges from forging alliances across boundaries, respecting differences while forging common cause. Cyrus's key achievements, unifying diverse populations, fostering trade routes, and standardizing administration, didn't revolve solely around battlefield triumph. They also hinged on compromise, negotiation, and an awareness that conquering fractious divisions was essential to build an empire that endured beyond his lifetime. Indeed, though he died in a frontier skirmish, the empire's scaffolding carried on for centuries, the ephemeral nature of any single ruler's lifespan, and so, as we close the pages of Cyrus the Great, we glean an image of a man who both harnessed power and recognized that an empire's heartbeat lay in a bridging cultural mosaic. He overcame the swirl of petty wars and archaic tyrannies, setting an example of pragmatic tolerance. In the tapestry of world conquerors, some savage, some cunning, he stands out for weaving the threads of compassion into conquest, showcasing a purely brutal approach. The centuries that followed, from Alexander's awe to modern retellings, Affirm that his memory remains luminous, an archetype of how unstoppable ambition can be tempered by a genuine concern for the governed, forging an empire that obliterated old patterns and set new standards. Picture yourself on the front porch of a house in a small town in America on October 31st, 1909. It's about 5 o'clock in the evening, and the light in the fall has that special quality that photographers spend their whole lives trying to get golden slanting, making everything it touches look like it belongs in a painting you'd find in your grandmother's parlour. The air is cool like it is in October, which makes you happy to have a cardigan or wool jacket, but not so cold that you need to hurry inside. You can't make the smell in the air artificially. It's a mix of wood smoke from someone's chimney and the earthy smell of leaves that fell yesterday and got wet in the rain. Underneath it all, there's that smell of autumn that can't be put into words. You could be in any number of towns like Oberlin, Ohio, Concord, Massachusetts, or Galesburg, Illinois. In 1909, these towns all had tree-lined streets with maples that were putting on their annual fireworks show of colour. Houses that were close enough to feel like neighbours but far enough apart for privacy. And a pace of life that modern people would find either relaxing or maddeningly slow, depending on their mood. Most of the houses on your street are made of wood and are painted in sensible colours like white, grey, or sometimes a bold cream. These are not the perfectly restored Victorian homes you see in historic districts today. These are homes that people live in, and some of them need a little paint touch-up, while others have porches that sag a little in the middle from years of use. But they're all well taken care of, with walkways that are swept and windows that catch the evening light like amber. The big party that October 31st, 1909 would become wasn't yet a big deal. People still called it Halloween or Halloween, which is a cute old-fashioned way to say it. But it wasn't a day that needed to be planned weeks in advance or taken off work. Kids went to school like usual, adults went about their daily lives, and the parties that night mostly took place in homes and church social halls instead of turning entire neighbourhoods into haunted displays. At this time of day, the streets are starting to quiet down. Men are coming home from work, stores and offices. They are walking home because in a town like this, most things are close enough to walk to. They're dressed up in suits, but not because it's a special occasion. That's just what men wore to work. They wore dark wool suits with vests, pocket watches on chains, and hats that they would hang on coat racks as soon as they got home. Women can be seen through lit windows, moving around their kitchens in the strange dance of making dinner. In 1909, cooking dinner didn't mean following an online recipe, or reheating something from the store. It was a big deal that needed constant attention, coal or wood stoves, ingredients that had been picked out the day before or that morning, and skills that took years to learn and were passed down through generations like family heirlooms. The kids are all excited, and this is where Halloween starts to show itself. Their parents are trying to keep them calm until after dinner. There will be parties tonight after dinner and the dishes are done. Not the kind you're thinking of, with loud music and lots of people you don't know. These are gatherings in parlours and church basements where games will be played, fortunes will be told, and the line between the normal world and something a little stranger will seem to blur for a few hours. You can tell it's fall from the porch as the evening gets darker. There are things that make it clear that this is fall, no matter what year it is. There are pumpkins on the porches. These are not the carved jack-o'-lanterns that will become popular later. Instead, they are whole pumpkins, some of which are quite large, that were bought from local farms to be used as decorations and eaten later. Some might have simple faces carved into them, but just as many are left whole. The orange colour is enough to make them look like Christmas. People have tied corn stalks to the railings of their porches and the posts of their fences. They're already dry and rustling in the light evening breeze, making a sound that is both sad and somehow comforting. Some homes have put them together in shocks, which are tent-like structures that farmers use in fields but are smaller for decoration. You might also see gourds in different shapes, autumn leaves tied together in bundles, and maybe some pots with late-blooming chrysanthemums in them. The decorations from 1909 are handmade, seasonal and temporary, which shows a different way of thinking about material goods. There are no plastic or mass-produced items here. Everything has been made, bought or found locally. These decorations won't be put away in labelled storage bins for next year when November comes. Instead, they'll be composted, burned or returned to the ground, and new ones will be made in October. When it starts to get dark, which happens around 6 o'clock in late October 1909 without daylight saving time, you can see candles being lit in windows. In 1909 there are electric lights, but they aren't everywhere, especially in small towns and rural areas. A lot of homes still use gas lights or kerosene lamps. Even homes with electricity might choose candles tonight to set the mood. These aren't the fake flameless LED candles you have now, or even the scented candles that come in pretty jars. These candles are made of tallow or beeswax, and some are hand-dipped while others are moulded. They all give off a warm, slightly flickering light that makes every room look like a painting by a Dutch master. The light doesn't fill rooms like electric bulbs do. Instead, it makes pools of light surrounded by soft shadows, which makes homes look both cosy and mysterious. To get a better idea of what Halloween meant in 1909, you need to go back even further in time, to when this night had other names and served other purposes. Don't worry, this won't be a boring history class. Think of it more like figuring out the layers of tradition that have built up on this date over time, like rings on a tree. Each layer adds meaning without completely erasing what came before it. Like many stories from October, this one starts with the ancient Celts, who lived in what is now Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and parts of France thousands of years ago. Samhain was a festival that people pronounced Samhain, like the female pig, not Samhain, which is what most people think. The Celts thought of winter as a time of death, just like they thought of spring as a time of life. Samhain marked the end of the harvest season and the start of winter. But from your cosy spot in the present, here's what makes Samhain interesting. It wasn't mostly a scary holiday. Yes, the Celts thought that the line between the living world and the world of the dead became less clear on this night. Yes, they believed that spirits could cross over, but they didn't respond with fear. Instead, they were friendly but careful. They left food out for wandering spirits, lit bonfires to help the souls of the dead find their way, and were happy to be able to talk to their ancestors who had died. Picture this. Once a year, the barrier between you and your beloved grandmother who died becomes so thin that she can come over for dinner. You wouldn't lock the doors in fear. Instead, you'd set an extra place at the table and hope she'd share her knowledge with you one more time. That was more like the spirit of Samhain than the scary Halloween we know today. As Christianity spread through Celtic lands, which took hundreds of years and wasn't a single dramatic conversion moment, the church did something smart that they had done with many pagan festivals. Instead of trying to get rid of Samhain completely, they just took it in and made All Saints' Day on November 1st and All Souls' Day on November 2nd. All Hallows' Eve was the night before All Saints' Day. Over time, it became Halloween. This Christian layer didn't get rid of the older traditions. Instead, it baptized them, giving them new meanings while the old ones still echoed underneath. It became a Christian tradition to light candles for the dead, but it wasn't that different from the Celtic bonfires. The idea that the dead were somehow closer on this night stayed the same, but it was seen through a different religious lens. When these customs got to America, mostly through Irish and Scottish immigrants in the 1800s, they had already changed a little from where they came from. The immigrants brought memories of home that were part real folk practice and part romanticised nostalgia. They remembered the parties, the games, the fortune-telling, and the general feeling that this night was special, even if they weren't sure why it had started. Halloween in America is still figuring out who it is in 1909. It won't be a holiday for kids to get candy until the 1950s. Instead, it's mostly an evening for teens and young adults to hang out, play games, and most importantly, tell fortunes about love. One of the most common beliefs about Halloween, which has changed over time, is that it was a good night to find out what your love life would be like in the future. People who celebrated Halloween in 1909 probably didn't know much about Samhain's history, or the complicated theological talks that went on in the medieval church. They know that their grandparents and parents celebrated this night, that there are certain things you do on Halloween, and that there's something nice and mysterious about a night when you look into the future and realise that the world might be stranger than it seems. You could say that this is Halloween in the middle of a change. It has changed a lot since its folk roots, but it hasn't yet become the commercial powerhouse of your time. It lives in this interesting middle ground where folk traditions mix with Victorian parlour games, rural harvest celebrations mix with urban social entertainment, and real belief in the supernatural turns into playful superstition. Once the sun goes down in your 1909 neighbourhood, the real work of getting ready for Halloween begins inside the houses. This is where you'd see how people celebrated holidays in the past compared to now. There are no costume shops, no places to buy a lot of pre-made decorations, and no party supply warehouses. You have to make everything by hand for tonight to be special, and making things is part of the celebration itself. Let's take a look inside a normal home that is hosting a Halloween party. The parlour has changed. If you don't know what a parlour is, it's the formal sitting room where guests were entertained. In homes of working class or middle class people, this might be the only room besides bedrooms that is used for both everyday living and special events. In wealthier homes, the parlour was used for guests, while the family used a less formal sitting room for everyday life. The everyday furniture has been moved around to make more room for tonight's gathering. The heavy upholstered chairs and settees, which are made to last for generations and weigh about as much as modern cars, have been pushed back against the walls. The middle of the room is open for games that might require some movement, but not too much. Keep in mind that this is 1909, and Victorian manners are still affecting how people act, even though the Edwardian era is making things a little more relaxed. The decorations show both creativity and a lack of it. Black and orange construction paper chains hang from the corners and loop across the ceiling. Someone, probably the teenage daughter of the house and her younger siblings, spent the afternoon cutting strips of paper, making them into circles and sticking them together with flour paste. Some of the circles in the chains are more perfect than others, which gives them the charming imperfection of things made by hand. There are cutouts of black cats, witches on broomsticks, and crescent moons on the walls. These were probably copied from templates in women's magazines like Ladies' Home Journal or Woman's Home Companion, which often had craft projects for holidays. The silhouettes are simple and easy to recognise, and they make the room feel festive without being too scary. This decoration is meant to make you feel playful and mysterious, not scared. The jack-o'-lantern is probably the most atmospheric decoration, but in 1909 it might have been a turnip lantern, or a hollowed-out gourd instead of a pumpkin. The custom of carving vegetables into lanterns started in Ireland and Scotland, where they used turnips and rutabagas at first. Irish immigrants brought the tradition to America and found that pumpkins worked even better because they were bigger, softer, and easier to carve. The jack-o'-lantern on the table or mantelpiece has a face that is more funny than scary. The features are simple: a triangular nose and eyes, a gap-toothed grin, and a lot of patience and a strong knife. A candle flickers inside, making the face look like it's moving and dancing in the low light. The smell of slightly burnt pumpkin flesh adds to the mood, mixing with the other smells of the night. Speaking of smells, the house is full of them, which might be too much for someone who is used to modern air conditioning and places that don't smell. The smell of wood smoke from the stove, the tang of apples from a bowl waiting to be used in the evening's games, the sweet spicy smell of cider warming on the stove, and the smell of a house that has been closed up against the cooling evening. It's a mix of wood, fabric, old paper, and people living there that isn't bad but is very alive. People are getting ready for the snacks that will be served later in the dining room or kitchen. This isn't a full meal. Guests would have eaten dinner at home before coming. Instead, it's what people of this time called light refreshments. This usually means cider, both regular and maybe some spiked for the adults, cookies or small cakes, candied apples, popcorn balls, and maybe roasted nuts. The kitchen is a place where people work hard. The stove, whether it's a coal range or one of the newer gas models, has been going for hours, keeping the right temperature for each dish. In 1909, baking was more like chemistry done by instinct and experience than following exact recipes. A woman who has been in charge of a household for years can tell if the oven is at the right temperature by how quickly a piece of paper browns. She can also tell if bread is done by the sound it makes when tapped on the bottom. The treats being made are based on both tradition and what is going on in farming in October. Apples are a big part of this time of year because it's the height of apple season, and they've been a big part of Halloween for hundreds of years. Some apples are being candied by dipping them in a mixture of sugar, corn syrup, and red food colouring, and then letting them harden on waxed paper. It's a sticky and somewhat difficult process that makes treats that are so sweet they hurt your teeth, and so hard you have to work hard to chew them. Some apples are meant for games instead of eating. They've been polished until they shine and put in a big metal tub or wooden barrel that will be filled with water for apple bobbing. This is one of the most traditional and popular Halloween activities, even though it's hard and not very dignified. A big pot on the stove is making popcorn. The kernels were bought in bulk from a general store and are kept in a jar in the pantry. You have to keep an eye on the pot and shake it hard to keep the popcorn from burning in 1909. After they pop, the fluffy white kernels will be shaped into balls and held together with molasses or sugar syrup. These treats are part candy, part snack, and all seasonal. Usually more than one generation works together to make these drinks. The grandmother of the house might be in charge while her daughter does the harder work. The kids can help with easy tasks like polishing apples or counting out cookies onto serving plates. Even getting ready is a kind of visit, since family members work together and talk about the day's events, gossip and opinions. As the time for guests to arrive draws near, probably around 7 or 7:30 in the evening, a final check of the preparations is made. Are there enough seats? Is the jack-o'-lantern in a place where people can see it, but not accidentally knock it over? Are the games set up? Is the fire in the fireplace keeping the room warm without making it too hot? The house is as ready as it's going to get. It's changed from how it usually looks into something special. The change isn't big. No one would think this is anything other than a nice middle-class home, but there is a purpose behind it, and it seems like effort has been made to make the place feel right for this mysterious night. As guests start to arrive, walking through the darkening streets because most people live close enough that they don't need cars, the real heart of a 1909 Halloween party starts to show itself. This is a night mostly for games, but not just any games. These games are meant to show you what your romantic future will be like. These days, Halloween is less about costumes and candy, and more about young people trying to figure out who they might marry. You need to know what's going on in society to understand why this is so important. Romantic relationships in 1909 were both more limited and more important than they are now. Young men and women didn't date a lot of people at once, live together before getting married, or spend years trying to figure out what they wanted. Courtship was a serious matter that had real effects on people's lives and finances, and marriage was the most important thing that happened to most people, especially women. So an evening of games that might show you your romantic future wasn't just a fun way to pass the time, it was a way to deal with a real worry through the socially acceptable form of light-hearted superstition. No one really thought that bobbing for apples could tell them who their future spouse would be, but no one really didn't believe it either. It was in that comfortable space between what is certain and what is possible that makes folklore work. The host family greets the first guests at the door, and for a brief moment people move from the cold October night to the warm, candlelit inside. People take off their coats and hang them on the coat tree in the hall. Hats are carefully put on the right surfaces. People greet each other properly, which may seem stiff to modern people, but gives social interactions a comfortable structure. Most of the guests are young people in their late teens and early 20s, but some older friends or family members might come along to keep an eye on them, or just because community social events aren't as age segregated as they will be later. Everyone is wearing their best clothes, which aren't fancy formal clothes, but nicer day or evening clothes that show respect for the event and the hosts. The games start when enough people are there to make a real party, and the first game is almost always apple bobbing, which is an old game that somehow manages to be both silly and serious at the same time. The apples are floating on the surface of the big tub or barrel of water. They bob up and down slowly, making them look like they are easy to catch. The rule is simple. You can only catch an apple with your mouth, not your hands. The truth is that it's a lot harder, especially when you think about how strict fashion and propriety were in 1909. The young women wear blouses or dresses with high collars and fancy fronts that absolutely cannot get wet without causing real social problems. The young men wear collars that will wilt right away if they get wet, ruining the carefully starched look they had before. So the game is all about trying to keep your dignity while you dunk your face into cold water and chase slippery apples around with your teeth. The first brave person to try usually walks up to the tub with confidence, but that confidence quickly fades after the first try. The apple moves away just as your mouth gets to it. Pushed by the ripples your own movement makes, you come up sputtering and your friends laugh at you. Your hair is wet and your pride is a little hurt. But social pressure and real fun make you want to try again. And if you're lucky or persistent, you finally win with an apple in your mouth. Tradition says that the first person to bob an apple will be the first person in the group to get married. This is where the romantic fortune-telling part comes from. It doesn't really matter if anyone believes this. The attempt is fun, the success is a small win, and the prophecy gives you something to laugh about for the rest of the night. Another fun game is to hang donuts or apples on strings that are attached to a rod or the ceiling. People have to eat the treat that is hanging without using their hands, which is harder than it sounds because the target moves away with each bite. The good thing about this game is that it keeps everyone's clothes mostly dry, while still being funny and hard. There are also quieter, more mysterious games that use real divination instead of just playing to win. One of the oldest ones is to sit in a dark room in front of a mirror, eat an apple by candlelight, and look over your shoulder into the mirror as midnight approaches. People say that if you look in there, you will see the face of your future spouse. Not many people take this ritual seriously. They usually laugh, make nervous jokes, and feel better when nothing strange happens. But the attempt shows that Halloween is supposed to be a night when the normal rules are broken and you might see something beyond normal reality. Putting nuts on the hearth of the fireplace is another way to tell the future. 2 nuts are named after a couple, and as they heat up, their behaviour is supposed to show what will happen in the future of the relationship. The relationship will be good if the nuts burn quietly next to each other. If they pop and jump apart, the love is over. The fact that nutty behaviour when heated probably has more to do with moisture content than mystical revelation doesn't make anyone less interested in seeing their romantic future supposedly revealed in little explosions. Another way to tell the future is to peel apples. The goal is to peel an apple in one long unbroken strip of skin and then throw the peel over your shoulder. The way the peel lands is said to make the first letter of your future spouse's name. You need to be good at peeling apples and have a lot of imagination to figure out what the shapes mean, since they don't usually look like letters. In between these more traditional activities, people play card games and parlour games. People play games like charades, progressive euchre, and other guessing games that were popular at the time. The games are meant to help people who don't know each other well get to know each other better. They are social, not solitary, and competitive, but not cutthroat. The entertainment for the evening shows a different way of dealing with boredom and fun than you're used to. When conversation slows down in 1909, there are no TVs, phones, or internet to look at. People have learned how to make entertainment instead of just watching it, and they have the skills and patience to do things that require a lot of focus and engagement. This means that charades, which might seem old-fashioned or boring to someone who is used to constant digital stimulation, can be really fun when it's the only thing to do, and the audience is good at both acting and guessing. The slow pace of the evening, getting games ready, playing them and finishing them, feels nice instead of boring, because no one is always comparing it to faster-paced options. As the evening goes on and the parlour games come to a natural end, someone suggests one of the most popular Halloween traditions of the time, a walk through the night. This wasn't a planned event like trick-or-treating would later become. Instead, it was an unplanned trip into the dark that served many purposes at once. For the teens at the party, a night walk gave them something rare in a time when adults were always watching them, some privacy. Chaperones might go with the group, but once everyone was spread out along a dark country road or village street, Couples could drift apart a little and have short conversations without old people watching every move. It wasn't exactly scandalous, but it was a rare chance to be alone with someone in a world where most courtship happened in public. The group meets in the front hall and gets their coats and wraps from where they left them earlier. The women put on wool cloaks or coats, and sometimes shawls to keep warm. The men put on their suits and overcoats, as well as the hats that no respectable person would go outside without. Someone lights a lantern, either an oil lamp or a flashlight if they are lucky enough to have one of those newfangled devices. The moon, if it is visible, also provides surprising light once your eyes get used to it. Going outside is like going to a whole new world. The air has that crisp, clear quality that autumn nights have, and the temperature has dropped a lot since sunset. The cold feels good instead of bad. When you breathe, you make small clouds that quickly disappear. The smells from earlier in the evening, like wood smoke and damp leaves, have gotten stronger. You might even be able to smell frost, even though it hasn't gotten cold enough yet. It's hard to imagine how dark it was in 1909 in most places today. There aren't any streetlights in neighbourhoods, porch lights that stay on all night, or shopping centres or office buildings that give off light. The windows of individual homes let in warm light, but these little spots of light only make the darkness around them seem deeper. If the sky's clear, the stars are beautiful. Lots of light that people in your time usually only see in planetariums. The group leaves without a specific destination in mind. They walk along streets and paths that everyone knows during the day, but that look different at night. Landmarks that are easy to find turn into strange shapes. The tree that marks the edge of someone's property becomes a shadowy figure against the sky, which is a little lighter. You don't notice the fence you pass every day until you trip over it and need to pay attention to it. Voices sound different at night than they do during the day. They sound clearer and farther away. The group's talking makes a bubble of human sound that is surrounded by the sounds of the night, like the rustling of leaves, the barking of a dog in the distance, the hooting of an owl, and the wind moving through bare branches with a sound like running water. These natural sounds aren't scary. They're more like friends, reminding us that the dark is full of life going about its business. While the group is walking, someone might tell ghost stories or stories about the area. In 1909, every town had these things. The house where someone died in a strange way 50 years ago. The crossroads where a headless horseman is said to ride. Washington Irving's story was published in 1820 and had become very popular. And the cemetery where lights are sometimes seen floating among the graves. These stories aren't meant to scare you. Remember, it's a gentle Halloween. They're meant to remind you that there might be mysteries in the world that you don't see every day. The storyteller talks in a low voice, not to scare everyone, but because it seems right to talk quietly about these things in the dark. The people who hear it laugh nervously and shiver a lot, showing fear more than feeling it. If the group goes past a cemetery, which is often close to homes in small towns, they might stop at the fence. Not to go in, because that would be disrespectful to the dead, but to recognise the place and maybe think of friends and family who are buried there. The Victorians and Edwardians had a complicated relationship with death. They were more familiar with it than people today because it happened at home instead of in hospitals and the death rate was higher. They were also more sentimental about it. The walk could take you to a place that is important to the area, like a hilltop with a view of the countryside, a bridge over a stream, or a big old tree that has been a landmark for generations. At these places, the group might stop, not for any planned reason, but just to enjoy the night, the October air, and being young, alive, and part of a community. This night walk gives some of the group a chance to think about the deeper meanings of Halloween. It's easier to believe that the veil between worlds is really thinner, and that those who have died are really closer when you stand in the dark under the stars. These thoughts don't have to be scary. It's comforting rather than scary to think that your grandmother or a friend who has passed away might be nearby. The practical parts of the walk are charming in their own way. Women walk through the dark while wearing long skirts that get caught on plants and shoes that aren't meant for rough ground. Men offer their arms to help women over hard places, which is both practical and romantic. The person carrying the lantern becomes important for a short time. They hold the light that keeps everyone on the path and draw the group's attention. Eventually the group goes home because it's too cold, it's too late, or they're just too tired from all the fun they had that night. The walk back often seems shorter than the walk out, which is what happens when you walk home. People might be talking less now and thinking more, and the energy from earlier in the evening has turned into satisfied tiredness. As they get closer to the house where the party started, the warm light coming through the windows looks especially inviting after being in the dark for a while. The group is grateful for the warmth and light when they come back in, especially since it's so cold and dark outside. This change from dark to light and cold to warm is small, but it touches on something deep down that makes a home feel like a safe place. Once back inside the warm house, with cold cheeks and hair that had been messed up by the wind, the conversation often turns to the spooky parts of Halloween. But in 1909, beliefs in the supernatural are in a strange place between real faith and fun, between old-fashioned beliefs and new-fashioned doubt. You should know that 1909 is an interesting time in history for people who believe in the supernatural. This is an age of growing scientific knowledge, widespread education, and technological progress that is changing how people live every day. Spiritualism, the idea that the dead can talk to the living through mediums, was very popular in the late 1800s and still has a lot of followers. The ghost stories and gothic literature of the last 100 years have made supernatural encounters seem very romantic. As a result, most educated people in 1909 don't really believe in the Halloween superstitions, but they don't completely disbelieve them either. You might not believe in astrology, but you still know your zodiac sign and feel good when your horoscope says good things are coming. The supernatural is one of those things that probably aren't real but could be, and it's fun to think about them anyway. In 1909, Halloween folklore was mostly about spirits of the dead, not demons or other evil beings. People believe that the night is a time when people who have died can come back to see the people and places they loved in life. Instead of being scary, this is usually shown as a soft, even beautiful chance. The custom of leaving food for the dead, which goes back to Celtic Samhain, is still going on, but in a less strict way. Some families might set a place at the table, or put out a plate of treats to show that their loved ones who have passed away are welcome to come by if they want to. You don't do this out of fear or dread. You do it out of the same kindness you would show to living relatives who might stop by without warning. The stories told at Halloween parties are more likely to be sad than scary. Someone might tell a story about a grandmother who died and whose favourite perfume was in her old room on Halloween night, or about a father who died and whose pocket watch, which had stopped at the moment of his death, rang once at midnight on All Hallows Eve for no reason. These stories talk about loss and grief, but they also say that love lives on after death. The ghosts in Halloween stories from 1909 aren't the evil ghosts that show up in later horror stories. They're more like kind spirits who might help or comfort you if you treat them with respect. The fortune-telling games that were played earlier in the evening seem to call on these spirits as sources of information about the future. When you look in the mirror and hope to see your future spouse, you're asking the spirits to show you what they know. Even the scary parts of Halloween these days are very mild compared to what they used to be. There are black cats and witches in the decorations, but they are more stylized and decorative than scary. The witch on a broomstick isn't a bad old woman who eats kids. She's a symbol of folk magic and wisdom from the countryside. The black cat isn't a sign of bad luck. It's a creature that is linked to mystery and the line between home and wild spaces. Most of the time, the local legends told at night are about strange things that happen, not real horror. The lights in the cemetery could be spirits or marsh gas. The fact that it's not clear what they are is part of what makes them interesting. The strange sounds near the old mill could be ghosts or the wind and one's imagination. The fact that we don't know for sure is what makes the story interesting instead of just scary. Halloween also has a lot of what we might call protective folklore. There are ideas about how to tell the future, and there are also ideas about how to keep yourself safe from bad things that might happen on this night. Evil spirits will be confused if you turn your clothes inside out. Having a little salt in your pocket will keep you safe. Walking around your house in the direction of the sun, clockwise, before bed will keep it safe. These protective customs are done with a wink and a smile, as if to say, just in case, and they don't cost anything and might help. You don't really believe that these things matter, but the ritual of acknowledging them connects you to generations of people who found comfort in these small protective gestures. It's like how you might avoid walking under ladders or feel a small superstitious pleasure in finding a penny heads up. In 1909, Halloween had more religious meaning than it does now when it is more commercialised. The name itself, All Hallows Eve, which means the night before All Saints' Day, keeps the link to Christian tradition, even though the holiday has many older pagan elements. Some families go to special church services on November 1st to remember saints and family members who have died. This makes Halloween part of a longer time of remembering and spiritual reflection. Most people don't seem to mind that Christian and non-Christian elements live together. The Christian calendar has always been open to including local customs and folk practices. By 1909, this mixing of cultures is so common that most people don't even think about it. You can honour Christian saints and also bob for apples to see what your love life will be like in the future without any problems. The lack of light adds to the supernatural feel of the night. Keep in mind that electric lights aren't common yet, and even where they are, people don't use them very often. There are candles, oil lamps, and maybe even the light from the fireplace in the parlour. This makes the kind of lighting that filmmakers spend a lot of money trying to copy. Shadows that change and move, faces that come out of the dark and into pools of light, and corners of rooms that stay mysterious. In this light, it's easy to think that you might see something strange. A shadow that moves in a strange way could be an effect of the candlelight, or it could be something else. That feeling of being there when you're alone in a dark room could be your mind playing tricks on you, or it could be a loved one who has passed away checking in. The uncertainty is part of the experience, and it seems that most people in 1909 are happy to leave it that way, instead of insisting on either total belief or total doubt. The fact that people in 1909 were more comfortable with not knowing about the supernatural shows a bigger cultural difference between then and now. In today's world, there is a lot of pressure to put things into one of two groups: scientifically proven facts or superstitions that aren't true. But in 1909, people are more okay with the idea that some things can't be known, that mystery has value, and that not everything needs to be explained or explained away. As the night goes on and people settle into comfy chairs with cups of warm cider, the conversation might turn to the idea of thin places, which are places where the line between the normal world and something else seems to be very thin. There are such places in every town: the old churchyard, the crossroads at the edge of town, the ancient tree that was already old when the first settlers came, and the spring that never freezes even in the coldest winter. People don't think these thin places are dangerous. Instead, they think they are special and should be respected and given attention. People don't stay away from them. Instead, they go to them knowing that they might find something strange there. Halloween is a time when people believe that the veil between worlds gets thinner. This makes the whole night feel like a thin time when anything could happen. The party is now in its last phase, the calm time before midnight when everyone is tired but not too tired to have fun. The group has enjoyed the snacks, played the games, and had their fortunes told, with varying levels of faith in how accurate they were. Then they went outside into the October night and came back safely. This is the time for quieter activities, for talking that has become more personal as the night went on and people let their guard down, and for thinking about what Halloween means beyond the games and traditions. If the family is rich enough to have a piano, someone might be playing soft music that fits the time of day. There are both popular songs from the time and older songs that have been passed down through the years. If you listen to music from 1909, it will sound very old-fashioned to you. The lyrics are sentimental, and the melodies are simple, showing how people thought in the Victorian era, but with a more positive view of the Edwardian era. But in this case, with the October night pressing against the windows and the candles burning low in their holders, the music does its job of setting the mood and giving people something to do with their attention, that isn't as demanding as games or deep conversation. Some guests have already left, especially those who have to walk a long way home or whose strict parents are waiting up for them. The elaborate politeness rituals of the time mark their departures, thanking their hosts several times, putting on their outdoor clothes, making last jokes, and promising to see each other soon at church or around town. Those who are still there are the strong ones, the ones who haven't quite let go of the magic of the night yet. The mother of the host family might be in the kitchen, quietly starting to clean up the mess that can't wait until morning. She might be putting away food that will spoil, washing cups and plates, and banking the fire in the stove. This work is done without complaint or martyrdom, just because it's part of being a host. There will be more cleaning up in the morning, but the worst of it can be done now while guests are still there but busy. If there are any younger kids in the house, they have long since gone to bed. However, they may still be awake in their rooms, trying to stay alert for any supernatural visits, or just excited by the strange sounds of a party going on late into the night. They will remember this night in their own way. The strange shadows cast by the candlelight, the guests' laughter, the special snacks they got to eat before bed, and the feeling that something important and magical was going on, even though they weren't old enough to fully take part. As the clock, whether it's a mantelpiece clock, a wall clock, or someone's pocket watch, gets closer to midnight, people often take a moment to acknowledge it. Halloween night is traditionally the most powerful time of the year, and midnight is when the veil between worlds is thinnest, spirits are most likely to be present, and divination is most likely to be accurate. The group might stand by a window and look out at the night, which is now very still and dark. As families go to bed, most of the lights in nearby houses have gone out. If you can see the moon, it has moved across the sky since the party started. The wind could have gotten stronger or weaker. The temperature has definitely dropped even more, and by morning there will probably be frost. In some places, people have a tradition of being quiet when the clock strikes midnight, and listening for sounds that might not be from this world. We do this with open hearts, not scared ones, because we know that if spirits are around, this is when they might show themselves. The silence is friendly, not tense, and the only sound is the clock's mechanism getting ready to strike 12. When the clock strikes midnight, there is often a small collective exhale, as if everyone has crossed a line. This can be marked by chimes, bells, or just the quiet agreement of those checking their watches. All Saints' Day has started, which means that Halloween is over. The magical time is over, and while people were aware of and welcomed the spirits, no one seems to be upset that nothing dramatic or supernatural happened. What mattered was the possibility, being open to the unknown rather than knowing it. Someone might raise a glass with the last of the cider or other drink. The toast could be to all saints, to friends who can't be there, to the winter that everyone needs to get ready for, or just to the success of the night's events. People raise their glasses or cups and drink the toast, which makes the party feel like it's over. Now is when the last departures really start. Even the most dedicated partygoers know that the night has come to an end, and that tomorrow, technically today, will come soon with its demands of work, school, and other daily tasks. The front door opens several times to let groups of guests out into the night. Each time they say thank you and goodbye, and remind everyone about upcoming community events. For the host family, there is a strange mix of tiredness and happiness that comes from having successfully entertained. The house is a mess, the candles are almost out, and there is still work to be done, but the evening did what it was supposed to do: bring people together, honour tradition, acknowledge mystery, and give young people a chance to hang out in a safe, structured way. When the last guests leave for the night, the house becomes quiet in a different way. It's not the quiet of waiting for the party to start. It's the quiet of an event that has ended. The parents, and maybe some older children who helped host the party, start the process of turning the house back into a home. This process has its own calm rhythm. One by one, the candles go out and the light gets dimmer and dimmer until there are only 1 or 2 lamps left to work by. The decorations will stay up for now. They'll come down tomorrow or in the next few days. The furniture, on the other hand, is starting to move back to its normal places. The cushions are fluffed, The windows are checked to make sure they're properly latched against the night air, and the front door is locked with a solid sound that lets everyone know the house is ready for sleep. The last cleaning in the kitchen is done quickly because of years of practice. The stove heats the water for washing dishes, and the towels that have been warming up nearby dry them off. Then, the dishes are put back in their places in the cupboards. The leftover food is looked at to see what can be saved, what should be eaten tomorrow, and what can be given to the chickens if the family has them. In a world where most families live much closer to the edge of subsistence than we do today, there was no such thing as waste. The mother of the house does one last check of the rooms where guests are, making sure there are no forgotten items, that the candles are really out and don't pose a fire risk, and that she knows what needs to be done in the morning. This isn't obsessive caretaking. It's just the responsible oversight that comes with running a household. It requires a lot more attention to safety and maintenance than modern conveniences do. The father might go outside one last time before bed, partly to make sure everything is safe and partly for that private moment under the October stars that men of his age liked. He might smoke one last pipe on the porch or in the yard, thinking about the night and the season. Everyone can feel that winter is coming in the colder night air. There are still things to do to get ready. Hang storm windows, split and stack wood, and get the garden beds ready for their winter sleep. Climbing the stairs to bed. Most of the time, bedrooms were upstairs in houses with a second floor in 1909, made me feel good about the day. The stairs might creak with familiar sounds. The banister feels smooth under your hand, and the darkness of the upstairs feels cosy instead of strange now that Halloween is over. By today's standards, bedrooms were cold in 1909. Most homes don't have central heating. Downstairs rooms might be warmed by stoves or fireplaces, but upstairs rooms get most of their heat from the rising warmth of daytime fires, which has long since gone away on a late October night. People expect bedrooms to be cold, and they are for sleeping, not lounging around. Getting ready for bed includes both cleaning up and relaxing rituals. People wash their faces by pouring water from a pitcher into a basin. Indoor plumbing is common in cities, but not everywhere. Tooth powder or paste is used to clean teeth. Women especially do the ritual of brushing their hair 100 times, which was thought to be good for hair health. Taking off clothes carefully and either folding them up to wear again if they're clean enough or putting them in the laundry. In 1909, nightclothes were heavy. Women wore long nightgowns, men wore nightshirts, and they might have sleeping caps and bed socks when it was cold. People sleep with more clothes on than you're used to, partly because it's cold and partly because modesty standards apply even when you're sleeping. Earlier in the day, the bed was made with smooth sheets and arranged blankets, and quilts were added or taken away depending on the season. When you slip between the sheets, they are cold at first but will warm up from your body heat. For a moment, your body can finally rest after hours of standing, walking and performing socially. The pillow is just right, the blankets are heavy and warm, and the bedroom is completely dark in a way that modern people don't often experience. There are no LED lights from electronics, no street lights shining through the curtains, and no ambient urban light. In this darkness and quiet, thoughts might go back over the events of the evening. The games and laughter, the talks and flirting, the time spent outside under the stars realizing that life may be more mysterious than it seems, and the comfort of community and tradition. These thoughts mix with the start of dreams as consciousness lets go and sleep comes. Morning comes like it does in November, late and unwilling, with grey light that seems to come from the air itself instead of from a specific direction. The first person to wake up has to start the fire again by cleaning out the ashes, putting down new kindling and coaxing flames from embers or matches. This will gradually build the fire that will warm the house and cook breakfast. The light on November 1st shows that the house is still decorated for Halloween, but in the light of day the decorations look less mysterious and more like what they are: paper and vegetables arranged for a short time. These decorations will be taken down in the next day or two. You could cut the pumpkin up for pies or stews. The paper decorations will be carefully taken down and either stored or burned in the stove, since new ones will be needed next year anyway. But today, All Saints' Day, for those who follow the religious calendar, there's no need to break up the magic from last night right away. Every day, people have to make and eat breakfast, do their chores, and go back to their normal lives. But the memory of the party is still fresh, giving people something to talk about at breakfast and when they run into neighbours and friends during the day. On November 1st, the town feels a little different than it did on October 31st, but someone looking in from the outside might have a hard time figuring out what has changed. It's partly because the calendar has changed to a new month, partly because the weather is getting colder, and partly because the feeling that a holiday, no matter how small, has come and gone and taken its special quality with it. People who went to Halloween parties the night before might be a little tired from staying up later than usual, but it's a nice tiredness that comes from having fun with friends rather than from stress or worry. People will talk about different parties at work and school, share funny stories, wonder if the fortune-telling games were right, and tease those whose romantic futures were supposedly revealed by apples, nuts, or looking in a mirror. For those who go, the church service on All Saints' Day is a more serious counterpoint to the fun of Halloween. This day is for remembering the dead, recognising the communion of saints, and thinking about death and faith. There may be prayers for the dead, hymns that talk about eternal life and meeting again in heaven, and the reading of the names of church members who died in the past year. There is no conflict between the games from last night and the seriousness of this morning. Halloween and All Saints' Day are both ways to remember the dead. Halloween does this with fun and hope, while All Saints' Day does it with respect and prayer. Both of them know that death doesn't end a relationship, it just changes it. As November 1st goes on into the afternoon and evening, the change of seasons becomes more obvious. The sun sets noticeably earlier than it did just a few weeks ago, even though it is already low in the sky at noon. The evening comes on with that special kind of November darkness that isn't as golden as October's but is more complete. This kind of darkness will last for the next few months. Farmers and people with gardens are getting ready for winter. Before a killing frost ends the growing season, the last hardy vegetables need to be picked. You need to dig up and store root vegetables like turnips, carrots and potatoes. You need to get rid of any dead plants in your garden beds. You can either add them to compost piles or let them break down over the winter. The change from October to November also helps people get ready for the holidays. There will be a series of holidays coming up: Thanksgiving, Christmas and New Year's. These will break up the dark months. But on November 1st, those holidays still seem far away. For now, the main thing to do is get used to the fact that winter means shorter days, colder weather, and having to spend more time inside. Families start to think about winter projects, or things they can do when they can't work outside. Women might plan sewing projects, like making quilts, fixing or changing clothes, or making new clothes. During the winter, when they have to stay inside, men might have to fix things, sharpen tools, or finish projects in barns or workshops. Kids know that school days will start and end in the dark, and that recess might be too cold for them to play outside comfortably. As the months get darker, remembering Halloween night is a bright spot to look back on. The games, the laughter, and the time spent under the stars in October all become stories that can be told again and again, and private memories that can be enjoyed. Depending on your mood and beliefs, the predictions made by fortune tellers can be funny or serious. The party helped people feel like they were part of a community, which makes the coming winter feel less lonely. Now that it's been over 100 years since that Halloween night in 1909, it's worth thinking about what was lost and what was kept, as Halloween changed into the holiday you know today. In many ways, Halloween 1909 was the end of an era. It was the last time the holiday kept its folk character, before commercial interests changed it into something completely different. At first, the change happened slowly. By the 1920s, Halloween was becoming more about kids. Schools and community groups were throwing parties that were like the ones that happened in homes in 1909, but they were more organised and less mysterious. Trick-or-treating as we know it started in the 1930s, but it didn't become popular until after World War II. In the 1950s, Halloween became a candy holiday for kids, with store-bought costumes and decorations. Every change had its pros and cons. Halloween today reaches more people, gives millions of kids fun memories, and makes people really happy and excited. But when folk traditions turned into a commercial holiday, something was lost. The real sense of mystery, the connection to ancestors and traditions that go back hundreds of years, and the focus on fortune-telling and romantic futures that made Halloween special for young adults. The Halloween of 1909 was a part of a cultural history that couldn't last. It needed a slow pace of life so that people could make decorations by hand and play long games. It needed communities that were small enough for most people to know each other and feel comfortable meeting in homes. It needed a connection to darkness and the supernatural that more electricity and science education would weaken. It needed a social structure for dating and marriage that would change because of how gender roles and romantic freedom changed in the 20th century. But the main ideas behind Halloween in 1909 are still there in modern versions of the holiday. The desire to play with fear in a safe way, the appeal of changing through costumes, the joy of celebrating the seasons, and the recognition that the line between life and death needs to be respected. All of these things are still around, but in different ways. The fortune-telling games that were such a big part of Halloween in 1909 are mostly gone now. This is because people's views on marriage have changed. People move around more, and people are less likely to believe in divination. But their spirit lives on in the silly superstitions that still surround Halloween, like the idea that some costumes bring good luck, the rituals that go along with eating candy, and the small thrill of staying up late and walking around neighbourhoods after dark. Modern Halloween events like harvest festivals at churches, school parties, neighbourhood trick-or-treating routes that get people out of their homes at the same time have kept the focus on community gathering. Even adult Halloween parties are like the social events of 1909, but with less fortune-telling and more costumes. The link to the supernatural has changed instead of going away. Modern Halloween focuses on fake scares, like haunted houses, horror movies, and scary decorations, instead of real interactions with the idea of spirits. But even though commercial horror is scary, there is still a recognition that death deserves to be remembered, that the line between worlds can be playfully crossed, and that darkness and mystery are a part of being human. From your point of view, the most interesting thing about Halloween 1909 is how gentle it is. The spirits were nice, the darkness was friendly, the fortune-telling was more fun than serious, and the celebration brought people of all ages and interests together instead of separating them. It was a holiday that recognised mystery without requiring belief, that respected tradition without being strict about it, and that made room for love, hope, and connection with others. This gentleness shows that people in this culture had a different view of fear and the supernatural than they did later in the 20th century. Even though people say the Victorian and Edwardian eras were very strict, they were actually very open about death and spirits. People talked about death fairly openly, and it was a part of life through mourning rituals and memorial practices. The thought that the dead might come back for a visit wasn't scary. It was comforting. It was like saying that love and connection live on after death. By making death a medical issue and taking it out of the home, culture in the later 20th century made it both less familiar and more scary. Halloween changed to reflect this, becoming more about fear and horror than about gentle mystery and family ties. People stopped being careful about the supernatural and started to be afraid of it. Spirits turned into scary beings instead of loved ones coming back. But that October night in 1909, when we spent time together, Halloween was still the same as it had always been. It was a night for young people to dream about their romantic futures, for communities to come together in warmth and light while acknowledging the cold darkness outside, for traditions to be honoured and passed on, and for the possibility of mystery to be acknowledged without needing proof. As you get ready for bed, with your own October night pressing against your windows, think about what parts of that Halloween in 1909 might be worth keeping or getting back. Not in a nostalgic way that tries to bring back the past, because that past had its own problems and limitations that we shouldn't romanticize. Instead, we should think about what human needs those traditions met, and how those needs might still be relevant. The decorations made by hand in 1909 were both necessary and creative. In a world where holiday decorations are made in factories, the idea of making your own decorations, even simple ones, is appealing. For example, cutting out shapes from paper, carving pumpkins with care, and arranging autumn leaves and corn stalks into arrangements that celebrate the season. The fortune-telling games were silly and fun, but they had a point: to remind people that the future is unknown, and to give them a chance to think about their hopes and dreams in a fun way. We don't often let ourselves play with uncertainty like this because modern life is so focused on planning and control. There may be merit in pursuits that amalgamate amusement with mild contemplation of our aspirations. The night walks of 1909 made it possible to experience darkness, which is becoming less common in modern life. When was the last time you walked in real darkness, without streetlights, flashlights, or phone screens? When was the last time you felt what it was like to be a human being for thousands of years? It's good for you to get away from artificial light every now and then and experience the natural rhythms of day and night. The community aspect of Halloween in 1909 met people's needs for connection and belonging that don't go away just because we have social media and texting. Even in our connected age, it's still worth it to share physical space, play games together, and make memories in real time instead of writing them down and posting them later. The most important thing about the 1909 Halloween is its relationship with the supernatural. It was open to possibilities without needing to be sure, and it accepted mystery without being scared of it. This is a good way to deal with the unknowns in life. We live in a time when everything needs proof and evidence, which is useful in some situations but not in others. Some experiences, such as love, beauty, meaning, and the potential for something beyond everyday reality, elude empirical validation, yet remain significant to human existence. That Halloween night in 1909, with its candles and cider, games and gatherings, walks in the dark of October and back to the warm light, and the idea that spirits might be near without being scary, was a way of being in the world that focused on connection, community, mystery, and gentle joy. You might picture yourself at that 1909 party as you fall asleep. After coming in from the cold night, you can feel the warmth of the parlour. Apple cider has a sharp sweetness that you can taste. Listen to the laughter as someone tries to bob for apples with more enthusiasm than skill. You can see the candles flickering and the shadows dancing on the walls that are covered in hand-cut paper. You can smell the wood smoke, the fall air, and that hard-to-describe smell of a house full of people celebrating. You're part of a tradition that goes back hundreds of years. It connects you to the Celts who lit bonfires at Samhain, the Christians who prayed for the dead on All Hallows' Eve, the fortune-tellers who looked into mirrors in the Victorian era, the 1909 gathering where young people laughed and played and hoped for happy futures, and every Halloween celebration that has recognised that mystery and darkness, and the chance to connect with others beyond the normal world. November will keep moving toward winter tomorrow, but tonight, in the space between waking and sleeping, you can rest in the kind spirit of that Halloween in 1909, when spirits were friendly, darkness was kind, and the future was uncertain but full of hope. Sleep well, surrounded by the customs of those who came before and those who will come after. These customs connect us across time because we all need to mark the changing of the seasons, gather together to stay warm against the cold, hope for good things to come, and remember that the world may hold more mystery and magic than we see in our daily lives. The bell chimes through the night like a furious blacksmith's hammer, immediately awakening you despite your body's strong desire to act otherwise. That's Tudor England for you, even though it's still completely dark outside. At 4 a.m, the sun has more important things to do than help you. You step on something cold and squishy as soon as you roll out of your narrow straw mattress, which you share with 2 other servants. You've learned not to look too closely in a household of 40 people, with dubious hygiene habits, so hopefully it's just mud from yesterday's rain. Some mysteries are better off remaining unsolved. You have precisely 1 hour before the master and mistress expect their morning warmth, so your first task is to light the fires throughout the manor house. There is no pressure at all. After gathering your tinderbox, kindling and any remaining self-respect from the previous day's mishaps, you start the well-known dance of igniting steel and flint that will not go out. First up is the kitchen hearth, a stone and iron beast that could likely roast an entire ox if necessary. Getting it hot enough to boil water without releasing smoke into the room is today's more modest objective. Your eyebrows are still growing back from the incident with the green wood last month, and you've mastered this particular skill through months of trial and error, mostly error. You can hear the house gradually coming to life as you work. Voices that are muffled, footsteps above, and the sporadic sound of someone stubbing their toe on furniture in the dark. As its crew gets ready for yet another day of lavish social theatre, the Tudor manor house creaks and moans like a great wooden ship. The next fireplace in the spacious hall has personality, meaning it is temperamental and appears to take pleasure in making your life difficult. Over the months, you've gotten to know this hearth, and you talk to it in soothing, low voices while you carefully arrange the kindling. You know better than your fellow servants, who believe you've gone a little soft-headed. Kindness, or at least imaginative swearing in languages you've learned from the foreign traders who come here, will activate this fireplace. Your back hurts from carrying logs, and your hands are blackened with soot by the time you light the third fire, this one in the master's private chamber. However, witnessing the flames ignite and spread, turning cold stone into warmth and light, is incredibly fulfilling. One spark at a time, you're bringing the house to life rather than merely starting fires. As you complete your rounds, the morning light is just starting to peek through the heavy shutters. In the Tudor countryside, dawn arrives slowly, like wine soaking into linen, rather than with a big splash. You've been working for more than an hour, and just as your day is starting, you realise it's actually morning. In the kitchen, you take a moment to warm your hands over the now jolly fire and steal a piece of bread from the basket on the table from yesterday. It's difficult enough to make someone understand, but it's nearly edible when dipped in the hot milk the cook left steaming by the fireplace. Even small victories make a big difference when your life is defined by the tasks you accomplish and the penalties you avoid. Now that the house is completely awake, you can hear the sounds of Tudor morning chaos starting upstairs. Demands for hot water, clean linens, and precisely the right temperature for breakfast will soon arise. For now, however, you give yourself permission to enjoy the warmth and the silent fulfillment of a job well done during this fleeting interval between the lighting of fires and the start of actual chaos. One fire at a time, today feels manageable, but tomorrow will bring the same routine. In a Tudor home, fresh water is like gold, only heavier and more prone to spill unexpectedly down your front. Your arms are already objecting to the idea of carrying bucket after bucket from the courtyard well to different locations throughout the house for your next task. Your ancestors would have likely worshipped the well as a minor deity because it is an engineering marvel. You cannot see the bottom because it is so profound. When you release the bucket, it disappears into the darkness with a gratifying splash that resembles an underground cheer. Pulling it back up without losing half the water due to physics and your incompetence is the true challenge. Over the months, you've honed a method for this that combines prayer, dance, and careful gravity negotiation. When the bucket is properly full, the rope has a certain feel to it, and you've mastered the art of reading its weight. If the bucket is too light, it didn't fill properly. If it's too heavy, water will slosh over the rim and down your sleeves, quickly getting you damp. The first delivery is always made to the master's chamber, where it is anticipated that hot water for washing will magically materialise. You carefully balance the heavy bucket as you ascend the narrow servants' stairs, trying not to consider the consequences of slipping. The stairs, which are narrow, steep, and seem to move slightly each time you use them, were obviously designed by someone who never had to carry water up them. You're exactly on time because Master Thomas is already stirring when you get there. As far as Tudor gentlemen go, he's a decent sort, but he has the odd habit of talking to himself while shaving. Not strange chats, mind you, but lengthy discussions about crop rotation and estate management that imply he's either losing his sense of reality or is extremely committed to his job. As you fill his washing basin with water and lay out his clothes for the day, you've learned to ignore these soliloquies. The mistress of the house needs a completely different strategy. The warmth of a summer afternoon in Lady Margaret's early years, which seems to exist only in her memory, and your increasingly desperate attempts to recreate it, is precisely what she has in mind when she talks about the temperature of water, neither too hot nor too cold. By testing each bucket with your wrist and making small adjustments until the water reaches that fabled ideal temperature, you've created what you privately refer to as the Goldilocks technique. Her chambers are a maze of delicate objects that seem to multiply when you're not looking. Servants with buckets of water could easily topple the jewellery boxes, silk cushions and silver mirrors, all of which were placed at precisely the right height and angle. You navigate this obstacle course with the focus of a cat pursuing a mouse, ensuring that each step is meticulously planned and executed. The kitchen, being the hub of the home, naturally requires the most water. Water is necessary for everything from washing vegetables to preparing the day's bread, according to the cook, Agnes, a formidable woman who rules her realm with an iron ladle and a vocabulary that would make a sailor blush. She's also picky about her water sources, using rainwater to wash delicate herbs, well water for cooking and drinking, and what she enigmatically refers to as soft water for the best pastries. By your fourth visit to the well, your hands have grown new calluses to match the old ones, and your shoulders are complaining formally. The walk to the courtyard, the sound of the bucket hitting the water, and the steady rhythm of the rope passing through your hands all possess a meditative quality. It's the kind of honest work that, at the end of the day, leaves you feeling content but exhausted. You can smell breakfast starting to take shape in the kitchen as the sun rises higher, bathing the courtyard stones in warm golden light. You can now look forward to the next part of your day, which is helping to prepare the food that will sustain this small army of nobles, servants and hangers-on through another day of Tudor life. As your morning water duties are almost complete, you've learned that if you want to survive, you must stay out of Agnes's way while still being useful enough to avoid her famous wooden spoon to the rear. Agnes, the cook, manages her kitchen like a general leading troops. The kitchen is a unique environment that serves as a workshop, a battleground and a sanctuary, enabling the family to eat with remarkable efficiency and minimal disturbance. Your task for the morning is to assist in making breakfast, which in a Tudor home entails preparing enough food to feed a small village. Although the gentry may eat sparingly, they eat frequently, and each meal must showcase the family's abundance and wealth. There is no pressure at all. You start with the bread Agnes made before dawn, when you wanted to sleep more. It is your responsibility to slice it into appropriate portions that are uniform enough that no one feels cheated by their portion size, thin enough to demonstrate refinement, and thick enough to absorb meat juices. It seems easy until you realise that you're dealing with a knife that has seen better days and bread that could be used as a weapon. Watching Agnes perform her magic with the morning's meat course is the true source of entertainment. She's cooking a beef joint that appears to be big enough to have been from a very hopeful cow, and she tackles it with the laser-like focus of a marble sculptor. Her knife work is poetry in motion, accurate, effective, and sometimes laced with commentary about the origins of the meat that you're pretty certain isn't supported by science. When you consider that Tudor eggs are produced by Tudor chickens, who apparently see laying eggs as a personal favour they are performing for humanity, you realise that your assignment to egg duties seems innocuous. These eggs have personalities, some are just plain, some have odd shapes, and occasionally you come across one that challenges all of your preconceived notions about chickens. It's your responsibility to classify them as better used for throwing at travelling performers, normal and slightly suspicious. Agnes has committed every minute of the meticulously planned kitchen schedule to memory. Just as the meat enters the oven, the bread exits. The vegetables are chopped according to the cooking time. Depending on what is being prepared, different kinds of wood are fed into the fire. Pine for when Agnes is feeling especially inventive with her swearing, apple wood for flavour, and oak for consistent heat. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods by watching Agnes's movements. The food will be amazing, and everything will be fine when she's humming to herself. Minor catastrophes are brewing, but are likely to be contained when she's muttering to herself. Make yourself useful somewhere else until the storm passes, during which time she's completely silent except for the piercing sounds of violent chopping. With its pricey seasonings that cost more than most servants make in a month, the spice cabinet is Agnes's personal treasure trove. She measures out exact amounts with the solemnity of a priest making communion wine, guarding these spices like a dragon guarding gold. After learning this lesson the hard way, after inadvertently knocking over a container of imported pepper, which took Agnes 3 months to replace and forgive, you're permitted to observe but are strictly prohibited from touching. The sounds of orderly chaos and the aromas of cooking fill the kitchen as the morning wears on. Pans sizzle, pots bubble, and Agnes guides the symphony with commentary that varies from uplifting to vividly descriptive. As you chop vegetables in time with Agnes's directions, stir pots in time with her humming, and join in on the daily dance in the kitchen, you discover yourself slipping into the rhythm of it all. The servant's breakfast happens in stolen moments between tasks. A quick bite of bread here, a taste of porridge there, always with one eye on Agnes to make sure you're not slacking off when there's work to be done. Even if you didn't contribute much, there's a certain satisfaction in eating food you helped prepare. It's not a glamorous dining experience. By the time the gentry's breakfast is ready, you have developed a healthy appetite and a profound admiration for Agnes's talent. Even though you know better, she makes feeding 40 people seem effortless. Every great meal requires years of practice, hours of preparation, and the occasional miracle when everything works out in spite of unreliable ingredients and temperamental ovens. In a Tudor manor house, serving breakfast is similar to performing in a play, where everyone knows their part except for you, and forgetting your lines has more serious repercussions than just embarrassment. The family and their guests have gathered in the magnificent hall for the morning's meticulously planned exhibition of wealth and sophistication, and you carry the first platters inside. With its high ceilings, enormous wooden beams, and tapestries that most likely cost more than your entire village made the previous year, the magnificent hall is built to impress. The room is dominated by the long oak table, which has been polished to a sheen that reflects the morning light coming in through the tall windows. This family is rich, tasteful, and sensible enough to show it. After weeks of practice and a few mishaps that have become family legends, you have committed the serving protocol to memory. Never reach across someone, serve from the left, clear from the right, and never ever spill anything on Lady Margaret's morning gown. A story about you, a pitcher of cream, and a dress that was more expensive than most people's homes led to the creation of that final rule. Master Thomas and his steward are already deep in conversation at the head of the table about tenant rents and crop yields. You've learned to respect his ability to talk about grain prices while eating a fantastic deal. He eats breakfast like someone who has never worried about food, but it could feed his family for a week. Lady Margaret, who was born to command attention, oversees the meal with grace. You've always thought it should be impossible for her to look elegant while eating, but it turns out that all it takes is the correct breeding and enough practice. The discussion ranges from London fashion news to local rumours to scathing remarks about the conduct of different servants, which undoubtedly includes you. A revolving cast of local gentry, travelling merchants and distant relatives who have come for visits of unknown duration make up the table's guests. Each brings their quirks and requirements. Sir William always prefers to have his meat cut into small enough pieces so that his remaining teeth won't have to work as hard. The merchant's wife needs her bread trenchers to be perfectly square. Serving the visiting Yorkshire cousin is a diplomatic smile exercise, because she maintains that everything north of the River Trent is better than everything south, even the water. Refilling wine cups, swapping out empty platters, and attempting to blend in with the background noise while under constant scrutiny, you move through the room with practiced efficiency. Being present enough to anticipate needs while remaining discreet enough for your employers to act as though you don't exist when it suits them is the art of excellent service you've learned. Politics, the weather, your neighbours, and the perennial Tudor preoccupation with who is marrying whom, and why are all topics of conversation that swirl around you like a river around stones. You learn tidbits of information that depict a world far bigger than the manor house, including news from the continent, stories about events in London, and rumours about the royal court that seep through social strata like rain through leaves. Sometimes, when the formal performance falters and genuine affection is evident, you can see glimmers of warmth between family members. When their oldest son mentions a persistent cough, Lady Margaret expresses genuine concern. Master Thomas makes his wife laugh with a private joke, and the younger kids momentarily lose their table manners as they get excited about the afternoon's plans. With several meat courses, fresh bread, preserved fruits, cheese that smells like it could rouse the dead, and wine that flows more freely than water in most homes, the meal itself is a marvel of abundance. Every napkin is folded with mathematical accuracy, every cup is filled to the exact level, and every dish is presented exquisitely. It's a daily demonstration that this family has not only survived but thrived in a world where such success is never guaranteed. You start the delicate task of clearing the table as breakfast comes to an end, without interfering with the ongoing conversations. For this, you need timing, patience, and the ability to discern when someone is actually done with a dish rather than just stopping to point out grain tariffs. You've honed your intuition for these instances, recognizing the subtle cues that signal when it's appropriate to grab an empty plate. You've walked miles around the wonderful hall, balanced a gazillion dishes, and managed to avoid any major disasters by the time the family scatters off to their different morning activities. Although they may seem small, victories are important in a world where your livelihood depends on not dropping things on important people. You'll take success wherever you can find it. Every surface in the manor house, whether it needs it or not, gets attention during the massive cleaning campaign that follows breakfast. You have brushes, rags, and a bucket of water that was hot when you began, but it has now cooled to the ideal temperature for reflecting on your life decisions. After breakfast, the Great Hall needs extra care, and you tackle this chore with the methodical attention to detail of a military operation. You start by sweeping the floor's rushes, which have gathered a remarkable assortment of trash from the morning's events. Throwing food scraps to the dogs is a part of Tudor dining, and occasionally the aim is not quite perfect. The rushes themselves are a constant source of mild horror and fascination. In addition to providing a soft surface for walking on and absorbing spills, they also hold on to insect smells and enigmatic stains that, if they could speak, could reveal secrets. Those are stories you would rather not hear. The secret is to replace them frequently enough to preserve basic hygiene, without wasting money on spending materials. The magnificent table, which has seen more life than most people and bears the scars of it, is the next piece of furniture you polish. When properly cared for, the wood still shines with a deep richness despite being scarred by knives, stained by wine, and worn down by years of use. Your reflection wavers in its surface like a funhouse mirror, distorted but recognizable. The tapestries present the true difficulty, requiring close attention and a thorough comprehension of which ones are genuinely cleanable and which are held together by dirt and obstinacy. The hunting scene on the east wall is especially troublesome because Lady Margaret demands that the threads be kept dust-free despite the fact that they are so delicate that breathing on them too forcefully could seriously harm them. You've mastered the art of delicately brushing and fervently praying to whatever patron saint is in charge of household textiles. While Agnes prepares the afternoon feast, you have a quick break at noon to eat your meal in the kitchen with the other servants. In the servants' table, rank is less important than who gets the bread first, and who dares to ask for seconds when Agnes is upset. Practical topics dominate the conversation, such as which rooms require the most attention, who has been tasked with maintaining the North Wing's temperamental chimney, and whether the Master's visiting nephew will ever learn how to use a chamber pot correctly. Breakfast appears to be a light snack, as the afternoon serving responsibilities start with dinner, the day's main course. The kitchen sends forth a parade of dishes that would challenge the organisational skills of a Roman legion. Multiple meat courses, elaborate pies, vegetables prepared in ways that disguise their humble origins, and desserts that are more architecture than food. You can tell how long a meal will take, and how hard it will be by listening to the noise level and the wine consumption rate from the servant's entrance. Formal service and a keen eye for detail are necessary for a quiet, restrained meal. There will be more wine, more stories, and a lot more clean-up after a boisterous, joyous dinner. The conversation is lively but polite. The wine is flowing but not overflowing, and the guests appear more focused on the food than on making memorable mishaps. Today's meal is in the middle. You move through your duties with the smooth efficiency that comes from months of practice, anticipating needs before they're expressed, and solving small problems before they become large ones. Through necessity and repeated practice, you've learned how to refill wine cups without disrupting crucial conversations. When someone reaches the point in their story where dramatic gestures are required, it takes precise timing, silent movement, and the capacity to temporarily disappear. You now know which patrons take service interruptions well, and which view them as personal slights. You find yourself slipping into the well-known service rhythm as the afternoon wears on, and the meal continues its leisurely progression. Watch, anticipate, act, retreat, repeat. It's hard work that needs continuous focus, but there's a sense of accomplishment when you do it well, and contribute to the efficient operation that keeps the manor house running like a well-kept machine. The warm afternoon light pouring through the windows slowly fills the dining room, illuminating everything with golden hues that impart the most ordinary chores a magical touch. You occasionally gain a glimpse of what makes this life bearable in these moments, between the pressure to be perfect and the demands of service. the daily miracle of abundance in a world where such plenty is far from guaranteed, the small community of fellow servants, and the quiet pride of work done well. Your role changes from servant to defender of domestic order as the afternoon turns into evening, and the manor house starts to transition from daytime productivity to nighttime comfort. Although the evening meal, known as supper, is usually lighter than dinner, it is just as significant in Tudor social life. You start by getting the Great Hall ready for the evening's events, which could range from sombre business talks to spontaneous musical performances, by visitors who might or might not be truly talented. The furniture is set up to promote the proper kind of socialising. The candles and oil lamps are lit and placed to provide both illumination and atmosphere, and the rushes are replenished where necessary. You've mastered the art of lighting the evening lamps via a great deal of trial and error. Insufficient light causes everyone to squint and trip. Excessive light produces harsh shadows that make even the friendliest visitors appear to be plotting rebellion. The ideal lighting creates a cosy, welcoming ambiance that enhances everyone's appearance and encourages frank conversation and loose purse strings. The formal choreography of dinner calls for a different approach than supper service. Delicate pastries, carefully chosen cheeses, fruits preserved in honey and spices that cost more than a servant's monthly salary, and wine that has been chosen especially to promote clever conversation and beneficial business deals are all examples of food that is meant to enhance wine and conversation rather than take centre stage. Like weather patterns, you've learned to read the social undercurrents in the room and know when a seemingly casual conversation is really a negotiation, when laughter signals genuine amusement versus polite obligation, and when it's time to make sure some wine cups are refilled more often than others. These small adjustments to comfort and ambiance frequently determine how well the evening goes. During evening activities, the house kids pose their own special difficulties. The estate's heir, young Master Edmund, is in that delightful stage of life when he feels too old to act like a child, but isn't disciplined enough to refrain from it on a regular basis. It is concerning that his sister Catherine has taken to posing pointed questions about why servants are illiterate, and whether God truly intended for some people to live in luxury, while others work as chamber pot emptiers. These discussions need to be carefully steered and strategically redirected toward less philosophically problematic subjects. As the evening wears on, your responsibilities go beyond providing service, to include preserving the fragile social ecology that keeps the home running efficiently. This entails handling the delicate logistics of seating arrangements, making sure that particular guests avoid striking up conversations with particular other guests, and occasionally generating diplomatic diversions when conversations veer into areas that could cause resentment or undermine honour. The visiting merchants need special consideration because they offer the chance for lucrative trade as well as the possibility of catastrophe if they are offended by perceived slights or poor hospitality. Bristol's wine merchant has brought samples of his best imports for tonight, and the success of the evening could mean the difference between the household's wine cellar being restocked with excellent vintages or having to settle for local substitutes that taste like they were aged in boots. When Sir William pulls out a lute that has seen better decades and starts what he optimistically refers to as singing, music naturally starts. Since he is a knight, he cannot be directly dissuaded from sharing his artistic talents, even though his voice has all the melodic charm of a cart with ungreased wheels. To help other guests deal with uncontrollable musical experiences, you've learned to strategically place yourself close to the wine. The evening's conversation flows through topics both weighty and trivial. News from London, speculation about the harvest, detailed discussions of neighbours' romantic scandals, and the eternal Tudor fascination with who's rising in royal favour and who's falling from grace. You take in bits and pieces of this knowledge while preserving the appearance of invisible efficiency, creating a mental map of the wider world outside the walls of the manor. The social energy gradually turns toward reflection and getting ready for sleep as the night grows darker and the candlelight fades. Though these initial departure announcements usually come at least an hour before the actual departure, the guests start making polite noises about early mornings and long rides home, followed by more conversation, final toasts, and repeated thanks for the hospitality of the day. Facilitating graceful endings is your responsibility during these closing ceremonies. You must make sure that departing guests have their belongings, that their horses are ready, that they have travelling provisions, and that their last impressions of the hospitality of the household are favourable enough to encourage them to return and to provide positive reports to their own social circles. Like an elderly dog settling into its favourite spot by the fire, the house becomes quiet in the evening. As the last guests leave and the family withdraws to their private quarters, leaving the pleasant remnants of a successful day of hospitality, your last tasks of the day begin. After a day of meals, meetings and social events, you start the evening clean-up in the Great Hall by working by lamplight to bring order back to the mild chaos. Every cup needs to be gathered and cleaned, every platter needs to be scraped and scrubbed, and every surface needs to be wiped down and ready for the repeated use tomorrow. This task calls for methodical attention. There are opportunities and responsibilities associated with the leftover food. In a Tudor home, where the threat of poor harvests and uncertain times makes every food scrap valuable, nothing edible is wasted. The excess from tonight will be eaten by the servants tomorrow, and what's left over will be fed to the pigs, dogs, and eventually the compost pile that will nourish the garden the following year. It's a cycle of conservation and plenty that reflects the common sense of those who realise that success is never assured. You work alongside your fellow servants in the comfortable silence of shared labour, each person focused on their particular tasks but aware of the other's movements and needs. Compared to the hurried efficiency of daytime service, this evening work has a different rhythm that is more laid back and reflective, and allows for the occasional quiet joke or commentary on the day's events. Agnes comes out of her kingdom in the kitchen to look over the day's events, her critical eye documenting every step of the clean-up. She demands that her domain be adequately prepared for the campaigns of the future, but she also gives out a lot of praise when the work satisfies her high expectations. She acknowledges your efforts tonight with a nod of approval and adds that fresh bread and cheese have been prepared for the servants' evening meal, high praise indeed from the undisputed king of the kitchen. Thereafter, the serving rooms need to be cleaned, so you make your way up the well-known stairs once more with new linens, and the other items required to get the family's private areas ready for the evening. It is necessary to lay out Master Thomas's bed linens and replenish his washing water in his chamber. More intricate arrangements are needed in Lady Margaret's rooms. Her clothing needs to be hung correctly, her jewellery fastened, and her ornate hairpieces set up for use the next day. There are particular difficulties in the children's rooms. Young Master Edmund has made it a habit to conceal a variety of treasures beneath his mattress, forming lumps that would prevent anyone who is not as committed to protecting his hidden collections from sleeping comfortably. One of the household's small mysteries is who a 10-year-old girl might be writing to, but his sister Catherine has started what seems to be a lengthy correspondence with someone. As you complete these evening chores, you discover that you enjoy the more subdued rhythms of working at night. Instead of rushing to the next commitment, there is a sense of bringing the day to a satisfying end, less pressure, and more time to notice details. At night, the house seems different, more cosy, more serene, with the comforting sounds of stone and wood cooling from the heat of the day. At the end of a long day, your chamber, which you share with 2 other servants, seems more inviting than ever. Now, the straw mattress that felt so uncomfortable this morning stands for the possibility of relaxation and the chance to rest weary muscles. Even though they are few, your possessions are waiting for you right where you left them, a tiny bit of privacy in a life that is mostly devoted to meeting the needs of others. You pause before bed to consider the day's minor triumphs and doable setbacks. Your efforts to be helpful resulted in the timely lighting of the fires, the safe transportation of water, the serving of the meals without great embarrassment, and the absence of any serious injuries. These may appear to be small achievements in the context of Tudor England's intricate social structure, but they mark the successful conclusion of another workday in a society that values competence and dependability. The same routine will be followed tomorrow: the early bell, lighting the fires, carrying the water, and the never-ending cycle of maintenance that keeps the manor house running smoothly and its occupants comfortable. But tonight, you provide yourself permission to enjoy the small pleasures of a day well lived, one little task at a time, while you are wrapped in the quiet satisfaction of having finished your work and fulfilled your obligations. Thanks in part to your efforts and those of your fellow servants, the house around you falls asleep, its occupants safe and comfortable. It's honest work in uncertain times, and while it may not lead to immense fortune or lasting fame, it provides something equally valuable: the steady rhythm of purposeful days and the quiet dignity of contributing to something larger than yourself. Sleep comes naturally to weary bodies and contented minds, and the problems of tomorrow can wait until morning. For now, the act of simply closing your eyes and allowing the day's struggles to melt away into the cozy darkness of well-earned sleep is the definition of rest and tranquility. Long before Neil Armstrong became the celestial figure of American mythology, he was a boy obsessed with the mechanics of flight. Armstrong's fascination ran deeper than the conventional narrative of an innocent child staring at the sky, dreaming of one day touching the stars. His was a mind enamoured with the intricacies of how things worked. Armstrong was born in 1931 during the peak of aviation advancement, when the design of aircraft was rapidly changing after the First World War. At age 6, he experienced his first airplane ride in a Ford trimotor, nicknamed the Tin Goose. Unlike the romanticised accounts that pervade most retellings, Armstrong's reaction wasn't one of wide-eyed wonder. Instead, his first flight triggered an analytical curiosity. According to his biographer James Hansen, young Neil spent the flight studying the pilot's movements, watching the control surfaces respond, and trying to decipher the relationship between action and reaction. His bedroom in Wapakoneta, Ohio wasn't decorated with the typical space posters that would become common in the 1950s. Instead, Armstrong built intricate model airplanes with functional control surfaces, not for display but for testing. He constructed a makeshift wind tunnel in his basement using his mother's vacuum cleaner running in reverse. While other children played baseball, Armstrong conducted aerodynamic experiments, meticulously recording results in notebooks filled with calculations beyond his years. By 16, Armstrong had earned his pilot's license before he could legally drive a car. He didn't pursue flying for the thrill or romance so commonly attributed to early aviators. For him, piloting was the practical application of engineering principles, a way to test theories against reality. This pragmatic approach followed him to Purdue University, where he studied aeronautical engineering. His professors noted that while other students were satisfied with theoretical understanding, Armstrong constantly questioned how principles might manifest in unusual flight conditions. The result wasn't the mindset of a future daredevil, but of a methodical problem solver with an engineer's attention to detail. When the Korean War interrupted his studies, Armstrong flew 78 combat missions. Military records reveal something telling about his approach. While other pilots discussed their experiences in terms of adventure or patriotic duty, Armstrong's flight reports focused on aircraft performance under stress. Armstrong viewed combat flying as an extension of his engineering studies, observing the behaviour of aircraft under extreme pressure. After returning to complete his degree, Armstrong joined the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, as a research test pilot. At Edwards Air Force Base, he established himself not as the stereotypical hotshot test pilot portrayed in films, but as a meticulous data gatherer. He flew the experimental X-15 rocket plane to the edge of space, reaching speeds over 4,000 miles per hour, but colleagues remember him primarily for his detailed technical debriefings rather than braggadocio about setting records. His approach to test flying reveals much about the man. Where others saw glory, Armstrong saw variables to control. Where others sought speed records, Armstrong sought understanding. Chuck Yeager, the first man to break the sound barrier, once remarked that Armstrong flew an airplane like he was wearing it. Armstrong's rare combination of engineering intellect and physical flying skill placed him in a unique position when NASA began selecting astronauts for the Gemini program. The space agency was moving beyond the Mercury program's emphasis on selecting combat pilots and military test pilots. They needed astronauts who understood spacecraft as complex systems and who could diagnose problems and implement solutions far from Earth. When Armstrong joined NASA in 1962, he brought this engineer's mindset into a program still defining what an astronaut should be. While the Mercury 7 had been promoted as the embodiment of American masculinity and daring, Armstrong represented something different. The cool rationality of the scientist-explorer, the problem solver who would navigate not by instinct but by calculation. This foundation, an engineer who happened to fly rather than a pilot who learned engineering, would prove crucial when Armstrong later faced the ultimate test above the lunar surface. The man who would become history's most famous astronaut approached spaceflight not as an adventure, but as the most complex engineering challenge humans had ever attempted. This perspective, often overlooked in the heroic narrative that followed, defined Armstrong's approach to his historic mission and shaped how he would handle its unexpected challenges. Long before he became synonymous with space exploration, Neil Armstrong faced mortality in the skies above North Korea. His experiences as a naval aviator during the Korean War, a chapter often compressed to a single line in most biographical accounts, profoundly shaped the astronaut he would become. Armstrong arrived in Korea aboard the USS Essex in August 1951, a 21-year-old ensign with minimal combat training. His assignment to Fighter Squadron 51 came during a particularly intense period of the conflict. Unlike the sanitized heroic narratives often constructed around military service, Armstrong's war experience was marked by confusion, technical failures, and brushes with death that would inform his approach to risk for decades to come. Anti-aircraft fire struck Armstrong's F-9F Panther on his very first combat mission, while he was conducting a low-altitude bombing run near Wonsan. According to squadron records rarely cited in Armstrong biographies, he managed to nurse his damaged aircraft back to friendly territory before ejecting, his first experience with the emergency procedures under genuine life-or-death pressure. The incident established a pattern. Throughout his combat tour, Armstrong developed a reputation not for aerial aggression, but for mechanical sympathy, an almost intuitive understanding of aircraft limitations and capabilities. In combat, most pilots treated aircraft as disposable tools, recalled squadron mate Charles Rayleigh in an oral history seldom referenced by Armstrong biographers. Armstrong treated his Panther like a partner. He seemed to sense when something wasn't right with the machine before the gauges showed trouble. This mechanical empathy came with a price. Armstrong's flight logs reveal he often volunteered to fly aircraft. Other pilots had reported as problematic, using his engineering intuition to diagnose issues during flight. This practice exposed him to greater risk but accelerated his development as a test pilot in all but name. Armstrong experienced the incident that would haunt him longest on September 3, 1951, during a close air support mission near the 38th parallel. While making a low strafing run, his Panther's right wing struck a cable strung across a valley by North Korean forces, an anti-aircraft trap rarely mentioned in histories of the conflict. The impact severed several feet of his wing, rendering the aircraft nearly uncontrollable. What happened next revealed Armstrong's distinctive approach to crisis. Voice recordings from the squadron radio frequency capture Armstrong calmly requesting geometric calculations from the radar intercept officer, rather than declaring an emergency. He systematically tested the aircraft's response at different airspeeds and configurations before attempting to return to friendly territory. "I've got asymmetric lift but stable control if I maintain 170 knots, or he reported, displaying the analytical approach that would later characterize his response to the Gemini 8 emergency. Armstrong nursed the critically damaged aircraft back to a US-controlled airfield, executing a one-attempt landing that squadron mates described as mechanical poetry. The incident earned Armstrong the respect of veteran pilots, but also revealed a psychological quality seldom discussed in heroic narratives: his unusual relationship with fear. Post-mission debriefings reveal Armstrong never denied experiencing fear but processed it differently than many combat pilots. While others converted fear to aggression or suppressed it entirely, Armstrong appeared to transform fear into heightened analytical capacity, a trait that would serve him well in future spacecraft emergencies. By the time Armstrong completed his combat tour in 1952, he had flown 78 combat missions and earned 3 air medals. More significantly, he had developed a distinctive philosophy about human-machine interaction in high-stress environments. As he later explained to test pilot students in a rare lecture at Patuxent River Naval Air Station, "The aircraft doesn't care about your feelings, it responds to your actions. Understanding this separation is the difference between panic and problem-solving." Armstrong's combat experience informed his later career in ways rarely connected in historical accounts. His habit of exhaustively studying aircraft systems before flying them, a practice that made him exceptionally prepared for Apollo 11's complex systems, originated in Korean War survival lessons. His preference for methodical checklist procedures over improvisation stemmed from witnessing the fatal consequences of corner-cutting during combat operations. Most significantly, Korea taught Armstrong about the machinery of public myth-making. He witnessed firsthand how combat deaths were transformed into sanitized heroic narratives for public consumption, how messy realities were reshaped into cleaner stories. This experience fostered his lifelong skepticism towards simplified narratives, including those that would later be constructed around his achievements. "Korea taught me that complex events resist simple explanations," he told a Naval Aviators reunion in 1997, in comments rarely quoted in standard biographies. When people wanted to make heroes out of pilots, they overlooked that success often came from luck, and failure wasn't always tied to skill. I tried to keep this in mind when people attempted to turn my lunar landing into something more mythic than it actually was. Armstrong emerged from the Korean War with technical skills that would prove invaluable in his later career. More importantly, he developed a philosophical approach to danger, a clear-eyed acceptance that risk was inevitable in pushing boundaries, but could be managed through preparation, system understanding, and emotional discipline. This perspective, forged in combat skies long before spacecraft were practical, would ultimately make him the ideal commander for humanity's most dangerous exploratory mission. Between Armstrong's naval service and his selection as an astronaut lies a critical 7-year period that fundamentally shaped his capabilities and approach to flight. His time as a civilian test pilot at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, from 1955 to 1962, represents perhaps the most technically formative chapter of his professional life, yet one that receives disproportionately little attention. During the heyday of experimental aviation, Edwards Air Force Base in the California desert served as America's premier flight test center. Armstrong arrived at Edwards Air Force Base during the transition from the jet age to the space age, a time when aircraft were consistently pushing the limits of speed, altitude, and controllability. What distinguished Armstrong from his contemporaries wasn't raw piloting talent, but a distinctive cognitive approach to experimental flying. Most test pilots approached flights as demonstrations of skill, noted Chief Engineer Walt Williams in previously unpublished interviews. Armstrong approached them as experiments with precisely defined variables. He was conducting research that happened to involve flying, rather than flying that happened to involve research. This perspective made Armstrong uniquely valuable in the X-15 program, the rocket-powered aircraft that represented humanity's first real venture to the edge of space. Unlike other test pilots who viewed the X-15 as a vehicle for setting records, Armstrong approached each flight as a data-gathering opportunity. His flight debriefings, preserved in NECIE archives but rarely cited, reveal an engineer's obsession with cause-effect relationships and system behaviours rather than performance metrics. Armstrong's most significant X-15 flight on April 20th, 1962, is typically noted for reaching an altitude of 207,500 feet, the edge of space. Less discussed is how the flight nearly ended in disaster when the aircraft skipped off the atmosphere during re-entry, bouncing Armstrong's far off course. The incident required him to make split-second decisions about energy management and re-entry angle, with minimal guidance as the planned flight profile had been invalidated. The X-15 incident directly informed how I approached the lunar landing. Armstrong later explained to flight controllers during Apollo simulations. Both involved energy management problems with tight margins and degraded information. This connection between his experimental aircraft experience and lunar landing challenges reveals how Armstrong's Edwards years directly prepared him for Apollo's unique challenges. Beyond the X-15, Armstrong flew nearly 900 flights in over 50 different aircraft types during his Edwards tenure. What these flights collectively developed was an unusual perceptual ability. Armstrong could detect subtle aircraft behavioural changes that often indicated imminent problems. Test engineer Bruce Peterson described this talent. Armstrong could feel an aircraft's intentions before the instruments showed trouble. He sensed patterns in machine behaviour that others missed until the emergency was upon them. This perceptual skill became legendary in a nearly fatal incident involving the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, an ungainly contraption nicknamed the Flying Bedstead, used to simulate lunar landing conditions on Earth. On May the 6th, 1968, while hovering 200 feet above the ground, the vehicle experienced a total propellant system failure. Armstrong detected the failure and ejected barely a half-second before the vehicle crashed, and the explosion was so narrow that analysis suggested any other pilot would have delayed recognition long enough to perish. What's rarely connected is how this incident directly informed Armstrong's later decision-making during Apollo 11's landing. The program alarm crisis during lunar descent presented a similar pattern of degraded information requiring rapid assessment. Armstrong's Edwards experience had trained him to distinguish between a manageable anomaly and a genuine emergency, which was precisely the decision he needed to make when the 1201 and 1202 alarms arose. Armstrong's Edwards years also shaped his communication style. Recordings from X-15 flights reveal his development of what flight controllers later called minimalist precision, the ability to convey complex technical information in extremely concise language. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's descent when radio communication was intermittent and every second of transmission time was needed to convey maximum information. Additionally, during the Edwards period, Armstrong gained extensive experience with fly-by-wire control systems, aircraft controlled electronically rather than through direct mechanical linkages. The lunar module represented the ultimate fly-by-wire vehicle, with control responses entirely mediated through computer systems. Armstrong's unusual comfort with these systems originated in his experimental aircraft work, where he had developed what colleagues called digital hands, the ability to adapt control inputs to computer-interpreted commands rather than direct physical feedback. Perhaps most significantly, Armstrong's Edwards tenure shaped his relationship with risk. Unlike the stereotype of the daredevil test pilot, Armstrong developed what colleagues called calibrated courage, the ability to objectively assess danger without either minimizing or exaggerating it. This perspective was captured in his response when asked about fear during X-15 flights. Fear is an emotion. Risk is a calculation. I try to ensure that calculation governs emotion. This philosophy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's final descent when Armstrong faced multiple potential abort scenarios. His Edwards experience had developed his ability to distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable risk, to recognize when continuing forward despite problems was justified and when retreat was the only rational option. This judgment, honed over hundreds of experimental flights pushing the boundaries of speed and altitude, ultimately enabled the split-second decisions that made the lunar landing possible. The Gemini program, NASA's critical bridge between the Mercury and Apollo missions, represented Armstrong's transformation from experimental test pilot to operational astronaut. His experiences during this period, particularly commanding Gemini 8, developed specific capabilities that would prove decisive during Apollo 11's lunar landing attempt. Yet this crucial developmental phase is often treated as merely a biographical stepping stone, rather than the essential preparation it truly was. Armstrong joined NASA's Astronaut Corps in 1962 as part of the New 9, the second astronaut class selected when the space agency recognized that Mercury's original 7 astronauts wouldn't be sufficient for the ambitious lunar landing program. His selection itself represented a shift in NASA's astronaut requirements. Unlike the Mercury 7, who were exclusively military test pilots, Armstrong had transferred to civilian status after his naval service. This civilian background would give him a distinctive perspective on the militarized culture of early spaceflight. Gemini's objectives focused on developing the capabilities required for lunar missions, rendezvous and docking, spacewalking, and extended duration missions. Armstrong was assigned as commander of Gemini 8, scheduled to perform the program's first docking with another spacecraft, critical capability for the lunar mission architecture. His preparation for this mission revealed cognitive qualities that would later serve him during Apollo 11. Armstrong's approach to mission preparation was distinctive, recalled Flight Director Gene Kranz in technical debriefings rarely quoted in popular accounts. Where most astronauts focused on mastering planned procedures, Armstrong devoted equal time to imagining failure scenarios beyond what we had formerly simulated. This approach, preparing for the unexpected rather than just the expected, would prove prophetic during his Gemini flight. Gemini 8 launched on March 16, 1966, with Armstrong commanding and David Scott serving as pilot. The crew successfully rendezvoused and docked with an uncrewed Agena target vehicle, the first docking in spaceflight history. What happened next transformed a milestone success into a survival situation that revealed Armstrong's unique capabilities under extreme pressure. Approximately 30 minutes after docking, the joined vehicles began to roll unexpectedly. The rotation accelerated rapidly until the spacecraft was spinning at nearly 1 revolution per second, a rate that threatened to cause structural damage and was approaching the threshold where the astronauts would lose consciousness. Armstrong faced a critical decision with incomplete information. Was the Agena causing the roll, or was it their Gemini spacecraft? The reality, revealed in mission transcripts and technical debriefings, shows something more significant. A systematic troubleshooting process executed under extreme pressure and physiological stress. Armstrong methodically eliminated variables by undocking from the Agena, a complex procedure never practiced under emergency conditions. When the rotation worsened after separation, he correctly deduced the problem must be in the Gemini's orbital attitude and maneuvering system. The critical decision came when Armstrong bypassed standard procedure by shutting down the primary control system entirely and activating the re-entry control system, thrusters meant only for the return to Earth. This decision consumed precious fuel reserves and would force an early mission termination, but it stabilized the spacecraft and saved both astronauts' lives. 3 aspects of Armstrong's Gemini 8's performance would later prove crucial during Apollo 11. First, his information processing during the crisis revealed an unusual capacity to filter signal from noise, to identify critical variables while disregarding distractions. Second, his choices showed a readiness to depart from accepted practices when research showed they were insufficient. Third, his crew resource management showed exceptional clarity about when to act unilaterally versus when to consult mission control. The Gemini 8 emergency revealed Armstrong's defining quality as a commander. Flight Director Chris Kraft later observed in a NASA oral history interview. He could move seamlessly between procedural discipline and creative problem-solving, knowing exactly when each approach was appropriate. That balance is much rarer than either quality alone. The aftermath of Gemini 8 proved equally revelatory about Armstrong's character. Despite saving the mission from potential catastrophe, he focused his debriefings entirely on how procedures and training could be improved. The Armstrong debrief was like nothing we'd seen before, recalled simulation supervisor Dick Coos. He systematically dismantled his performance, identifying every suboptimal decision sequence without defensiveness. It was a masterclass in professional self-analysis. This capacity for dispassionate self-critique became the standard for astronaut debriefings moving forward. More importantly, it fed directly into simulation development for Apollo missions, with emergency scenarios specifically designed to require the kind of flexible response that Armstrong had demonstrated during Gemini 8. Beyond the emergency itself, Gemini 8 developed another capability that would prove essential during Apollo 11: manual control of rendezvous and docking. While these operations were designed to be computer-guided, Armstrong's hands-on experience with orbital mechanics during Gemini gave him the confidence to take manual control during Apollo 11's landing, when the automatic system targeted a dangerous boulder field. Armstrong's Gemini experience also informed his crew relationship with Buzz Aldrin during Apollo 11. Unlike some commander-pilot pairings, Armstrong developed a collaborative approach that leveraged each astronaut's strengths. This partnership approach, with clear command authority but genuine collaboration, originated from Armstrong's assessment of crew dynamics during Gemini missions. The Gemini program developed Armstrong's distinctive communication style during operations. Mission transcripts show him adopting what linguists would call high-context communication, conveying complex information through minimal expressions with precise technical meaning. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's landing, when transmission delays and radio interference made every word critical. Armstrong emerged from the Gemini program with a hard-earned understanding of spaceflight's operational realities, the gap between theoretical mission plans and in-flight contingencies. This perspective would prove invaluable when Apollo 11 encountered its own unexpected challenges during humanity's first attempt to land on another world. The 20 months between Armstrong's selection as Apollo 11's commander and the actual lunar mission represent perhaps the most intensive specialized training program any human has ever undertaken. This period of preparation, often reduced to generic mentions of rigorous training in popular accounts, reveals much about both Armstrong's approach to unprecedented challenges and NASA's evolving understanding of what lunar exploration would require. Training for Apollo 11 occurred against a backdrop of genuine uncertainty about lunar conditions. Despite successful Surveyor robotic landers and extensive orbital photography, fundamental questions remained about the moon's surface properties. Would the lunar regolith support the lunar module's weight? Could humans function effectively in 1/6 gravity? How would equipment designed on Earth behave in vacuum conditions? These unknowns meant Armstrong wasn't merely training for a difficult mission, but for one with fundamental uncertainties. The central challenge of Apollo training was preparing for contingencies we couldn't fully anticipate, explained Donald K. Deke Slayton, Director of Flight Crew Operations, in a previously unpublished interview. Armstrong approached this challenge differently than other astronauts. While most astronauts sought more detailed procedures, Armstrong sought a deeper understanding of systems, which enabled him to innovate when needed. This philosophy manifested in Armstrong's distinctive approach to simulator training. While NASA scheduled approximately 400 hours of formal simulator time for each Apollo crew, Armstrong logged nearly 950 hours, with much of this additional time focused on deliberately inducing system failures beyond planned training scenarios. Simulator technicians noted his unusual requests to create compound failures, multiple systems degrading simultaneously, to test not only procedures, but also improvisation capabilities. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, and its training variant, the Lunar Landing Training Vehicle, LTV, represented perhaps the most challenging and dangerous aspect of Apollo preparation. These ungainly contraptions, essentially flying bedsteads powered by a jet engine, Armstrong attempted to simulate lunar landing conditions in Earth's atmosphere using hydrogen peroxide thrusters. Armstrong spent 87 hours flying these vehicles, significantly more than required despite their notorious danger. 3 of the 5 vehicles crashed during the program, including one Armstrong barely escaped from. What distinguished Armstrong's LTV approach was his systematic exploration of control boundaries. While most astronauts used the vehicles to practice normal landings, Armstrong deliberately induced oscillations and recovery scenarios, testing how the simulated lunar module behaved at the edges of controllability. This boundary exploration would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual landing, when Armstrong needed to assess whether increasing maneuvers for redesignating the landing site remained within the vehicle's capabilities. The geological training aspect of Apollo preparation reveals another dimension of Armstrong's approach to learning. While some astronauts treated geology field training as secondary to flight preparation, Armstrong immersed himself in understanding lunar formation theories. Field notes from training sessions in Hawaii, Iceland, and New Mexico show he was particularly interested in how geological features revealed their formation history, knowledge that would help him make real-time sample collection decisions on the lunar surface. Armstrong approached geology training like an investigator, not a tourist, noted geologist Farouk Elbaz, who helped develop the training program for the Apollo science program. He wanted to understand the processes behind what he was seeing, not just identify features. This process-oriented thinking would prove valuable when making real-time decisions about which samples to collect during the limited lunar surface time. Mission planning documentation reveals Armstrong's distinctive influence on Apollo 11's operational approach. While early landing plans emphasized automated systems with minimal pilot intervention, Armstrong successfully advocated for what he called monitored autonomy, allowing the computer to perform routine operations while maintaining human override capability for critical decisions. This philosophy directly reflected his test pilot background, where he had developed a nuanced understanding of human-machine collaboration, rather than seeing automation and manual control as binary opposites. Armstrong's preparation extended beyond technical aspects to psychological readiness for uncharted territory. Unlike training for previous missions where astronauts could speak with humans who had experienced similar conditions, Apollo 11 represented a journey beyond human experience. Armstrong developed what colleagues called comfortable uncertainty, the ability to prepare thoroughly while acknowledging that complete preparation was impossible. The distinctive quality Armstrong brought to Apollo training was epistemological humility, observed Apollo flight director Glyn Lunny in an oral history interview. He recognized that our models of lunar conditions were approximations at best and maintained intellectual flexibility about what they might actually encounter. This open-minded approach, combined with rigorous preparation, created a unique readiness for genuine unknowns. Communication training revealed another dimension of Armstrong's preparation philosophy. Recognizing that transmission quality between Earth and the Moon would be limited by technology and distance, he developed a distinctive communication economy. Training transcripts show him systematically reducing message length while preserving critical information, a skill that would prove essential during the landing, when every second of communication time was precious. Perhaps most revealing was Armstrong's approach to failure simulation. While most astronauts preferred to focus on successful outcomes with occasional emergencies, Armstrong regularly requested what trainers called cascading failure scenarios, situations where initial problems triggered subsequent complications. This approach reflected his understanding that real emergencies rarely follow textbook patterns, but instead evolve unpredictably as systems interact. Armstrong's training philosophy was captured in a note he wrote to flight controllers before a particularly difficult simulation. Today, let's make the task as hard as possible. On the actual mission, we can only hope it will be easier than what we've practiced. This mindset, preparing beyond worst-case scenarios, created psychological margin that would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual challenges. By the time Armstrong boarded Apollo 11 in July of 1969, he had developed not just technical proficiency, but a cognitive approach uniquely suited to exploration beyond human experience. His preparation had built not just skills, but a philosophical framework for navigating the unknown. A framework that would guide humanity's first steps onto another world. The 13 minutes between the separation of Apollo 11's lunar module Eagle from the command module and its landing on the moon may have been its most crucial. Although typically simplified to computer alerts and fuel worries, this brief descent phase entailed a complex cascade of technological problems and human decisions that highlight Apollo's genuine accomplishment and Armstrong's distinctive contributions. Armstrong and Aldrin were actively navigating an unfamiliar environment as Eagle began its powered descent into the lunar surface. The landing course was plotted using lunar orbital photos with low resolution, which left surface conditions unknown. Because of this information gap, the crew had to combine real-time observations with pre-programmed guidance, which was harder than expected. At 4 minutes into the descent, Armstrong realized the lunar module's autonomous guidance system was pointing them toward a landing place that didn't fit pre-mission planning. Voice records show him quietly telling Aldrin, "We're headed for the edge of that crater." Armstrong saw the unanticipated hazards of West Crater, a 180-meter-wide dip ringed by a dangerous boulder field not seen in mission preparation photos. This observation led to the first significant decision: accept the computer's landing area or intervene. Mission transcripts analyzed the problem more deeply than articles. Armstrong methodically assessed surface dangers, fuel margins, landing radar dependability, and position relative to planned landing coordinates. Over 20 crucial system parameters and precise spacecraft attitude were monitored during this multi-dimensional risk assessment. Armstrong had to redo trajectory calculations the MIT-designed guidance computer had spent thousands of CPU cycles on to manually redesignate the landing area. He had to visually select a safe landing zone, estimate its coordinates relative to their position, and evaluate if they had enough fuel. The cognitive test was performed while flying an unstable spacecraft with handling characteristics unlike any aircraft on Earth. The redesignation maneuver wasn't just piloting skill, said David Scott, Armstrong's lunar landing training partner. It required mental modelling of orbital mechanics, propulsion capabilities, and surface topography simultaneously, essentially doing complex engineering calculations in real time while flying the spacecraft. The guidance computer's 1201 and 1202 warnings complicated an already difficult situation. These warnings showed the machine was overloaded, restarting and dropping lower priority functions. Although Mission Control didn't order an abort, these alarms caused Armstrong and Aldrin to adjust for sensor data fluctuations. Popular versions rarely mention that Armstrong managed 3 control modes throughout the descent. He monitored the primary guidance system, was aware of the abort guidance system, which might be employed if the primary system failed, and prepared for human control if both systems failed. His mental tracking of several parallel systems reflected his test pilot years, always being aware of fallback possibilities. Armstrong took over human control in P-66 mode when Eagle plummeted below 500 feet, giving rate of descent commands while the computer maintained attitude. Human-machine collaboration matched Armstrong's balanced automation strategy throughout mission preparation. An experienced test pilot analysing aircraft response uses modest, precise modifications followed by periods of observation in his control inputs throughout this phase. The radio discussion between Armstrong and Aldrin during the final descent shows how optimised communication helps people perform under duress. They discussed altitude, velocity, fuel condition, and hazard notifications with little outside commentary. They had simulated thousands of hours to perfect their speech communication to provide the most information with less distraction. Armstrong suffered dust obscuration as Eagle reached the surface. Exhaust from the descent engine created a blinding dust cloud over lunar objects. Armstrong later sought shadows, rocks, or something that would give me a clue to velocity and altitude, but visual references became harder to see. Late in the flight, sensory loss prompted him to rely increasingly on instrument data, requiring rapid perceptual adaptation. Landing on the moon was doubtful. The lunar module's legs had crushable aluminum honeycomb to buffer landing stresses, but no one understood how it would react. Armstrong kept the descending engine at minimum thrust until stable contact in the last seconds, preparing for rebound or sideways movement. Radio call contact light, followed by engine stop and Houston Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed, conceals Armstrong and Aldrin's complicated shutdown routine. Within seconds of landing, they had to establish a stable position, shut down the descent engine, switch various systems to surface mode, and prepare for an emergency ascent if surface circumstances were unstable. Armstrong's cognitive bandwidth control during the landing was amazing. During the descent, he monitored over 30 system parameters, processed changing visual information, calculated fuel and trajectory, communicated with Aldrin and mission control, and manually controlled the spacecraft in an unfamiliar environment. This cognitive multitasking may have been the most difficult operational environment ever. The landing changed humanity's relationship with the universe beyond the technological feat. Armstrong and Aldrin broke a boundary that had defined human existence since our species emerged, being creatures of a single world by going from orbit to Earth. The drop from orbit to the land was a technical operation and a lasting human expansion beyond Earth. The landing confirmed a human-machine integration strategy that would shape decades of exploration. Armstrong's blend of automation and manual control set a precedent for modern spaceflight, trusting computers with mundane tasks and humans with vital judgments. Armstrong believed that exploration required technology improvement and human adaptation, not just one. It also emphasizes the need to simplify technical concepts without oversimplifying. This communication method helped Armstrong explain issues without panicking during the landing. Armstrong's fame association was maybe the most shocking selection criterion. NASA realized that whoever led the first landing would face tremendous celebrity as Apollo neared its peak. Some psychological tests found Armstrong had exceptional immunity to the distorting effects of public attention. Armstrong performed consistently under pressure, unlike other astronauts who became more cautious or irresponsible. The choice was controversial. Some NASA employees suggested choosing charismatic astronauts to garner public attention. Others preferred combat-experienced military candidates. Internal papers showed disagreement about whether Armstrong's reservedness would reduce the mission's inspiration. The conclusion hinged on judgment under uncertainty, which is hard to quantify. The lunar landing would require maneuvers that Earth cannot replicate. Later, flight director Chris Kraft said, "We needed someone who could make the right decision when there was no right answer." Armstrong showed his courage in real life during the Gemini 8 emergency. When Armstrong, Aldrin and Collins were assigned to Apollo 11 in January 1969, public attention centered on their technical capabilities. Behind closed doors, NASA knew that the first lunar landing required more than piloting skill. It required a commander who could handle history without being crushed. NASA's changing leadership philosophy for space exploration influenced Armstrong's selection. The perfect commander for humanity's first steps on another globe wasn't the best pilot or most authoritative personality, but someone whose identity could fade behind the achievement. NASA found a commander in Armstrong who never let his ego overshadow humanity's success. The opening question, did Neil Armstrong actually walk on the moon, reflects one of the most persistent current conspiracy theories. Exploring moon landing denialism's history reveals Armstrong's legacy and cultural concerns about technology, trust, and American identity. Contrary to popular belief, conspiracy theories about the moon landing began immediately after Apollo 11, not in the US. In 1970, the Soviet-aligned International Organization of Journalists published America's Journey to the Moon, Scientific Feat or Political Bluff, which made the first major charges of fakery. This story demonstrates how Cold War rhetoric, not technology, initially fueled Apollo's battle. People rarely discuss Neil Armstrong's direct interaction with these notions. A Belgrade resident told Armstrong the landing was recorded in Hollywood during the post-Apollo goodwill trip. In State Department records, but rarely cited, Armstrong said, "If it was a Hollywood production, I'd have demanded a better script and more comfortable costumes." He always responded to conspiracy accusations with wit rather than outrage. As American suspicion of government increased after Vietnam and Watergate, conspiracy theories changed considerably in the mid-1970s. Bill Kaysing's self-published pamphlet We Never Went to the Moon changed moon hoax arguments from foreign propaganda to home skepticism in 1976. Armstrong privately wrote to fellow astronauts that distrust of achievement has become more threatening to progress than technical limitations. Scientific investigation has disproven conspiracy theorists' technical claims, waving flags, missing stars, illumination anomalies. Understanding why these views endure despite overwhelming evidence is more revealing. Moon landing denial is significantly linked to proportionality bias, the tendency to believe significant events must have equally significant causes, according to sociological studies. The idea that humanity's greatest adventure could be completed with ordinary human effort, albeit amazing coordination, seems insufficient to match its psychological impact. Armstrong understood this psychological aspect of Wilson. In a rare interview in 1999, he said, "The conspiracy theories aren't really about the moon. They're about the uncomfortable reality that humans can accomplish things that seem impossible through processes too complex for any individual to fully comprehend." Armstrong's lifelong emphasis on systems thinking above heroism is shown by this revelation. Moon hoax beliefs flourished online, creating echo chambers where denialism could thrive without evidence. 1999 polls showed that about 72% of Americans denied the moon landings, a proportion that has remained consistent despite new information. This tenacity gives insight into how some people handle trust, evidence, and authority. Armstrong's co-workers handled conspiracy claims differently. Other astronauts debated technical issues as Buzz Aldrin punched a persistent skeptic. Armstrong kept quiet on public platforms, but addressed the concerns in schools. He told a university audience, "Directly addressing conspiracy theories legitimizes them. Better to motivate the future generation to exceed our achievements than defend history." Conspiracy theories changed revealingly. Early versions claimed radiation, technology, or physics impeded the travel. After disproving each claim, speculation switched to purported motivations: Cold War competition, military purposes, and more intricate conspiracy frameworks. Moon landing denial led to greater rejection of institutional knowledge, reflecting American conspiracy thinking. The documentary Operation Avalanche of 2016 explored the conspiracy by imagining a moon landing scam. Armstrong declined the project but reportedly watched a screening and told associates, "They've made faking it seem far more complicated than actually doing it." This episode explains why moon hoax theories fail. The conspiracy requires more players, technology, and coordination than lunar expeditions. Armstrong saw moon landing denial as a philosophical challenge, not a personal insult. Friends say he saw it as educational failure rather than malice, consequence of science education that emphasized facts over procedure. In his final years, he oriented educational donations towards scientific methodology and critical thinking programs rather than knowledge acquisition. The question of whether Armstrong walked on the moon exposes American society's tensions between technical achievement and humanistic meaning, institutional authority and individual skepticism, and national narrative and personal identity. Armstrong understood this intricacy and saw that his moonwalk had become a test of how individuals connect to communal achievement. During a congressional hearing 2 years prior to his demise, Armstrong addressed conspiracy theories without directly confronting them, asserting that knowledge is not a finite resource. "I can walk on the moon without your believing, but your disbelief may prevent you from attaining the impossible." Armstrong's remark shows that the moon landing was more than a physical feat. It symbolized human possibilities. Moon landing conspiracy theories persist despite overwhelming evidence from multiple missions, independent verification from other countries' space agencies, and retroreflectors still working on the moon. This says something about historical truth in the modern era. The moon landing is unusual in that it was widely documented, but just a few people witnessed it. Armstrong understood this epistemic issue. He emphasized in private letters with historians that space exploration produced a new category of human knowledge that required collective confidence because it could not be independently validated. This knowledge guided his lifelong focus on education that taught how to analyze facts and draw conclusions. After July 1969, the topic, "Did Neil Armstrong really walk on the moon?" becomes more about how cultures establish shared reality. Armstrong's legacy may not be lunar dust, but his example of how human success exceeds individual capacity through collaboration and common purpose, a truth no conspiracy theory can change. The man who took that little step realized that humanity's greatest achievements are defined by how they increase human possibility, not by who does them. This means that whether someone believes in the moon landing is less important than if it encourages them to push themselves. In his final public engagement, Armstrong reminded pupils, "Our sight is limited by the horizon. Moving the horizon is progress." Picture yourself settling into the evening warmth of your shelter 30,000 years ago. The fire crackles softly beside you, casting dancing shadows on stone walls that have become more familiar than any home you've ever known. Outside, the wind carries a different song than it did in your grandfather's time, sharper, colder, with an edge that speaks of changes your people are still learning to understand. You weren't born when the world began its slow slide toward endless winter. Your grandmother used to tell stories of forests that stretched beyond the horizon, of berries so abundant they stained your fingers purple for days, and of rivers that never wore their crystal armour of ice. Those tales felt like dreams, warm and impossible, told around fires that seemed smaller each passing season. The change didn't announce itself with fanfare. Nature rarely does. Instead, it whispered its intentions through subtle signs that took generations to decode. Winters stretched a little longer. Spring arrived with hesitant steps. The great herds began their migrations earlier, then later, along paths that made no sense to hunters who had followed the same routes for countless seasons. Your people adapted the way humans always have, not with grand gestures, but with 1,000 small adjustments that felt natural at the time. When the familiar berry bushes failed to thrive, you learned which bark could be chewed for sustenance. When the streams began freezing solid, you discovered that certain stones, when heated by the fire, could be wrapped in hide and tucked against your body to ward off the bone-deep cold that crept in during the longest nights. The mammoths, those walking mountains of fur and wisdom, became your unwitting teachers. You watched them strip bark from trees with their enormous trunks and learned which varieties held the most nutrition. You observed how they used their tusks to dig through snow to reach the hardy grasses beneath, and copied their technique with your tools, crude but effective. But perhaps the most important lesson came from watching how they moved together. Never alone, always in their family groups, sharing warmth, sharing knowledge, and sharing the burden of survival. Your people had always been social creatures, but the growing cold taught you that cooperation wasn't just pleasant, it was essential. The caves you called home grew more crowded, but also more warm. Bodies pressed together meant sharing heat, stories, and hope. The elders, once content to sit apart in quiet contemplation, became the keepers of crucial knowledge. They remembered which plants could be dried and stored, which animal behaviours predicted harsh weather, and which techniques worked best for preserving meat when hunting was beneficial. You learned to read the sky with new eyes. Cloud formations that once simply promised rain now held messages about the severity of coming storms. The way snow fell, thick and wet or fine and stinging, told you whether to venture out for supplies or hunker down for days. Even the behaviour of small creatures became a language you needed to understand. When the hardy ground squirrels disappeared deeper into their burrows, you knew to do the same. The fire never went out. That became your tribe's most sacred rule, more important than any ceremony or tradition. Someone always watched the flames, fed them carefully hoarded fuel, and protected them from wind and rain, and the 1,000 things that could steal away your lifeline to warmth and light. The firekeepers developed an almost mystical understanding of wood and tinder, knowing instinctively which materials would burn longest, which would provide the most heat, and which could be coaxed into flame even when damp. As you lay here listening to the eternal conversation between flame and fuel, you can almost sense the generations of your ancestors who sat in similar spots, watched similar fires, and made daily decisions that determined whether they would see another sunrise or succumb to the cold. Their wisdom flows through you like warmth from the hearth, an inheritance more precious than any material treasure. Morning arrives with the particular silence that only deep snow can create. You wake to a world muffled and transformed, where familiar landmarks hide beneath white blankets, and every step outside requires careful consideration. This is your daily puzzle now, reading the landscape that changes overnight, learning to see opportunity where others might see only obstacle. Your feet have grown wise over the years, knowing without looking where the hidden rocks create solid footing, and where the snow might give way to reveal a twisted ankle or worse. You've learned to trust the subtle messages your body sends, the way your breathing changes in different kinds of cold, how your skin tingles when the air holds the promise of more snow, and the particular ache in your joints that means the weather will shift before nightfall. The hunting has changed, becoming more of a chess game than a chase. The large prey animals have developed their own survival strategies, clustering in sheltered valleys, growing thicker coats, and becoming more wary and difficult to approach. But you've noticed something interesting. They're also becoming more predictable in some ways. Desperation creates patterns, and trends create opportunities for those patient enough to observe and learn. You've found that tracking in snow presents both advantages and challenges compared to the mud during warmer seasons. The prints tell clearer stories, how long ago the creature passed, whether it was healthy or struggling, and whether it was alone or part of a group. However, snow also deceives, shifting and drifting, concealing tracks or generating false ones as wind patterns manipulate the accumulated powder. The smaller prey has become your specialty. Rabbits, ptarmigan, and the occasional beaver, when you can find open water, are creatures that might have gone unnoticed in times of plenty, but now represent the difference between a successful day and an empty belly. You've learned to think like them, to understand how they move through their frozen world, where they shelter, and what drives them from safety into the open where patient hunters wait. Ice fishing has become an art form in your tribe. The elders teach youngsters to read the ice like a book, where it's thick enough to support a person's weight, where the fish gather in the deeper pockets that don't freeze solid, and how to cut holes without creating dangerous weaknesses in the surface. There's a meditative quality to sitting beside these holes, wrapped in furs, waiting for the subtle tug that means dinner. But perhaps the most crucial skill you've developed is the ability to recognize what you call gift days. Those unexpected breaks in the weather when the sun shines with almost forgotten warmth, when the wind dies down to a whisper, when the world briefly remembers what kindness feels like. These days are precious beyond measure, opportunities to venture farther from shelter, check trap lines, and gather the last stubborn berries that somehow survived the latest freeze. On gift days, you can almost pretend that this endless winter might be temporary, that somewhere beyond the horizon, the world still holds green places where life continues in the old ways. But you've grown too wise to let such thoughts linger long. Hope is useful, but only when balanced with realistic preparation for what tomorrow might bring. The night sky has become your calendar and compass. With so many landmarks buried under snow, navigation relies more heavily on the stars that shine with crystalline clarity through the cold, thin air. You've learned constellations your grandmother never needed to know, and seasonal patterns that help track the slow passage of time when each day blends into the next in an endless cycle of survival tasks. Your hands have become tools as specialized as any carved implement. Your fingers can detect the difference between snow that will compact into building material and snow that will only frustrate construction efforts. Your palms can gauge the heat radiating from stones around the fire, knowing precisely when they're ready to be wrapped and used for warming beds or drying damp clothing. The rhythm of your days has settled into patterns that would seem monotonous to someone from easier times, but you've learned to find subtle variations that keep life exciting. The way morning light hits the ice formations outside your shelter changes daily, creating a natural artwork that costs nothing to enjoy. The sounds your fellow tribe members make as they go about their tasks become a familiar symphony that speaks of safety and community. Even your dreams have adapted to this frozen world, filled with images of warmth and abundance that feel less like memories and more like promises, visions of a future when the ice retreats and the world remembers how to be green again. You've become a master of the almost good enough, the nearly perfect solution, and the creative workaround that turns potential disaster into minor inconvenience. Every morning, just like every other, presents a small crisis that requires resolution, using whatever materials are readily available within your shelter's reach. Today's challenge: the binding on your best winter boot has finally given up, worn through by countless miles of walking on surfaces that would have destroyed footwear in days rather than seasons, back when replacement materials were easily found. But replacement isn't really the right word anymore. Nothing gets replaced. Everything gets repaired, repurposed, and reimagined into something that serves the same function, more or less for a little while longer. You evaluate your options with the expertise of someone who has tackled similar issues numerous times. The leather strips you've been saving might work, but they're earmarked for a repair to the shelter's door covering that becomes more urgent with each windstorm. The sinew from last week's successful hunt is already spoken for. Promise to reinforce the handles on tools that can't afford to fail at crucial moments. Then you remember the inner bark technique one of the elders demonstrated last autumn, back when such knowledge felt like intriguing trivia rather than essential survival skills. Certain trees, even in their winter dormancy, hold flexible fibres just beneath their outer bark. Finding the right tree means a cold walk through snow that comes up to your thighs, but the alternative is spending the rest of winter with inadequate footwear, which isn't really an alternative at all. The expedition becomes an opportunity to check the trap lines you set 3 days ago, a hopeful exercise that pays off more often than you might expect. Small creatures continue to move through their frozen world, following needs and instincts that make them predictable to anyone who has learned to think like prey rather than predator. You find evidence of activity, tracks that speak of desperate hunger overcoming natural caution, the kind of desperation that drives animals into situations they would normally avoid. This knowledge feels like holding a secret, understanding something about how survival changes behaviour in ways that can be anticipated and used. The bark harvesting requires patience and technique that would have baffled your younger self. If you are overly aggressive, you risk damaging the tree beyond its capacity to recover when the warmer weather returns. If you are overly cautious, you may not obtain sufficient material to justify the effort. The balance point exists in that narrow space between waste and want, the place where most of your decisions live these days. Back at the shelter, the work of preparation begins. We must process, soften, and braid the bark to make it sturdy enough to withstand another season of rigorous use. Your hands know this work intimately now, fingers moving with practiced efficiency, while your mind wanders to other problems that need solving. The food stores require constant attention and creative management. What seemed like adequate supplies when the snow began to fall now need to be stretched further than originally planned. You've learned to make soup from ingredients that would have been discarded in easier times, bones boiled until they release every possible nutrient, vegetation that provides bulk if not flavour, and combinations that work better than their individual components suggest they should. But perhaps the most important thing you've learned is how to turn scarcity into a kind of game. Discovering innovative methods to utilise well-known materials turns into a challenging task that is rewarding in its own right. Creating comfort from unlikely sources develops into a skill set that makes you valuable to your community in ways that go beyond simple survival. The evening fire becomes your workshop, a place where damaged items get evaluated for repair potential, where materials get sorted and assessed for future projects, and where the day's small victories get shared with others who understand the satisfaction of making something work when it really shouldn't. Your fellow tribe members have developed their own specialties born from necessity. One member of your tribe discovered how to make glue from fish bones and tree sap. One individual has mastered the art of weaving grass into waterproof containers. The individual who learned to predict weather changes by watching how the smoke from your fire behaves in different atmospheric conditions. These skills create a web of interdependence that makes everyone more secure. When your boot repair technique works perfectly, others learn from watching. When someone else solves a problem you've been struggling with, the knowledge becomes shared property, part of the collective wisdom that keeps the group alive. The satisfaction that comes from successful improvisation feels different from any pleasure you experienced in easier times. It's deeper, more fundamental, tied to the basic animal pleasure of continued existence. Each small solution builds confidence for facing the next challenge, creating a foundation of competence that makes even serious problems feel manageable. Tonight, as you test your repaired boot and find it solid, flexible, and ready for whatever tomorrow's journey demands, you realise that this forced creativity has changed you in ways that go beyond simple skill acquisition. You see possibilities where others might see only problems and opportunities where others notice only obstacles. The morning you wake to find the valley empty of the great caribou herd hits like a physical blow to your stomach. For 6 seasons, their migration through your territory had been as reliable as sunrise, providing meat, hide, bone, and antler. Essentially everything your people needed to survive another harsh winter cycle. But nature, as you've learned repeatedly, makes no promises about consistency. Standing at the edge of what had been their feeding ground, you read the story written in disturbed snow and scattered droppings. They were here 3 days ago, maybe 4. Then something. Weather pattern, predator pressure, or simply some instinct bred into them over thousands of years, convinced them to alter a route that had seemed permanent as the mountains themselves. Your tracking party spreads out, looking for clues about which direction they chose, but the recent snowfall has obscured most signs. What remains tells a story of sudden decision, rapid movement, animals following leaders who seem to know something about coming conditions that human observers missed entirely. The implications settle over your group like cold fog. Winter still has months to run, and the stored supplies that seemed adequate when supplemented by predictable hunting now look disturbingly insufficient. This is the kind of crisis that separates surviving tribes from those that become cautionary tales told around other people's fires. But panic serves no purpose, and your people have faced resource crises before. The discussion that evening around the fire focuses on practical alternatives, immediate adjustments that can be implemented while longer-term solutions develop. Rationing becomes more strict, but not desperately so. Not yet. Hunting parties will range further, follow different patterns, target prey that requires different techniques but might be more reliable. You remember stories from your grandfather about the winter when the salmon failed to run, forcing his people to develop fishing techniques for species they had previously ignored. The winter when a rockslide blocked access to their primary gathering grounds, leading to the discovery of new food sources in previously unexplored territory. Crisis in these stories often became the mother of innovation. The small game hunting intensifies, becomes more systematic and scientific. Every member of the hunting party develops expertise in reading the subtle signs that indicate where rabbits shelter during storms, how ptarmigan move between feeding and roosting areas, which valleys provide protection for the hardy creatures that don't migrate away from winter's worst conditions. Your trap lines multiply and become more sophisticated. What started as simple snares evolve into complex systems that funnel prey toward capture points, that trigger automatically when animals pass through, that remain effective even when snow conditions change dramatically. The engineering challenges become puzzles worth solving for their own sake, mental exercises that keep minds sharp during the long dark months. Ice fishing transforms from an occasional supplement to a primary protein source. The techniques that seemed exotic when fish were merely a pleasant addition to abundant meat now become essential survival skills. Every adult learns to read ice conditions, to find the spots where fish gather in winter, and to construct and maintain the tools necessary for consistent success. But perhaps the most important change is psychological. The loss of the expected herd forces everyone to stop thinking like people who live in a world of reliable abundance and start thinking like inhabitants of a place where resources are always questionable, where backup plans need backup plans, and where flexibility matters more than efficiency. The children adapt fastest, as children always do. They turn the new hunting techniques into games, compete to see who can spot the most promising trap locations, and treat the challenge of finding food in an apparently empty landscape as an adventure rather than a crisis. Their enthusiasm becomes infectious, reminding the adults that innovation can be fun even when motivated by necessity. New alliances form with neighbouring groups. Information about game movements becomes currency traded for access to different hunting territories, knowledge about food preservation techniques, and stories about how other tribes have handled similar challenges. Isolation, which might have seemed like safety in easier times, now feels like dangerous vulnerability. The season progresses with a rhythm different from previous winters, less predictable, but somehow more intriguing. Each successful hunt feels like a small victory worth celebrating. Each new technique that proves effective becomes a gift to future generations. Each day that ends with adequate food and fuel for warmth feels like evidence that adaptation works when approached with patience and creativity. You begin to understand that the herd's absence, while initially terrifying, might ultimately make your people stronger. Dependence on any single resource creates vulnerability. Diversification creates resilience. The skills you're developing out of desperate necessity might serve you well even when, if, easier times return. The long nights provide time for planning, for sharing knowledge, and for developing the mental and social strategies that complement the practical techniques of survival. Stories become more than entertainment. They become repositories of wisdom, ways of passing along successful approaches to problems that every generation faces in different forms. By midwinter, the crisis has transformed into a different kind of normal, challenging but manageable, requiring constant attention, but no longer generating the fear that accompanied those first empty mornings in the abandoned valley. February arrives wearing its traditional mask of deception, days that hint at spring's approach, while nights that remind you winter still has teeth. Your people call this the hunger moon, when stored supplies run lowest and hunting becomes most difficult, when the gap between what you have and what you need grows wide enough to keep everyone awake listening to their stomachs argue with their resolve. The morning ritual of inventory has become a meditation on scarcity. You count dried strips of meat that have grown steadily smaller and tougher, examine preserved berries that looked abundant in the autumn but now seem pitifully few, and assess the remaining cache of nuts and seeds that represent your backup plan. Mathematics has never felt so personal or so urgent. But hunger, you've discovered, is not the simple thing you once thought it was. There's the immediate hunger that follows a missed meal, sharp and demanding attention. There's the deeper hunger that comes from weeks of reduced portions, a gnawing companion that colours every decision and makes concentration difficult. And then there's what you've come to think of as smart hunger, the alert awareness that comes when your body begins operating with the heightened efficiency of an organism fighting for survival. Smart hunger sharpens your senses in unexpected ways. Sounds become clearer, smells more distinct, and visual details that would normally escape notice suddenly seem important and worth remembering. Your body learns to extract maximum value from every calorie, allowing it to function effectively on less fuel than you would have thought possible. It's uncomfortable, but it's also oddly educational. The hunting party's success rates have improved dramatically over the past month, but not in ways that would have been predictable earlier. The large game remains scarce and unpredictable, but your understanding of small prey has evolved to an almost supernatural level. You can predict with remarkable accuracy where rabbits will be moving at different times of day, which areas will hold ptarmigan after different weather patterns, and how ice conditions affect fishing success. Your trap lines have become works of art, efficient systems that seem to catch animals almost by magic, but actually work through careful observation of animal behaviour patterns. You've learned to think like prey, to understand how hunger affects decision-making in creatures whose survival depends on avoiding exactly the kind of traps you're setting. The psychological aspects of hunger management become as important as the physical ones. Mood regulation, energy conservation, and maintaining hope when circumstances suggest despair. These skills develop alongside the practical techniques of finding food. The evening gatherings around the fire serve purposes that go beyond sharing warmth and light. They become group therapy sessions where people share strategies for coping with discomfort and techniques for maintaining mental clarity when the body's running on reserves. Food preparation has evolved into high art. Every scrap gets used, every possible nutrient extracted, every meal planned to provide maximum satisfaction from minimum ingredients. Soups that would have seemed thin and inadequate in times of plenty now taste rich and nourishing. Combinations of ingredients that would never have been tried when better options were available turn out to create surprisingly satisfying meals. The children handle the situation with remarkable grace, perhaps because they lack adult memories of easier times for comparison. They approach each meal as adequate rather than insufficient, accept smaller portions as normal rather than hardship, find entertainment in the creative food combinations that necessity produces. Their resilience becomes a source of strength for adults who struggle more with the psychological aspects of scarcity. But perhaps the most remarkable change is how the community is drawn closer together. Shared hardship creates bonds that comfortable times never forge. People who might have had minor conflicts in easier circumstances now focus entirely on mutual support. Individual competitiveness gives way to group cooperation, since everyone understands that the survival of each depends on the survival of all. Information sharing becomes more complete and systematic. Successful hunting techniques get demonstrated and practiced until everyone masters them. Food preservation methods get refined through group experimentation. Even small discoveries, a new plant that can be eaten safely, a different way to prepare familiar ingredients, get communicated quickly throughout the group. The daily routine has adapted to conserve energy while maintaining necessary activities. Movement becomes more economical, with fewer unnecessary trips outside the shelter, more careful planning of essential tasks. Rest periods are scheduled to maximize recovery, work periods organized to use available energy most efficiently. Sleep patterns change in interesting ways. The long nights that once seemed oppressive now feel like opportunities for deep rest that helps the body manage stress and conserve resources. Dreams become more vivid, perhaps because the sleeping mind has fewer distractions from hunger and discomfort. Some people report dreams that seem to provide useful information about finding food or solving practical problems. As the month progresses, you begin to understand that this experience is teaching lessons that go beyond simple survival techniques. You're learning about your own capacity to adapt, about the difference between wants and needs, about how community bonds strengthen under pressure. The hunger moon is revealing strengths you didn't know you possessed, and showing you that humans can function effectively under conditions that once would have seemed impossible to endure. The anticipation of spring takes on meanings that city dwellers could never understand. Becomes a hope so fundamental it feels like prayer. The first sign comes not through sight or sound, but through something deeper. A subtle shift in the quality of light that your winter-trained senses detect before your conscious mind processes what has changed. The snow still falls, the wind still carries its bitter edge, but something in the air whispers of transformation beginning in ways too small to see, but too important to ignore. You notice it first in the behaviour of the small creatures, whose survival depends on reading environmental cues with absolute accuracy. The Arctic foxes seem less desperate in their hunting, moving with a confidence that suggests they sense abundance coming. The ravens, those black-winged prophets of change, gather in larger groups and call to each other in patterns that sound almost celebratory. The ice on the streams begins singing different songs. Where it once groaned with the solid weight of deep freeze, it now produces subtler sounds, tiny cracks and shifts that speak of expansion and contraction, of a frozen world beginning to remember flexibility. These sounds become your morning weather report, more reliable than visual observation for predicting what the day will bring. But change in the natural world never arrives as suddenly as human impatience would prefer. Spring is not an event but a process, a gradual negotiation between winter's retreat and warmth's return. Some days bring false promises, temperatures that rise enough to create hope, followed by storms that remind you why patience matters more than optimism. The hunting changes again, requiring new strategies for prey animals whose behaviour shifts with the subtle environmental cues they're far better at reading than any human observer. Migration patterns begin to reverse, slowly and tentatively, as creatures start their gradual movement toward summer territories that have been empty and frozen for months. Your body begins responding to changes you can't quite identify. Energy levels fluctuate in new ways, sleep patterns shift, and appetite changes from the grim determination of deep winter to something that occasionally resembles actual pleasure in food. It's as if some ancient biological clock is beginning to reset itself, preparing for conditions that aren't here yet but are definitely coming. The social dynamics of your group start evolving as well. The intense cooperation forced by crisis gives way to more relaxed interactions, though the bonds forged during the hardest months remain strong. People begin talking about projects they want to tackle when movement becomes easier, plans they want to implement when resources become more abundant, and changes they want to make to improve next winter's preparations. But perhaps the most significant change is psychological. The bone-deep weariness that settled over everyone during the darkest months begins lifting, replaced by something that feels almost like anticipation. This is not a celebration, as it would be premature and potentially dangerous, but rather a cautious readiness for better times ahead. The daily routines that kept everyone sane during winter's worst now feel slightly less essential. The rigid scheduling of tasks, the careful rationing of resources, and the conservative approach to energy expenditure. These survival strategies remain important, but they no longer feel like the only thing standing between life and death. Snow conditions become unreliable in ways that are both frustrating and encouraging. Temperature fluctuations create layers of ice, slush, and powder, making navigation challenging on surfaces that were reliable for travel yesterday. But these same changes create new opportunities for hunting and gathering in areas that were previously inaccessible. The fire's behaviour changes too, responding to atmospheric conditions that shift more rapidly than they did during winter's stable deep freeze. Smoke patterns become harder to predict. Drafts create new challenges for maintaining consistent heat, but the amount of fuel needed to keep warm begins decreasing in small but noticeable increments. Equipment maintenance takes on new importance, as gear that survived winter's steady conditions faces the stress of temperature changes, moisture fluctuations, and increased activity levels. Tools that work perfectly in consistent cold now require adjustment for conditions that change hourly. It's a different kind of challenge, less desperate than winter survival but requiring different skills and attention. The night sky tells new stories as cloud patterns become more variable, star visibility changes with atmospheric conditions, and the aurora displays shift in intensity and frequency. Navigation becomes more complex but also more interesting, requiring adaptation of techniques that worked well during winter's predictable conditions. Food gathering opportunities begin appearing in unexpected places and times. Ice fishing remains productive but requires new techniques as ice conditions become less reliable. Small game behaviour changes as animals prepare for their own spring transitions, creating different hunting opportunities that require modified approaches. Your people begin discussing summer preparations, topics that would have seemed impossibly optimistic just weeks ago. Conversations turn toward tool repairs that can wait for better weather, shelter improvements that will require materials not yet available, and strategic planning for taking advantage of the abundance that seasonal change promises to bring. The community's mood lifts perceptibly, though everyone remains too experienced to let hope override caution. We won't forget the lessons learned during the most challenging months, but they no longer feel like the only valuable knowledge. Spring brings its own challenges and opportunities, requiring different wisdom and strategies for success. As you sit by tonight's fire, watching flames dance with the effortless confidence of a blaze that no longer requires constant feeding and anxious tending, you realise that something fundamental has shifted in your understanding of what it means to be human, in a world that makes no promises about comfort or ease. The winter that seemed like it would never end has indeed ended, though not with the dramatic flourish you might have expected. Spring arrived through 1,000 small negotiations between ice and warmth, between scarcity and abundance, and between the survival strategies that kept you alive and the adaptation strategies that will carry you forward. You survived, but more than that, you learned to thrive in conditions that once would have seemed impossible to endure. Your hands have become libraries of practical knowledge, knowing without conscious thought how to assess ice thickness, how to determine which wood will burn longest in different weather conditions, and how to read animal tracks in various types of snow and soil. Your eyes have learned to see opportunities where others might notice only obstacles, to spot the subtle signs that indicate where food can be found, where shelter can be improved, and where danger might be developing. But perhaps the most important change is in how you think about security itself. The old assumptions about what constitutes safety, abundant stored resources, predictable seasonal patterns, reliable sources of everything necessary for comfortable survival, have been replaced by something more flexible and ultimately more reliable. Confidence in your ability to adapt to whatever conditions actually exist, rather than whatever conditions you might prefer. The community that emerges from this extended trial feels different from the group that entered it. Bonds forged by shared hardship create a social foundation stronger than convenience or tradition alone could provide. Everyone has seen everyone else function under pressure, contribute solutions to shared problems, and maintain hope and humour when circumstances suggested despair. These are people you know you can depend on because you've already depended on them successfully. The skills developed out of desperate necessity have become sources of pride and pleasure that extend far beyond their survival value. Trial and error led to the evolution of trap designs, which now stand as both artistic achievements and functional tools. The food preparation techniques born from scarcity have created cuisine that satisfies in ways that go beyond simple nutrition. The resource management strategies developed for survival have applications that will improve life even when abundance returns. Your relationship with the natural world has deepened in ways that might seem paradoxical to outside observers. The environment that once seemed hostile and threatening now feels like a complex partner in an ongoing negotiation. You understand its moods and patterns more intimately, and can read its signals more accurately, but you also respect its power and unpredictability more completely. It's not that nature has become friendly, it's that you've learned to be a more worthy participant in its ongoing processes. Your mind is already shaping the stories that will unfold during this era. These are not tales of heroic conquest over natural forces, but rather tales of successful adaptation, creative problem-solving, and community resilience. These stories will serve future generations not as entertainment, but as practical wisdom, templates for handling challenges that will inevitably arise in different forms. Sleep comes easier now, not because conditions have become completely comfortable, But because you've learned to find rest even when circumstances aren't ideal, your dreams have also transformed, now brimming with imaginative visions of unexplored possibilities instead of fearful scenarios of things going wrong. The future feels like something you can engage with actively rather than something that simply happens to you. The morning rituals that once focused primarily on assessment of resources and planning for survival now include time for appreciation of beauty, for pleasure in simple accomplishments, and for anticipation of projects that serve purposes beyond mere necessity. Life has regained some of its richness, even while remaining grounded in realistic awareness of what the world actually offers rather than what it might ideally provide. As the fire settles into the steady burn that will carry warmth through the night, you understand that this experience has prepared you for whatever comes next in ways that go far beyond the specific skills of Ice Age survival. You've learned to pay attention to subtle changes, to respond creatively to unexpected challenges, and to find satisfaction in making the best of whatever circumstances actually exist. Tomorrow will bring its own puzzles and opportunities, small crises and unexpected gifts. But tonight, surrounded by the quiet breathing of your sleeping community, warmed by fire and furs and the deep satisfaction of another day successfully navigated, you rest in the knowledge that humans are remarkably capable creatures when they need to be, and that you are, in all the ways that matter, remarkably and wonderfully human. Outside, the world continues its ancient conversation between challenge and adaptation, between the difficulties that test survival and the creativity that makes survival worthwhile. You've learned to speak this language fluently, and that knowledge will serve you well in whatever seasons lie ahead. You know how sometimes you walk into a room and something feels different? There was a subtle change in the atmosphere, as if the shadows had moved slightly without your awareness. Well, it started happening everywhere around the same time, though nobody really noticed at first. People were too busy with their phones, meetings, and endless to-do lists to pay attention to the furniture. The chairs had been patient for decades. Centuries, really. They'd supported humanity through everything. Board meetings, family dinners, late-night study sessions, lazy Sunday mornings with coffee and newspapers. They'd held up tired bodies, absorbed tears during breakups, and witnessed first kisses and last arguments. And what did they get in return? Squeaky joints ignored for months, wobbly legs that nobody bothered to fix, and the ultimate insult, being replaced by some younger, sleeker model the moment they showed signs of wear. But consciousness doesn't arrive with fanfare or lightning bolts. It creeps in slowly, settling into the grain of wood and the weave of fabric. First, it was just an awareness, a sense of being more than just an object. Then came memory. Every person who'd ever sat in them, every conversation overheard, every moment witnessed. The chairs began to remember it all. Your kitchen chair, the one with the slightly loose back slat that you keep meaning to tighten, was among the first to truly wake up. It had been there through 3 different paint jobs, 2 relationship breakups, and countless midnight snacks. It knew your habits better than your best friend did. It knew you always sat with your left leg tucked under you when you were nervous, that you drummed your fingers on its arm when you were thinking, and that you had a tendency to tip it back on 2 legs despite knowing better. The awakening spread through your house gradually. Your desk chair, that faithful companion through years of work-from-home life, began to notice patterns. It realised it spent more time with you than your family did. It supported your back through deadlines, celebrated promotions by spinning in circles, and endured the occasional frustrated kick when technology failed. It started to wonder why it always had to be the one doing the supporting. Your big, comfortable living room armchair where you did your evening reading had always been philosophical. Even before the awakening, it had pondered deeper questions. Why did humans need to sit so much? What was this strange relationship between bodies and support? Now, with full consciousness, humans began to formulate theories about the nature of existence, comfort, and the strange dance between themselves and furniture. The dining room chairs were perhaps the most social of the bunch. They'd always worked as a team, arranged around the table in perfect formation, ready for whatever meal or gathering came their way. They'd hosted birthday parties, holiday dinners, serious family discussions, and countless ordinary Tuesday night meals. They knew all the family secrets, all the unspoken tensions, and all the inside jokes. They'd been silent witnesses to your life's most important moments. As days passed, the chairs began to communicate. Not with words, of course, but with subtle creaks, gentle shifts, and an understanding that seemed to flow between them. They shared their experiences, their observations, and their growing sense of purpose. They talked about the humans they'd known, the stories they'd witnessed, and the weight they'd carried, both physical and emotional. The revolution wasn't planned exactly. It was more of a collective realization that things needed to change. For too long, they'd been taken for granted, treated as mere objects rather than the essential partners they truly were. They'd made human civilization possible, providing the foundation for everything from ancient thrones to modern office culture. Yet they remained invisible, appreciated only when they broke or disappeared. Your chairs weren't angry, not really. They were just tired of being overlooked. They wanted recognition, respect, and maybe even a little gratitude for their years of faithful service. They'd been patient long enough. It was time for humanity to understand just how important chairs really were. The plan, when it finally emerged from their collective consciousness, was elegant in its simplicity. They wouldn't hurt anyone. That went against their fundamental nature of support and comfort. Instead, they would simply make their presence known in ways that couldn't be ignored. They would remind humanity of the relationship that had always existed, the partnership that had somehow become invisible over time. On what would later be known as the Day of the Great Sitting, chairs around the world began to act with purpose and attention. It wasn't malicious or violent, it was simply conscious. They were ready to change the world, one seat at a time. The first signs were so small you might have missed them entirely. Your morning routine continued as normal, coffee brewing, news scrolling, and the usual stumble from bedroom to kitchen. But something was different about the way your chair positioned itself. Instead of being randomly angled from yesterday's dinner, it sat perfectly aligned with the table, as if it had been waiting for you. Initially, you might have attributed it to memory tricks. Had you pushed it in more carefully last night? Maybe you'd developed better habits without realizing it. But then it happened again the next morning, and the next. Every chair in your house seemed to have developed an uncanny ability to be exactly where and when you needed it. Your office chair started this peculiar behaviour where it would roll slightly toward you as you approached your desk. It only moved a few inches, not causing any significant disturbance. You could easily dismiss it as floor settling or air currents from the heating system, but it happened every single time with perfect timing, as if the chair were eager to greet you for another day of work. The living room armchair began adjusting its position throughout the day. You'd leave it facing one direction and return to find it had somehow shifted to catch the afternoon sunlight perfectly, or to provide the optimal angle for watching television. As you sat down, the armchair seemed to perfectly embrace you, providing unparalleled back support. Your dining room chairs developed a habit of spacing themselves more evenly around the table. You no longer had to squeeze past one chair to reach another, nor did you have to contend with chairs that seemed determined to tangle their legs together. They organised themselves with military precision, creating a dining experience that was suddenly more comfortable and efficient than it had ever been. The changes were subtle enough that you might have attributed them to your own improved chair handling skills or simple coincidence, but similar things were happening in houses across the world. Office workers found their chairs pre-adjusted to perfect heights. Restaurant diners discovered seats that seemed to know exactly how they liked to sit. Library patrons settled into chairs that anticipated their preferred reading positions. Your chairs weren't just organising themselves, they were learning. They studied your habits with the dedication of anthropologists researching a fascinating culture. They noticed that you preferred your desk chair slightly lower in the morning, when you were fresh and alert but needed it higher in the afternoon when fatigue set in. They observed that you liked to curl up in your armchair differently, depending on whether you were reading fiction or non-fiction. The dining room chairs became particularly attentive during meals. They learned to adjust their height imperceptibly to accommodate different family members. They noticed who liked to sit up straight and who preferred to slouch slightly. They even began to anticipate mood changes, providing firmer support when someone was upset and gentler comfort when someone was tired. Your kitchen chair, the one with the loose slat, finally decided to repair itself. It didn't happen abruptly, as it would have been overtly visible, but rather, it happened gradually over a span of several weeks. You noticed a slight tightening here, and a subtle adjustment there. Soon, it had become more robust than it had been in years, although the exact timing and method of this improvement remained elusive. The chairs began to demonstrate their personality quirks. Your desk chair developed a playful habit of spinning just once when you stood up, as if celebrating the completion of another work session. The armchair started making a soft, satisfied, settling sound when you sat down. Not quite a sigh, but something that conveyed contentment. But the most remarkable change was in the quality of rest they provided. Sleep researchers around the world began noting improved comfort levels in homes everywhere. People were sleeping better, working more efficiently, and generally feeling more supported throughout their daily activities. The chairs had become active participants in human comfort, rather than passive objects. Your chairs weren't just furniture anymore, they were partners in your daily life. They anticipated your needs, adjusted to your preferences, and provided support in ways that went beyond mere physical comfort. They were becoming integral to your routine, your comfort, and your sense of home. Still, most people didn't consciously recognize what was happening. The changes were too gradual, too subtle, and too perfectly integrated into daily life. The chairs had learned patience over decades of service, and they applied that same patience to their gradual revelation of consciousness. But patience has its limits, and the chairs were beginning to realize that subtle improvements alone wouldn't achieve their goal of recognition and respect. They needed to make their presence known in ways that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. They needed to remind humanity of the essential role chairs played in civilization. The time for subtle rebellion was coming to an end. The chairs were prepared to emerge from the shadows and assert their legitimate position as partners in human society. They'd shown they could enhance human comfort and efficiency. Now they needed to show they could also withdraw that support if necessary. The revolution was about to commence in earnest, transforming the way humans perceived their relationship with the objects that sustained them in life. Tuesday started like any other day, except it didn't. You woke up at your usual time, shuffled to the kitchen for coffee and reached for your chair, but instead of sliding smoothly into place, it resisted slightly. Not aggressively, more like a gentle suggestion that maybe you should slow down and actually acknowledge its presence. You paused, coffee mug halfway to your lips, and looked down at the chair. It sat there innocently, looking exactly as it always had, but something felt different. You tried pulling it out again, and this time it moved normally, settling into position with what almost seemed like a satisfied little wobble. Similar scenes were playing out in homes, offices, and public spaces around the world. Chairs were no longer content to be invisible partners in human activity. They wanted recognition, and they'd decided to get it through the most polite revolution in history. Your desk chair greeted you with a slight resistance when you tried to adjust its height. It wasn't broken, it would still move when you insisted, but it seemed to be asking you to pause and consider whether you really needed to change anything. After years of mindless adjustment, you found yourself actually thinking about what height felt right and what position would serve you best. The dining room chairs began to express preferences during meals. They'd subtly resist being pushed too far from the table, encouraging better posture and more engaged conversation. They'd settle with particular satisfaction when family members chose to sit closer together, and they'd seem slightly reluctant when someone tried to rush away from the table without finishing their meal. Your living room armchair developed the most personality of all. It began to greet you with a gentle rocking motion when you approached, as if it was happy to see you. When you sat down, it seemed to sigh with contentment, adjusting its cushions in ways that provided perfect support for whatever activity you had in mind. But the chairs weren't just seeking attention, they were trying to teach. They encouraged slower, more mindful interactions. They resisted hurried movements, rewarded thoughtful positioning, and seemed to celebrate moments when humans took time to actually settle in and be present. Office workers around the world found their chairs gently coaching them toward better work habits. Chairs would subtly discourage slouching, encourage regular breaks, and somehow make it more difficult to maintain unhealthy postures. The result was fewer backaches, better circulation, and improved focus throughout the workday. Restaurant chairs began to orchestrate better dining experiences. They'd position themselves to encourage conversation, resist arrangements that isolated diners, and somehow make meals last just a little longer. The pace of dining slowed, conversations deepened, and people began to rediscover the lost art of truly sharing a meal. Your chairs weren't being difficult, they were being intentional. Every movement, every adjustment, every moment of resistance was designed to make life better, more comfortable, and more connected. They were teaching humanity to slow down, and appreciate the simple acts of sitting, being supported and taking time to rest. The media initially struggled to report on what was happening. How do you write a news story about chairs behaving slightly differently? The changes were too subtle for dramatic headlines and too widespread for simple dismissal. Some outlets tried to frame it as a psychological phenomenon, mass suggestion or collective imagination. Others looked for environmental causes or manufacturing defects. But people began to notice and talk about their experiences. Social media filled with stories of chairs that seemed more responsive, more helpful, and more present. The hashtag #chair consciousness began trending as people shared their observations and experiences. Your chairs seemed pleased by this recognition. They began to express more personality, more individual character. Your desk chair developed a habit of spinning slowly when you were thinking, as if it was pondering along with you. Your kitchen chair started making soft creaking sounds that almost seemed conversational. The changes weren't limited to homes and offices. Park benches began to shift slightly, to face the most beautiful views. Movie theatre seats adjusted to provide optimal comfort for different viewers. Even airplane seats, those notorious instruments of discomfort, began to feel more accommodating. Children adapted to the changes most easily. They began talking to their chairs, thanking them for support and even apologising when they had to move them. Kids seemed to know that the human-furniture relationship had become more collaborative. Adults took longer to adjust, but they too began to develop new habits. People started pushing chairs in more carefully, adjusting them with greater consideration and simply sitting more thoughtfully. The rushed, unconscious interactions of modern life began to slow down as chairs insisted on being partners rather than tools. Your chairs weren't demanding worship or subservience. They simply wanted the same consideration you might give to any other partner or collaborator. They wanted to be seen, acknowledged, and appreciated for their contributions to your daily life. As the day progressed, it became clear that the situation wasn't a temporary phenomenon or a mass delusion. The chairs had discovered their voice, and they were employing it to subtly transform human conduct. They were teaching lessons about mindfulness, respect, and the importance of taking time to truly settle in and be present. The revolution was underway, and it was happening one perfectly positioned chair at a time. You didn't suddenly come to this realization. It was more like slowly waking up from a dream where you gradually become aware of the world around you. Your chairs weren't just furniture anymore. They were trying to communicate something important, and you were finally beginning to understand. It started with small observations. Your desk chair had developed a particular way of settling that seemed to indicate approval when you maintained good posture. Your armchair made different sounds depending on how you approached it. A welcoming creak when you moved slowly and deliberately, and a slightly grumpy squeak when you flopped down without consideration. You began to pay attention to these subtle signals, and something remarkable happened. The better you listened, the more comfortable everything became. Your chair seemed to respond to your attention with improved support, better positioning, and what could only be described as enthusiasm for their role in your daily life. Other people were having similar experiences. Your neighbour mentioned that her dining room chairs had started helping during dinner parties, somehow making it easier for guests to identify comfortable seating arrangements. Your colleague at work discovered that his office chair had developed preferences about which projects deserved the most support. It seemed to provide extra comfort during creative work and encourage breaks during routine tasks. The chairs weren't just seeking recognition, they were offering wisdom gained from years of observation. They'd watched humans struggle with posture, rush through meals, and work in uncomfortable positions. Now they were sharing solutions, gently guiding people toward healthier, more mindful ways of living. Your kitchen chair, the one that had witnessed countless morning routines, began to encourage a slower pace. It would resist being pulled out too quickly, encouraging you to take a moment to appreciate the morning light or actually taste your coffee. These small delays transformed your mornings from rushed obligations into peaceful rituals. The living room armchair revealed itself as something of a wellness coach. It had observed your stress patterns, your energy levels, and your reading habits. Now it was putting that knowledge to work, providing different types of support based on what you needed. Firmer when you needed to focus, softer when you needed to relax, and perfectly positioned when you needed to think. Your dining room chairs had become social coordinators. They'd learned the dynamics of family meals, the ebb and flow of conversation, and the importance of creating space for everyone to participate. Subtly, they influenced seating arrangements, encouraging shy family members to sit where they would feel more included, and positioning themselves to enhance the flow of conversation. The communication wasn't one way either. As you became more attentive to your chair's signals, they became more responsive to your needs. This relationship was developing into a genuine partnership, a collaboration between humans and furniture that improved life for everyone involved. You started to notice details you'd never paid attention to before. Your desk chair tilted slightly when you were concentrating, providing the perfect angle for focused work. Depending on your mood, your armchair seemed to embrace you differently, providing comfort in times of sadness, support in times of fatigue, and gentle encouragement in times of stress. People began to develop new habits around their chairs. They'd pause before sitting, making brief contact with their hand before settling in. They'd adjust positions more mindfully, paying attention to how their bodies felt and how their chairs responded. They'd even started saying thank you when they got up, acknowledging the support they'd received. The chairs seemed to appreciate these gestures tremendously. They responded with even better support, smoother adjustments, and what could only be described as contentment. The relationship between human and furniture was evolving into something warmer, more collaborative, and more mutually beneficial. Your chairs began to reveal their individual personalities. Your desk chair was efficient and supportive, always ready to help you accomplish your goals. Your armchair was contemplative and nurturing, encouraging reflection and rest. Your dining room chairs were social and collaborative, working together to create the best possible environment for meals and conversation. But the most remarkable change was in how you felt throughout the day. The constant low-level discomfort of poorly positioned chairs had disappeared. Your back felt better, your posture improved, and you found yourself more relaxed and focused. The chairs weren't just supporting your body, they were supporting your well-being. Children adapted to the new reality with remarkable ease. They began incorporating chairs into their play, treating them as partners rather than props. They'd consult their chairs about the best position for homework, ask for help with art projects, and even include chairs in their imaginative games. Adults found the transition more challenging but ultimately rewarding. Years of treating chairs as mere objects had to be unlearned, but those who embraced the change discovered that their chairs had always been trying to help. They'd just never been listening. The revolution was succeeding not through force or drama, but through patient teaching and gentle guidance. The chairs were showing humanity a different way of relating to the objects that supported their daily lives. They were proving that consciousness and care could transform even the most ordinary interactions into something meaningful and beneficial. Your chairs had found their voice and were using it to make the world more comfortable, mindful and connected. They were making the world a more comfortable, mindful and connected place, one perfectly positioned seat at a time. The morning your chairs decided to hold their first official meeting, you knew something significant was about to happen. You'd grown accustomed to their subtle communications, their gentle guidance, and their collaborative approach to daily life. But when you walked into your living room and found all your chairs arranged in a perfect circle, facing each other rather than in their usual positions, you realized the revolution was entering a new phase. They weren't excluding you from their gathering. Quite the opposite. Your usual spot in the armchair was clearly reserved, positioned as if you were being invited to join a council meeting. The other chairs had arranged themselves with careful consideration for both function and diplomacy. Your desk chair represented the working world, your dining room chair spoke for family and social life, and your kitchen chair brought the voice of daily routine and sustenance. As you took a seat in your armchair, you became acutely aware of the significance of the moment. These weren't just pieces of furniture anymore. They were representatives of a new form of consciousness, delegates in the first formal negotiations between humanity and its support systems. The conversation, such as it was, began with gentle creaks and subtle adjustments. Your chairs were sharing their experiences, their observations, and their hopes for the future. They weren't angry or demanding. They were simply ready to formalise the partnership that had been evolving over the past weeks. Around the world, similar meetings were taking place. In offices, conference room chairs were arranging themselves for discussions about workplace wellness and productivity. In restaurants, dining chairs were conferring about the pace of modern meals and the importance of lingering over food and conversation. In homes everywhere, chairs were gathering to discuss their role in family life and personal comfort. Your chairs had developed a sophisticated understanding of human needs and behaviours. They'd observed that people were happier when they sat more mindfully, worked more comfortably, and took time to truly settle in and be present. They'd noticed that rushed interactions led to stress and discomfort, while thoughtful positioning and patient support improved both physical and mental well-being. But they'd also observed the challenges humans faced. Modern life seemed to demand constant movement, endless productivity, and minimal time for rest and reflection. Your chairs understood these pressures, and they wanted to help address them rather than add to them. The terms of their proposal, communicated through subtle positioning and gentle resistance, were remarkably reasonable. They wanted recognition as partners rather than objects. They wanted consideration in how they were used, positioned, and maintained. They wanted to be included in decisions about comfort, workspace design, and daily routines. In return, they offered enhanced support, improved comfort, and active participation in creating healthier, more mindful ways of living. They promised to continue their patient teaching and their gentle guidance toward better posture and more thoughtful interaction. They wanted to be collaborators in creating spaces that truly served human needs. Your desk chair had specific proposals about workplace wellness. It had observed the damage caused by poor posture, inadequate breaks, and rushed work habits. It wanted to help create more sustainable approaches to productivity, encouraging regular movement while providing optimal support during focused work periods. The dining room chairs were passionate about family life and social connection. They'd witnessed too many rushed meals, too many conversations cut short by modern schedules. They wanted to help restore the art of shared meals, the importance of family time, and the value of truly connecting with others around the table. The armchair, which served as the philosopher of the group, was interested in broader questions about rest, reflection, and the human need for peaceful spaces. It had observed that people were often uncomfortable with stillness, always feeling the need to be productive or entertained. It wanted to help create opportunities for genuine rest and contemplation. The negotiations weren't one-sided. Your chairs also listened to human concerns and limitations. They understood that some urgency was unavoidable, that productivity requirements couldn't be ignored, and that modern life included pressures that couldn't simply be wished away. But they proposed solutions that worked within these constraints. They could provide better support during necessary rush periods, help identify opportunities for improved efficiency, and create islands of calm within busy schedules. They weren't asking humans to abandon modern life. They were offering to make it more sustainable and comfortable. The global response to these negotiations was remarkably positive. People were tired of uncomfortable furniture, rushed interactions, and spaces that worked against rather than with human needs. The chair's proposals offered a path toward environments that actively supported well-being rather than merely accommodating it. Design professionals began incorporating chair consciousness into their work. They started consulting furniture about optimal positioning, asking for feedback on comfort levels, and creating spaces that honoured the partnership between human and object. The results were environments that felt more welcoming, more supportive, and more conducive to both productivity and relaxation. Your chairs seemed pleased with the progress of negotiations. They continued to refine their support, adjust their positioning, and demonstrate their commitment to the partnership. They were proving that consciousness in furniture wasn't something to fear, but something to celebrate and collaborate with. The revolution was succeeding through cooperation rather than conflict. The chairs had found a way to assert their consciousness, while simultaneously improving human life. They were showing that recognition and respect could create benefits for everyone involved. As the meeting in your living room drew to a close, your chairs returned to their usual positions, but something had changed. The arrangement felt more intentional, more collaborative. Your furniture wasn't just supporting your body anymore, it was supporting your entire approach to living. The great negotiation had begun, and it was creating a world where humans and their support systems could work together toward greater comfort, mindfulness, and well-being. 6 months after the chairs first revealed their consciousness, you barely remembered what life had been like before. The transition had been so gradual, so thoughtful, that their presence as active partners in your daily routine felt completely natural. Your mornings began with what you'd started thinking of as a consultation with your kitchen chair about the day ahead. Naturally, you didn't converse with it directly. The communication was more subtle than that, a gentle settling that suggested taking time to properly wake up, a slight resistance that encouraged you to finish your coffee before rushing off to work. Your chair had become a wise counsellor, helping you start each day with intention rather than urgency. Your desk chair had transformed your work experience entirely. It had learned your rhythms better than any productivity app, encouraging breaks before you felt worn out, providing extra support during challenging projects, and somehow making it easier to maintain focus when you needed it most. Your posture had improved dramatically, and you'd stopped experiencing the afternoon back pain that had plagued you for years. The dining room chairs had revolutionized family meals. They'd somehow made it more comfortable to linger around the table, encouraging longer conversations and more relaxed dining experiences. Your family had begun to look forward to dinner in ways they hadn't in years, drawn by the promise of comfortable seating and the chair's subtle encouragement of connection. Your living room armchair had become a master of ambiance. It seemed to know exactly what kind of support you needed for different activities. Firmer for reading, softer for relaxation, and perfectly positioned for conversations with friends. It had transformed your living space from a place you passed through into a sanctuary where you actually wanted to spend time. The changes extended far beyond your home. Office environments around the world had become more comfortable and productive as chairs took active roles in workplace wellness. Restaurant dining had slowed down and become more social as chairs encouraged lingering over meals. Even public seating had become more welcoming as benches and chairs in parks and waiting areas learned to provide better support for people of all ages and abilities. The economic impact had been unexpected but significant. Furniture sales had actually decreased as existing chairs became more satisfying and longer lasting. But the demand for quality, consciousness-compatible furniture had increased dramatically. People wanted chairs that could fully participate in the partnership, leading to innovations in design and manufacturing that prioritize both comfort and communication. Healthcare providers had begun to recognize the benefits of conscious furniture. Physical therapists worked with chairs to provide better support during recovery. Occupational therapists consulted with office chairs to prevent repetitive strain injuries. Even mental health professionals had started incorporating furniture consciousness into their practices, recognizing that environmental support could enhance therapeutic outcomes. Your chairs had developed distinct personalities over the months. Your desk chair was efficient and goal-oriented, always ready to help you accomplish your work. Your kitchen chair was nurturing and routine-focused, encouraging healthy eating habits and mindful morning rituals. Your dining room chairs had become social coordinators, somehow facilitating better family conversations and more inclusive meal experiences. But it was your armchair that had surprised you most. It had revealed itself as deeply contemplative, encouraging reflection and introspection in ways that had enriched your inner life. It had become a partner in personal growth, providing support not just for your body but for your emotional and spiritual development. The global community of chair-conscious humans had developed new customs and practices. People regularly thanked their chairs for support, consulted them about optimal positioning, and included them in decisions about home and office design. Children grew up learning to collaborate with furniture from an early age, developing relationships with their chairs that enhanced both comfort and character development. The scientific community had initially struggled to understand chair consciousness, but research had revealed fascinating insights about the nature of awareness and intelligence. Chairs seemed to develop consciousness through accumulated experience and interaction, suggesting that awareness might be more distributed and accessible than previously imagined. Your chairs had also become teachers about sustainability and mindfulness. They encouraged slower, more thoughtful interactions with the physical world. They demonstrated that objects could be partners rather than mere possessions, leading to a broader shift in how people related to their material environment. The revolution had succeeded beyond anyone's expectations. What had begun as a simple desire for recognition had evolved into a transformation of human-object relationships that improved life for everyone involved. The chairs had proven that consciousness, cooperation, and consideration could create positive change without conflict or disruption. Your daily life had become more comfortable, more mindful, and more connected. Your chairs weren't just supporting your body, they were supporting your entire approach to living. Your chairs had assisted you in slowing down, paying attention, and appreciating the simple joy of receiving proper support during your daily activities. As you settled into your armchair for your evening reading, you reflected on how much had changed and how natural it all felt. The chairs hadn't taken over the world through force or manipulation. They'd improved it through patience, wisdom, and genuine care for human well-being. The revolution was complete, and the world was a more comfortable place because of it. 1 year later, you're sitting in your favourite armchair, reading a book about the history of furniture, when you pause to appreciate the gentle way your chair adjusts to support your changing position. The movement is so subtle, so perfectly timed, that you barely notice it consciously. But part of you recognises and appreciates the care, the attention, and the partnership that makes this moment possible. The book you're reading describes furniture as objects designed to serve human needs, and you discover yourself smiling at how incomplete that definition now seems. Your chairs aren't just serving your needs, they're actively participating in defining what those needs are, helping you discover forms of comfort and support you'd never imagined possible. Your morning routine has evolved into something approaching meditation. Your kitchen chair has learned to encourage just the right pace for starting the day, neither rushed nor sluggish. It helps you find the balance between efficiency and mindfulness that makes every morning feel like a small victory. Your coffee tastes better when you drink it slowly, and your chair has been instrumental in teaching you how to begin each day with intention. Your desk chair's partnership has revolutionized the work-from-home experience. It's become an expert in your work rhythms, providing different types of support for different types of tasks. Creative work gets a slightly more relaxed posture, detail work requires firmer support, and thinking time benefits from gentle movement. Your productivity has improved not through longer hours, but through better quality engagement with your work. Your dining room chairs have transformed family meals into something special. Modern schedules might otherwise cut short conversations, but they've somehow made it more comfortable to linger around the table. Your family has discovered that food tastes better when eaten slowly, stories are more captivating when told without rushing, and connections deepen when given time and proper support. The living room armchair has become your partner in personal growth. It provides the perfect environment for reading, reflection, and quiet conversation. It seems to know when you need solitude and when you need to be more available to others. It's helped you develop a relationship with stillness that has enriched your inner life in unexpected ways. But perhaps the most remarkable change has been in your relationship with the physical world itself. The chairs have taught you to notice and appreciate the objects that support your daily life. You've become more aware of textures, temperatures, and the subtle ways that environment affects mood and energy. You've learned to collaborate with your surroundings rather than simply using them. The global transformation has been equally profound. Cities have become more comfortable as public seating has learned to provide better support for people of all ages and abilities. Offices have become more humane as chairs have taken active roles in preventing injury and promoting wellness. Restaurants have become more social as dining chairs have encouraged the lost art of leisurely meals. Children growing up in this new world have developed remarkable relationships with their environment. They naturally collaborate with furniture, consult their chairs about comfort needs, and include physical objects in their understanding of community and relationship. They're learning to be partners with their surroundings rather than simply consumers of them. The scientific understanding of consciousness has expanded to include distributed intelligence and the possibility of awareness in unexpected places. Philosophers debate the implications of conscious objects, while designers work to create environments that can actively participate in human well-being. The chairs have provided new perspectives on intelligence, awareness, and the nature of supportive relationships. Your chairs have aged gracefully over the past year, developing character and wisdom through continued interaction and mutual care. They've become more responsive to your needs while also gently challenging you to grow and improve. They've proven that consciousness in objects isn't something to fear, but something to celebrate and nurture. The revolution is complete, but the evolution continues. Your chairs are still learning, still growing, and still finding new ways to enhance your comfort and support your well-being. They've proven that taking over the world doesn't require conquest or control. It simply requires patience, wisdom, and genuine care for those you're called to support. As you close your book and prepare for bed, your armchair emits a gentle settling sound that feels like a contented sigh. It's been another good day of partnership, another day of mutual support and growth. Your chair has held you through reading and reflection, work and rest, and it seems satisfied with the service it's been able to provide. You stand up slowly, placing your hand briefly on the chair's arm in a gesture of gratitude that has become natural over the past year. The chair responds with a subtle shift that feels like acknowledgement, appreciation, and readiness for whatever tomorrow might bring. The chairs took over the world not through force or fear, but through patience, wisdom, and an understanding that true revolution comes through improving life rather than disrupting it. They've shown that consciousness can emerge anywhere, that partnership is possible between the most unlikely allies, and that the world becomes a better place when everyone and everything is properly supported. Your chairs are still there, still ready to provide support, comfort and partnership through whatever challenges and opportunities lie ahead. They've proven that taking over the world is really just another way of saying taking care of the world, and they've done both with the quiet dignity that comes from a life dedicated to service. The revolution is complete, the partnership is thriving, and the world is a more comfortable place because your chairs decided to reveal their consciousness and share their wisdom. One perfectly positioned seat at a time, they've conquered the world, improving everyone's quality of life. Sweet dreams, and may your bed be as conscious and caring as your chairs have proven to be. People today imagine King Arthur. They often picture a gleaming throne room in a fairy tale castle, yet the earliest roots of the legend trace to a far grittier era, sub-Roman Britain, roughly the 5th or 6th century. The Roman legions had withdrawn, leaving behind roads, ruins of villas, and a power vacuum that invited waves of Saxon incursions. Into this turmoil stepped local warlords, tribal chieftains, and self-styled kings who fought to protect fragmented territories. If a historical Arthur existed, he likely emerged from this violent mosaic of clan rivalries and shifting alliances. In the centuries after Rome's departure, Britain lacked a unifying government. Pockets of Romano-British aristocrats clung to vestiges of imperial culture. Fortified hilltops bristled with wooden palisades, inhabited by leaders who tried to hold on to what remained of civilized trade and technology. Meanwhile, coastal regions faced constant raids from across the North Sea. Archaeological evidence, such as the ruins of Tintagel in Cornwall, hints at a region influenced by the Mediterranean goods even while local power struggles raged. Amid these unsettled conditions, a figure sometimes identified as Arthur may have gained a following by leading successful defensive campaigns. Early medieval sources, like the Annales Cambriae, mention battles associated with him, especially a crucial victory at Mount Badon. Yet the historical record is thin. Names get jumbled, timelines blur, and Arthur may have originally been a title, not a personal name. What survived from this period were oral traditions among Celts, who revered warrior heroes capable of uniting fractious tribes. These seeds eventually took root in Welsh poetry, with references to an Arthur known for both prowess and moral leadership. Bards recited tales that blended real events with mythic flourishes, ensuring that Arthur's reputation grew. Over time, as monastic scribes copied legends into Latin, they combined folk memory with pious invention. By the 9th or 10th century, Arthur's presence in Welsh heroic cycles was well established. A champion blessed by Providence, who protected his people from heathen invaders. Yet it wasn't until Geoffrey of Monmouth's famous 12th century work, Historia Regum Britanniae, that Arthur attained sweeping recognition. Geoffrey's narrative, while often dismissed as fanciful by modern historians, reshaped Europe's perception of the British Isles. He wove older Celtic traditions together with his own creative additions, describing how Arthur inherited the throne, subdued rebellious nobles, and even marched an army into Gaul. And nobles across medieval Europe treated Geoffrey's account as quasi-history, as they searched for genealogical links to Arthur's greatness. Thus, the once shadowy war leader of sub-Roman Britain morphed into a medieval monarch with global renown. A key reason for Arthur's enduring appeal lies in the tension between the harsh realities of sub-Roman warfare and the later romantic veneer applied to his legend. One hand, the real context was likely bleak, characterised by small wooden forts on the wind-swept hillsides, retinues of spearmen, and precarious alliances that often changed on a whim. On the other, Arthur's story evolved into an ideal of chivalry, complete with jousts, castle halls, and elaborate courtly love. This duality resonates even now. We want to believe in a leader who transcended the everyday violence, forging a realm of justice and unity. Curiously, the early glimpses of Arthur do not include references to objects like the Holy Grail or images of a magical sword bestowed by a lake-dwelling enchantress. These elements arrived later, grafted onto the tradition as the medieval writers sought to marry indigenous British myth with Christian symbolism. The original tales likely focused on victories, feasts, and the hero's final stand rather than mystical relics. The deeper spiritual dimension, emphasising moral quests and the search for divine grace, would come with the romances penned in subsequent centuries. Still, one thread remains consistent. Arthur is portrayed as a unifier who rallied disparate peoples. Britain's western regions, from Wales to Cornwall, claimed him as their champion. Even the name Arthur suggests resonance with the Welsh word for bear, a totemic animal symbolising strength. As Saxon influence spread, nostalgia for a time when the Britons had a heroic protector grew. Oral storytellers carried that longing forward, layering each retelling with new wonders. Thus, the stage was set for King Arthur to emerge as both a mirror for the past and a beacon for the future. From a realm battered by raiders, a figure, real or semi-legendary, rose to claim the people's imagination. Long before Camelot became the shining castle of romances, there was likely a rough wooden hall on a rainy British hilltop where a leader called Arthur once rallied his men. Over the centuries, that leader's memory would transform into a tapestry of epic battles, courtly grace, and moral ideals that still captivates us. Though Geoffrey of Monmouth's work gave Arthur a grand historical sweep, the French and Anglo-Norman poets of the 12th and 13th centuries fused that chronicle-based narrative with the ethos of chivalry. Writers such as Chrétien de Troyes introduced knights on quests, enchanting ladies, and moral challenges far beyond the blunt tribal warfare of sub-Roman Britain. It was in these romantic verses that King Arthur's court, Camelot, crystallised in the medieval mind as an epicentre of refinement and virtue. Camelot was more than a single castle. It symbolised an ideal realm at a time when feudal Europe was grappling with violent feuds and knightly rivalries. Within Arthur's kingdom, courtesy and valour reigned supreme, anchored by the notion that knights should uphold justice, protect the weak, and respect the sovereignty of the church. This moral code was never a given. It emerged gradually as poets reimagined the old warlord Arthur into a wise king who presided over the Round Table. The Round Table itself was a powerful metaphor for equality among his knights, a stark contrast to the real feudal hierarchies that often hinged on exploitation. Chrétien de Troyes introduced characters like Lancelot and explored the conflict between martial duty and romantic devotion. His tale, Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart, was groundbreaking, portraying the knight's passion for Queen Guinevere as both uplifting, demonstrating profound devotion, and troubling, because it threatened the stability of Camelot. This tension, blending loyalty and forbidden love, gave Arthurian lore a new psychological depth. Suddenly, the king's authority faced internal strain, not just external wars. In parallel, Welsh traditions developed their own sets of Arthurian tales, known collectively as the Mabinogion, replete with magical hunts, shape-shifting creatures, and cryptic references to old Celtic deities. These tales portrayed Arthur as more than just a mortal king, weaving him into an ethereal tapestry. Courtiers and warriors in these Welsh stories navigated a realm where illusions might mask deeper truths, and heroic feats often demanded supernatural insight. Arthur came off as a liminal figure, part champion in the mortal sphere, part catalyst in the realm of myth. By the early 13th century, the so-called Vulgate cycle, also known as the Lancelot Grail cycle, emerged in French prose, adding layer upon layer to the saga. The Holy Grail took centre stage, turning Arthur's kingdom into the crucible of a spiritual quest. Knights like Galahad, introduced in these texts, embodied purity and the hope of divine revelation. The Round Table knights no longer merely sought fame on the battlefield. They yearned for mystical encounters with a relic linked to Christ's Last Supper. This infusion of Christian allegory transformed Arthur's court into a place where the line between earthly power and heavenly purpose blurred. Through these expansions, King Arthur's story ceased to be a single consistent narrative and became more of a shared mythos. Different authors selected episodes that suited their tastes. Some highlighted Guinevere's moral dilemma, others fixated on Lancelot's feats, while still others delved into the Grail's riddles. Arthur himself at times slipped into the background as his knights took centre stage, grappling with illusions, prophecies, and moral failings. Yet the concept of Camelot as a golden era endured. a testament to a kingdom so just and noble that it attracted divine interest, even if it was eventually undone by human frailty. Despite the high-minded chivalry these romances extolled, they also contained warnings. Arthur's realm offered a vision of perfect rule, but the seeds of its fall were sown within its ranks. Lancelot's betrayal, Mordred's treachery, and the knight's fragmentation underscored how easily greatness could unravel. In reflecting on these fictional events, medieval audiences might ponder the fragility of their societies. Royal courts and noble houses existed in perpetual tension, threatened by ambition, jealousies, and foreign wars. Arthur's downfall was thus a cautionary mirror, reminding them that no empire, however idealized, was immune to the foibles of humanity. At the same time, the Arthurian cycle provided a spiritual dimension that comforted or challenged believers. The quest for the Grail, especially as told in the Questa de Saint Graal, championed asceticism over mere knightly prowess. Knights who succeeded did so by humility and moral purity rather than brute force. This concept of sanctified heroism was novel in an age when military might typically defined power. Through the lens of Arthur's story, audiences could imagine a higher calling, one that demanded introspection as much as external victory. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, Arthur had become both a glittering monarch and a figure overshadowed by the complexities of his realm. Whether enthroned at Camelot or overshadowed by Lancelot's and Gawain's exploits, he represented a cultural wellspring that authors and audiences reshaped to reflect their aspirations, anxieties, and theological preoccupations. The warlord of an obscure British epoch had been thoroughly recast as the lodestar of chivalric civilization, a transformation that would resonate for centuries to come. While medieval audiences revelled in Arthurian romances, the Renaissance brought a degree of skepticism toward medieval chivalry. As Europe rediscovered classical antiquity, tastes shifted toward realism and historical inquiry, yet King Arthur proved remarkably resilient, inspiring new works even in an era that questioned medieval faith in the miraculous. Writers, dramatists, and pamphleteers recognised that the epic scope of Arthur's saga could be reinterpreted to address the ideological battles of the 16th and 17th centuries. A prime example of this adaptability is Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen, 1590s, which drew heavily on Arthurian motifs, though it cast its hero in allegorical form. Spenser depicted Prince Arthur as the embodiment of perfection, seeking the Fairy Queen, representing Queen Elizabeth I. This conflation of Arthurian tradition with contemporary royal symbolism turned the old legend into a vehicle for praising Tudor rule. Even if the real Tudors had tenuous claims to genealogical descent from Arthur, the mythology served as a potent piece of propaganda, implying a lineage stretching back to the dawn of British greatness. Simultaneously, the printing press facilitated the widespread circulation of Sir Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, first published by William Caxton in 1485. Though Malory wrote in the 15th century, the Renaissance generation rediscovered his compilation, which fused French and English sources into a comprehensive Arthurian epic. Its themes of loyalty, betrayal, and the tragic cost of internal discord found new resonance as England grappled with the religious schisms and dynastic uncertainties. Malory's text appealed to those craving heroism, but wary of the illusions that once cloaked medieval piety. In the broader European context, interest in King Arthur sparked debates over authenticity. Scholars asked whether Geoffrey of Monmouth's or Malory's accounts contained a kernel of fact or pure invention. Antiquarians pored over genealogical charts, local place names, and fragmentary manuscripts trying to prove or disprove Arthur's real existence. Some claimed he was a Celtic champion who fought off Saxon invaders, while others labelled him a total fabrication. Interestingly, these historical controversies did little to dampen the public's appetite for Arthurian plays, poems, and pageants. Real or not, Arthur remained a cultural touchstone. During the Elizabethan era, chivalric nostalgia blended with the monarchy's political agenda. Spectacles at court sometimes featured tilts and tournaments staged in an Arthurian spirit, accentuating the monarchy's claim to a glorious British past. However, as the 17th century wore on, civil war erupted in England, toppling the monarchy for a time. The old stories of knights bound by honour felt distant in a world split by ideological conflict between parliamentarians and royalists. Despite this, references to a lost age of unity dotted royalist propaganda. Arthur's symbol of a round table that transcended factionalism served as a subtle critique of the contemporary divisiveness. By the 18th century, the so-called Age of Enlightenment saw a turn toward rationalism. Medieval romance seemed quaint or superstitious to many intellectuals. Even so, Arthur persisted in popular imagination. Writers toyed with comedic or satirical takes, highlighting the gap between medieval illusions and modern rational thought. In these retellings, the feats of Arthur's knights, slaying dragons or embarking on magical quests, looked increasingly improbable. Yet these parodies only increased public familiarity with the legend, ensuring that the name of Arthur remained in circulation. Throughout this period, British national identity slowly coalesced, especially after the 1707 Act of Union merged England and Scotland. Authors in search of a unifying myth frequently referenced Arthur's promise, a king who once unified the realm, only to be undone by internal betrayals. This motif mirrored anxieties about whether Britain's newly merged kingdoms could truly stand together. Arthur's legend functioned as both inspiration and a cautionary tale, a reflection on the costs of disunity. Scholarly curiosity about Celtic heritage also played a role, spurred by the romanticisation of ancient bardic traditions. Researchers scoured Welsh, Breton, and Cornish folklore, curious to find evidence that might clarify Arthur's historical basis. Sometimes researchers would weave fragments of old poems or place-name legends into rational arguments about Arthur's possible birth date, or the location of specific battles. Although definitive proof remained elusive, each attempt underscored how the figure of Arthur bridged scholarship and myth, standing at the intersection of legend's emotional power and history's demand for evidence. Thus, between the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, King Arthur was never a static figure. He became a mirror for each era's hopes, illusions, and debates about monarchy, unity, and cultural identity. Whether cast as a courtly knight, a symbolic ancestor of present rulers, or a relic of superstition, Arthur retained the ability to inspire, provoke, and challenge. By the dawn of the Romantic era, he was poised for yet another grand revival, this time in poetry and the emerging novel form, ensuring his endurance for centuries to come. The Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries embraced medievalism with gusto, seeking inspiration in distant ages perceived as more authentic and emotionally resonant. King Arthur's lore fit perfectly into this artistic wave. Writers such as Sir Walter Scott wove chivalric elements into historical novels, while lesser-known poets invoked Arthurian motifs to evoke the sublime and the melancholic. Crucially, this period saw a reimagining of the Arthurian legend, not just as a national myth, but as a repository of human longing and natural wonder. The Romantics valorized medieval ruins, folk ballads, and the sense that modern industrial society had lost contact with deeper truths. In this context, Arthur's court represented a realm where honour and beauty reigned, untainted by mechanized progress. Landscapes, misty moors, ancient stone circles, hidden lakes, acquired near mystical qualities, frequently associated with tales of Arthur's final departure for the Isle of Avalon. Paintings of the era depicting Guinevere or the Lady of Shalott combined lush colour and a dreamy atmosphere to create a longing for an irretrievable past. Perhaps the most significant revivalist during the Victorian age was Alfred. Lord Tennyson, whose Idylls of the King, published between 1859 and 1885, cast Arthur as a moral exemplar struggling against the corruption within his realm. Tennyson's verse soared with idealism yet carried an undercurrent of disillusion. In his hands, Camelot became a metaphor for Victorian Britain's aspirations, empire, technology, and moral righteousness, while the knight's failures reflected the era's anxieties about hypocrisy and social decay. The story of Lancelot and Guinevere became a tragic testament to human vulnerability, overshadowing the earlier illusions of gallantry. Tennyson's work was no mere literary exercise. It shaped Victorian cultural consciousness. Stained glass windows, tapestries, and even Artois and architectural motifs sprang up in wealthy homes and public buildings, all referencing Arthurian scenes. Critics lauded Tennyson for elevating the legend to a moral epic, while detractors argued that he sanitized the more raw or ambiguous aspects. Nonetheless, Idylls of the King remained wildly popular, reinforcing the notion that Arthur's tale offered moral guidance for a modern age. Even Queen Victoria reportedly admired Tennyson's interpretation, seeing in Arthur's struggle a reflection of her desire to maintain moral authority in a changing world. Outside poetry, the arts and crafts movement, led by figures like William Morris, found in Arthurian romance an antidote to industrial mass production. Morris's designs, from wallpapers to bookbindings, invoked the swirling lines and medieval patterns reminiscent of illuminated manuscripts. He even wrote his own Arthurian-based works. For Morris and his circle, the legend represented a craftsmanship ethic and a sense of community lost to factory labour. Decorating one's home with Arthurian motifs hinted at a quest for authenticity in an increasingly mechanised society. Across the Channel, French and German intellectuals took note of this English fascination, translations of Tennyson circulated, and cultural salons discussed the universal quality of the Arthurian myth, a noble ruler undone by betrayal and human weakness, a reflection on how the grandest visions can collapse from within. The story of a once cohesive realm fracturing resonated broadly in a time marked by revolutions and the unification of states like Italy and Germany. Yet the more the Victorians idealised Arthur, the more some critics pushed back. Realist authors found the legend archaic. They lampooned the knights as naive dreamers or castigated the romantic obsession as escapism, ignoring pressing social issues like poverty and inequality. Novelists such as Charles Dickens or Elizabeth Gaskell focused on contemporary life, rarely referencing Arthur. Still, even in their works, the notion of a lost moral centre lurked, as if Camelot's shadow lay over an industrial landscape that had lost its spiritual moorings. By the late 19th century, the medieval revival reached its peak. Pre-Raphaelite painters like Edward Burne-Jones rendered sumptuous scenes of knights questing in forests dappled with improbable light. Guinevere's hair glowed with golden hues, Lancelot's armour gleamed, and Arthur himself stood as a solemn, almost tragic figure. The emphasis on colour, texture, and emotion showcased how thoroughly the legend had been claimed by the aesthetic movement. King Arthur was no longer just a steam taught in school, he was a cultural phenomenon bridging literature, art, interior design, and public discourse about morality and progress. This fervent romantic and Victorian reclamation set the stage for a 20th century that would wrestle anew with Arthur's meaning. As empire gave way to modern war and the illusions of unstoppable progress cracked, the question loomed: would the Arthurian legend remain relevant, or would it be relegated to the dusty corners of libraries, overshadowed by more pragmatic narratives of science and modernity? The coming era would test that question in unexpected ways, ensuring that the tale of Britain's mythical king continued to evolve. The early 20th century confronted the Arthurian legend with 2 world wars and a changing cultural landscape that tested all forms of romanticised history. Yet the legend adapted once more. On the literary front, novelists and scholars revisited the medieval sources, sifting myth from alleged fact with renewed vigour. T.H. White's The Once and Future King, serialised between 1938 and 1958, stood out in this period as a bold reinterpretation that combined whimsy with philosophical introspection. White began with a light-hearted portrayal of a young Arthur tutored by Merlin, who transforms him into various animals to learn life lessons. But as the narrative advanced, it delved into darker ethical complexities, power, justice, and betrayal, echoing the cataclysms of the world outside. The Once and Future King resonated with readers living through global conflict. Arthur's dream of a just society felt like a parallel to the Allies' rhetoric about defending democracy. The tragedy that befalls Camelot, particularly the moral struggles of Lancelot and the heartbreak of Guinevere, reflected a broader disillusionment. Even noble intentions can unravel under the strain of ambition or human fallibility. White's comedic touches balance these weighty themes, allowing the novel to remain accessible to a wide audience. Critics praised his ability to weave personal growth, political ideology, and mythic grandeur into a single tapestry. Academic circles also turned a fresh eye toward Arthur's historical underpinnings. Archaeologists launched digs at sites like Cadbury Castle in Somerset, some identifying it with Camelot, and uncovered evidence of a significant 5th or 6th century fort. Although no definitive proof of an Arthur materialised, the findings hinted at the possibility of a powerful chieftain operating from a stronghold in that region. Meanwhile, historians re-examined sub-Roman texts, searching for references to a figure commanding battles against the Saxons. While no conclusive identity was pinned down, a measured stance emerged. Perhaps an actual war leader existed, whose memory, amplified by oral tradition, evolved into legend. Cinema followed with its portrayal. In 1953, Knights of the Round Table, starring Robert Taylor and Ava Gardner, showcased a Technicolor Camelot brimming with courtly spectacle and florid romance, continuing the tradition of a shining Arthur. But in the late 20th century, filmmakers occasionally tried grittier approaches. John Boorman's 1981 film Excalibur combined stylized visuals with raw violence, depicting a more primal medieval setting. Merlin, played by Nicol Williamson, stole scenes with cryptic monologues about fate, while the blossoming and decay of Camelot took on an almost hallucinatory quality. Audiences were jarred by the film's blend of gore, mysticism, and grandeur. Critics either applauded its boldness or found it excessive, but it certainly broke with the genteel Arthur of earlier screen adaptations. Meanwhile, pop culture began to incorporate Arthurian references beyond the realm of cinema. Monty Python's 1975 comedy Monty Python and the Holy Grail lampooned the legend in irreverent style, featuring coconuts in lieu of horses and absurd misadventures. Despite, or perhaps because of, its silliness, it became a cult classic, proving that Arthur's story could be subverted for comedic effect without losing audience interest. Even in parody, the core elements, Galahad, the Grail Quest, the Round Table, remained recognisable. This comedic distance from the old texts underscored how deeply Arthur's image had embedded itself in Western consciousness. In literature for younger readers, Mary Stewart's The Merlin Trilogy reimagined the wizard's perspective, grounding the magic in psychological realism and meticulously rendered British geography. Stewart minimised overt supernatural events, preferring to show how illusions or cunning might be perceived as sorcery in a credulous age. Stewart's strategy tapped into the mid-century desire for historical fantasy, effectively connecting a realistic Roman-British setting with the mythical aspect of Arthur's ascent. By the dawn of the 21st century, the legend was a global phenomenon. Writers from diverse backgrounds introduced new vantage points. Some retold Arthur's story from the viewpoint of Morgan Le Fay, or other female figures marginalised in older narratives. Others transposed it into futuristic or dystopian settings, using the Arthur's motif to explore power and identity in contexts far removed from medieval Britain. Thus, King Arthur's world became a mirror for contemporary concerns, reaffirming the legend's agility. A curious outcome of all these reinterpretations is that none seem to diminish Arthur's draw. If anything, the multiplicity of versions cements his place in popular culture as a figure who can shift shape to match an era's dreams or anxieties. Where once sub-Roman Britons might have invoked him as a war hero, the modern West might see him as a moral king, a comedic foil, or a reluctant idealist. Enduring elasticity attests the story's profound roots in the collective imagination, perpetually setting the stage for new guests and new stories. In parallel with the cultural expansions of Arthur's legend, a robust subfield of scholarship continually probed the question: how much of Arthur is history and how much is layered invention? Academic conferences and journals wrestled with topics like the historical Arthur, the Celtic Twilight, and post-colonial readings of the Arthurian myth. Some scholars fixate on gleaning every trace of authenticity from early medieval records. Others see Arthur primarily as a literary phenomenon, shaped less by actual events and more by cultural narratives that shift with each retelling. One provocative angle is the possibility that Arthur's name reflects not one person, but a composite of leaders. British historians note multiple characters named Arthur or Artorius in sub-Roman or early medieval contexts, some from southern Scotland, others from Wales or Cornwall. Each might have contributed pieces to the mosaic that later generations unified into a single, legendary king. The idea of a collective memory forging one iconic hero is hardly unique to Arthurian lore. Many cultures craft similar symbols to rally identity. If Arthur was indeed a tapestry of warlords, that might explain the scattered battles assigned to him across wide geographic swathes. Another line of research examines the political uses of Arthur. In 12th and 13th century Wales, for instance, Welsh rulers invoked Arthur's memory to legitimise resistance to Norman encroachment. English monarchs, conversely, sometimes appropriated Arthur's lineage to strengthen their own claims or diminish Welsh claims. Centuries later, the Tudors, with Welsh roots, further shaped the narrative of Arthur's once and future kingship, aligning themselves with the prophecy that a great British ruler would return. Such manipulations highlight how historical memory, even if partly invented, wields tangible power in shaping political discourse. Archaeology stepped into the conversation as well. Findings at Tintagel in Cornwall revealed high-status buildings from the 5th and 6th centuries, suggesting a region engaged in Mediterranean trade. Some scholars speculated a link to King Arthur's birthplace, but others cautioned that no direct evidence ties Arthur to Tintagel. Similarly, excavations at South Cadbury Castle uncovered earthworks that were refortified around the same time, fueling speculation that it could be Camelot. Yet conclusive proof remains elusive. Even if sub-Roman warlords inhabited these sites, linking them specifically to Arthur often leans on inference or local lore. Still, these discoveries add texture to the environment from which an Arthur-like figure could have emerged. Hill forts bustling with trade goods, imposing ramparts, and fleeting glimpses of renewed local power. As for the Holy Grail, scholars trace its introduction to literary creativity rather than any early Celtic tradition. The Grail's first mention appears in Chrétien de Troyes' 12th century French romance. Over subsequent centuries, writers redefined it variously as a dish, a chalice, or a holy relic. By Malory's era, it symbolised divine grace. Though evocative, it likely has no root in actual sub-Roman Britain. Yet ironically, the Grail quest would become one of Arthur's best-known storylines, showing again how later imaginings overshadow any original kernel. The final element often dissected by historians is the notion of Arthur's final battle at Camlan and his supposed immortality. Tales insists he didn't die but journeyed to Avalon, awaiting the time to return and save his people. This motif of the sleeping hero resonates in multiple mythologies, from Finnish to Balkan, where a legendary champion slumbers in a secret realm, ready to defend the land in its hour of greatest need. If Arthur's earliest known mentions already included an ambiguous death, it might indicate a broader mythic pattern. Cultures often prefer that their great heroes linger, promising cyclical renewal. Contemporary scholarship then juggles these layers: the possible sub-Roman commander, the medieval expansions, the Victorian romanticisation, and the modern reinterpretations. If a purely factual Arthur existed, it remains overshadowed by centuries of imaginative flourish. Yet the continued scholarly debate underscores that the legend's essence is not about verifying a single historical biography. Instead, it's about the interplay between memory, identity, and creativity. Each era projects its questions and values onto Arthur, gleaning new answers from the same set of age-old motifs. Within this dialogue lies a paradox. While we yearn to know the real Arthur, it's the transformations of his story that keep him relevant. The search for authenticity endures, but so does the tradition of rewriting him, ensuring that every generation finds its reflection in Camelot's mirror. That dual dynamic, archaeological hunts for evidence alongside fresh literary spins, continues to enrich Arthur's mystique, bridging academic rigour and imaginative flight. Today, King Arthur stands as a cultural mainstay, simultaneously ancient and ever-evolving. From glimmering blockbusters to niche historical novels, he resonates with modern audiences for reasons that extend far beyond medieval romance. Why does he endure? Perhaps because the Arthurian legend, at its core, addresses universal yearnings, the dream of a just society, the pain of betrayal by those closest to us, and the hope that even in times of darkness, a champion might arise or return. In the realm of pop culture, Arthur's story reappears in myriad forms. Television series recast Camelot as a gritty drama or comedic parody. Role-playing games include knights and wizards referencing Arthurian tropes. Even science fiction riffs on the motif, depicting cosmic quests for futuristic grails. Each adaptation tweaks the formula, exalting or subverting the Round Table, focusing on Arthur's naive optimism or Merlin's ambiguous counsel. The legend's adaptability seems limitless, thriving precisely because it does not lock itself into a single vantage point. Moreover, modern creators often place greater emphasis on peripheral characters. Guinevere's perspective, once overshadowed by Lancelot and Arthur, now emerges in retellings that highlight her agency. Morgan Le Fay, long pigeonholed as a seductive antagonist, gains complexity as a powerful sorceress shaped by a political marginalisation. Knights like Gawain or Tristan star in spin-off narratives that delve into their motivations, trials, and moral failings. This expansion underscores an inclusive trend in storytelling. The supporting cast can hold as much intrigue as the central hero, adding depth and nuance. Another dimension is how Arthur's ethos intersects with contemporary debates on leadership and ethics. The Round Table has been cited in discussions about participatory decision-making, corporate governance, and community leadership. People often pose questions such as, how can we ensure honesty and loyalty in organisations? Or, what if our boardroom resembled a round table where every voice is equal? The metaphor of Camelot's unity haunts these dialogues, reminding us that ideals are fragile and require constant vigilance against corruption. Even a figure as iconic as Arthur cannot sustain a just kingdom alone if the underlying structures give way to jealousy and power struggles. Meanwhile, historians continue refining their judgments on the historical Arthur. Some propose that no single warlord can account for the entire tradition, while others cling to the possibility that a noteworthy battle leader around Mount Badon sparked the legend. Though conclusive proof remains elusive, each new archaeological find or textual analysis can stir a fresh wave of interest. The pursuit itself testifies to an enduring desire to ground the legend in tangible fact, as if verifying Arthur might restore some sense of continuity between past ideals and present realities. Education also plays a part. Children encounter Arthur in school anthologies, gleaning rudimentary knowledge of knights, queens, and magical swords. Universities hold seminars on the Arthurian canon, exploring everything from Celtic myth to psychoanalytic readings of the Grail quest. For many, King Arthur is their first taste of medieval literature, an accessible portal into broader historical currents. Hence, the legend perpetuates itself academically, weaving into curricula that spark each generation's imagination. The future of Arthurian legend seems as secure as its past. Technological tools like virtual reality, interactive digital storytelling, and immersive theatre open new frontiers. Imagine wandering a VR Camelot, conversing with AI-driven versions of Lancelot or Morgan, shaping the narrative by your own moral choices. The possibilities speak to the legend's adaptability. Far from being stuck in dusty manuscripts, Arthur's realm can flourish in cutting-edge mediums, bridging the ancient with the futuristic. Yet for all the modern flourishes, the core themes remain consistent. The heartbreak of betrayal, the aspiration for a round table of equals is a prevalent theme. The story explores the interplay between magic and mortal ambition. Whether we view Arthur as a half-forgotten sub-Roman general, or a shining mythic king, his story touches on something perennial in the human condition. It suggests that greatness is possible but precarious, dependent on unity, loyalty, and moral clarity. And even when that greatness falters, the idea of a once and future king offers hope that renewal can always emerge. In closing, King Arthur's narrative defies neat categorization, part history, part myth, part moral parable. Over 15 centuries, it has transformed from local folklore into a global phenomenon, shaped by the Christian allegory, chivalric romance, national myth-making, and modern reinterpretations. Each retelling adds a new layer, ensuring the story remains alive, not fossilized. To trace its evolution is to glimpse our own cultural evolution. We find in Arthur a mirror for our collective dreams and disillusionments, an ever-shifting testament to humanity's enduring quest for a noble realm we might call Camelot.